Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
You only need to take a look to know. You have seen the deformed face caused by black magic erosion and magic deformation. Dumbledore said calmly. The mysterious man died 11 years ago. He was killed by the child in Godric's Hollow and defeated by Harry Potter. He was just an ordinary dark wizard, and this dark wizard, Quirrell, as a dark wizard, will be cursed with a life-threatening curse. Fudge swallowed and paused. I will not kill him with the death curse, nor will it be a kiss from a Dementor. An ordinary dark wizard can be locked up in Azkaban. He can't escape. He is not a mysterious man. He is just an ordinary dark wizard. A brave dark wizard who dares to stand under your nose. An ordinary dark wizard. Dumbledore sighed. He was unspeakably disappointed with Fudge at this time. If Fudge could really get the Aurors to give Voldemort a death curse, he wouldn't have done so, because that meant that although Fudge was afraid of Voldemort, he was still afraid of him. At least I still believe in the fact that Voldemort is alive. At this moment, Dumbledore could see from Fudge's trembling expression that although Fudge believed in the fact that Voldemort was resurrected for the sake of his position as Minister of Magic, he actually pretended to be blind and sent Voldemort to Azkaban. The difference between that and letting him go directly is only 1 or 2 steps to increase or decrease. You can take a look at his face. Dumbledore finally asked with even a little hope in his heart. I've seen it, and I know this face. This is Quirrell, Dumbledore. You old fool. Fudge quickly shook his head, turned around, and was about to leave behind him. The 2 Aurors dragged Quirrell away from the ground. Cason frowned and looked at Dumbledore, who nodded helplessly. The next moment, a withered skull flew directly towards Quirrell, but this time it did not explode, but merged into Quirrell's flesh and blood. Quickly, Quirrell's body began to collapse. Like a piece of charcoal from beginning to end, it turns into crumbs with just the slightest touch. Then a line of black smoke floated out from Quirrell's body and slowly dissipated in the air. No, Professor Kessin, seeing as you killed a dark wizard this time, the Ministry of Magic won't care. Fudge's face, there was a hint of joy on his face, but he still said it firmly. You'd better call me Mr. Heath. Fudge's face darkened, but he still didn't say anything and quickly left Hogwarts with the 2 Aurors. This Fudge? Cason asked from the window, looking at the 3 people from the Ministry of Magic leaving Hogwarts territory. He wasn't like this many years ago. Although he can't be called brave, at least forget it. Dumbledore sat on the chair. You did a good job. Even if you don't take action, I still have to arrange for someone to do it. Quirrell in Azkaban. Only a fool would do something to let an enemy escape from under his nose, let alone 2. Cason said quietly. By the way, last time I went to France, I met Nicole Flamel. Dumbledore still nodded, but in fact he had already thought of a reason to run away later. He said to give me the magic stone after you have finished using it. Oh, did he say anything else? He also said, what does Dumbledore know about alchemy? And what use can the philosopher's stone be in his hands? Dumbledore couldn't help but blush. He took off his glasses with some embarrassment and wiped them with a velvet cloth. Wait until the end of this semester. You still owe me. Let me do the math. The annual salary of the last alchemy professor was... It's here, take it. Dumbledore took out an irregular red gem from his pocket and placed it on the desk. Cason picked up the magic stone. What was different from the last time was that he somehow felt the magic power of the magic stone begin to flow towards him. Can you feel this kind of magic power fluctuation? Dumbledore looked over and pushed up his glasses on the bridge of his nose. There's no harm in it, just let it go. It seems I have to study this so-called magic stone. Kaizen murmured, that's all for later. What you need most now is another thing. Did you forget about the final exam? Dumbledore reminded. I'll go to the hospital wing first to see those 4 naughty kids. After arriving at the hospital wing, Cason found Madame Pomfrey and was relieved to learn that Ron had woken up. It's a pity that I came in a hurry and didn't bring any fruit basket, but there were still carnations. He rubbed his fingers, picked out 4 carnations, and walked in. Congratulations to you 4. You successfully survived under the Dark Wizard's wand. Harry smiled. It seemed that the physical injuries Quirrell had inflicted on him did not cause any serious problems to him. By the way, Professor, the one behind Quirrell's head. You guessed it right. It's that person. Kaysen nodded. Harry and Neville's originally calm faces suddenly fell. But now he is dead, although not necessarily dead. Not necessarily dead. Wait, Harry, what are you talking about? Ron asked. Well, just say it, although others may not believe it. Kaysen shrugged and said to Harry. Harry also took a breath. Voldemort is not dead. He is growing on the back of Quirrell's head. There was some silence in the ward for a moment. Really? Ron and Hermione both looked at Kaysen. It's true. Although he died this time, it doesn't necessarily mean that he is completely dead. He might be just like what happened 11 years ago. But please don't spread this matter to others, as it may cause panic. But Professor, why? Such a big devil is still alive. If you were the Minister of Magic or a senior official, I would be very happy to let you publicize it. But unfortunately, you are not. In fact, Dumbledore did not want to tell Fudge that Voldemort was not dead just to cause panic in the wizarding world, but organized manpower to kill him. Did Fugue agree? Ron asked. Kaysen gave him a speechless expression. Okay. The 4 little wizards all lowered their heads. Oh, by the way, there's one more thing. You didn't take what I said into your heart. You didn't choose the right one between a magic stone and 4 living lives, so Gryffindor deducts 40 points. If you okay, I'll make it up in just 2 classes. Kaysen hurriedly poked his head back when he was about to leave the hospital wing. Kaysen left with his merit and fame hidden behind him. As for why he was only deducted 40 points symbolically, hey, I've already been mentally prepared for it, so I just deducted a few points to make sense, as if I deducted too much and they could change it. After returning to the office, he took out the magic stone. At this time, he felt that its light was a little dimmer than when Dumbledore had just given it to him, although the dimness was limited. If this continues, this magic stone won't turn into powder in my place, right? Will Nicolim come after me? Sighing, he put the magic stone into his pocket, took out another pile of parchment, and began to write out the questions for this final exam. Time flies by quickly, and as the holidays approach, the entire Hogwarts is experiencing a kind of conflicting emotions. The little wizards are looking forward to the holiday and dreading the final exam. But for the final exam, although I say I am afraid, it is actually not too scary. The worst-case scenario is that you will fail the course and just retake the exam next semester. It is said that if you fail the exam, you will repeat the grade. However, in Hogwarts these days, there are really no regular repeaters. It is just a kind of thing that exists in the mouths of first-year wizards. Just a scare legend. But for the little wizards in 7th grade, their emotions were filled only with nervousness. These little wizards who are about to leave the ivory tower and start working have no expectations for the holiday at all, and some of them are even a little scared. After all, this final exam is over, and I don't know when I will come to Hogwarts again. The carefree little wizard in the ivory tower is about to become a boring adult, and the little old man is about to become a cynical old man who wants to destroy the world. In the 7th grade alchemy examination room, Kaysen collected all the test papers, stood on the podium, and touched the corners of the papers. Well, how many points do you think I should give you? Tell me, I might adopt it. The little wizards under the podium didn't say much, and they had no intention of leaving after all the test papers were handed in. Seeing this, Kaizen put the test paper on the podium and sighed with his hands on his hips. Let's all go. You still have to prepare for the ultimate wizard exam, although I will give you a score that you can't refuse. Okay, Professor. Charles Marr, who was sitting at the front, walked up to the podium and hugged Kaysen. Relax, maybe you are sad now, but when you leave this classroom, you will forget this sad feeling because you will realize that I am just a passerby in your life. Insignificant, no big deal. Kaysen shrugged and accepted the parting hug, comforting the little wizards. In fact, Professor, I will remember you. Clearly remember that you are not just a passerby. Charles Miguel let go of Kaysen and said seriously, "Relax, there are only a few thousand wizards in England. Maybe you can see me when you go to Diagon Alley to buy ice cream that day. But when that day comes, I still want you to call me Professor. I still like this name." "Yes, Professor Kaysen." The second one was Castley. "Okay, don't be too crying after leaving Hogwarts. And you forget it, you just return to the family. I have nothing to say except to be a good person. Lime, you're a muggle wizard. Protect yourself after leaving Hogwarts. After all, the so-called discrimination within Hogwarts can only be regarded as a small fight in the wizarding world. Run away when in danger. Usually associate with the same muggle wizards. Don't join the pureblood circle. You may be interested in their interests, and what they look like may be your life. Also, don't be deceived. Don't lose Ravencrow's face." After standing on the podium and sending away one student after another, Kaysen finally had time to stretch his stiff waist and return to the office to start marking papers. The papers for grades 3 to 7 were reviewed until the evening. After finally checking the last score, the papers were sealed and placed in the corner of the desk. The house elf would come to take them away later and give them to Mrs. Pants in the library. Archive. Well, this batch of papers is really not the work of ordinary people. He stood up and moved around the office, picked up a novel and put on the table, and then planned to go to the cabinet to find some snacks. After preparing snacks, tea, and novels, Kaysen comfortably pressed the button of the chair, lay on the chair, and read a book. Then he suddenly heard a click, which was the sound coming from the magic stone in his pocket. He quickly took out the magic stone. From the moment he actually owned the gem transferred its magic power into his own body at a strange speed and method. This huge amount of magic power not only raised the upper limit of Kaysen's magic power, but the extra magic power was used to open MC blocks for him. Basically, all the original blocks were opened successfully, except for a few cheat blocks and spawn eggs. The magic potions were all unlocked by the magic stone. I just don't know if it can compare with the one made by Snape. At this time, the magic stone seemed to have been drained of all its magic power. The original scarlet color was no longer there. Instead, it became a pale stone, which eventually disintegrated into inches of powder. The magic stone just collapsed. Kaizen sighed, and then he noticed that the powder of the magic stone touched the novel he put on his desk. The original novel began to merge with the powder of the magic stone, and finally turned into a magnificent manual. Wardfa. He took out his wand and touched the magic stone powder with the tip of the wand. In an instant, the remaining magic stone powder climbed up the wand, passed through the rose vine body, and directly invaded the core of the wand. A pile of magic stone powder, half absorbed by the wand and the other half absorbed by a book. And this kind of absorption seemed to be positive. At least he didn't know why, but he felt that the wand was missing something. Of course, it wasn't the magic stone powder that damaged some functions of the wand. It's more like the powder gives the wand some extra functions, but it doesn't have the supporting equipment, so it feels like something is missing. Putting the wand away, he picked up the book again. When you open the first page of the book, it doesn't have words in the traditional sense, but a picture similar to a starry sky. My dear Merlin, this is a mysterious age. Don't worry that I will suddenly pull out something that will make you confused. All things related to mystery, I will write the settings smoothly and clearly just like writing the plot. Don't worry about this. Since we are Hogwarts plus Minecraft plus Mysterious Age 4 plus Mysterious Age 6, there will be some magical changes. Let me know in advance, and don't worry that I will suddenly pull out something that will make you confused. For all mysterious things, I will write the settings smoothly and clearly just like writing the plot. Please rest assured. He touched the pages of the book that looked like a starry sky with his hand until he touched the brightest star in the starry sky. There was a slight buzz, and a glass lens image with a golden edge appeared in the starry sky. He tapped it with his hand, and the next moment the starry sky began to surge. A synthesis table appeared with 4 pieces of gold, a glass plate in the center, and a line of small words below the synthesis table. Magic lens helps you peek into the reality of the world. Kaysen held the magic manual and studied it for a long time. Forgive him that he had only heard of the famous module of the mysterious age before traveling through time, so he didn't know much about it. After chewing words and combining them with the context, I finally explained this passage and the true function of the magic lens. Judging from the words in the magic manual, it should be an observation tool, but add the 2 words obtain at the end. This tool may not only be as simple as observation, but may also include some extraction, such as the 4 basic elements in alchemy: earth, water, wind, and fire. You can use this magic lens to scan the corresponding object to extract this basic element. I haven't used a workbench in years. Kaysen murmured, placing a workbench in the corner of the office and taking out 4 pieces of gold and a glass plate. Of course, you don't just place the corresponding blocks in the corresponding grids blankly. Now that you have taken out the workbench, of course you have to talk about some science. That's right, it's science. Slowly, Kaysen rounded the glass plate, shaped the corresponding gold into the shape of the magic lens shell, and assembled it. It didn't work. He picked up the magic manual and began to babble again until he saw the 6 shimmering crystal fragments at the bottom. He tentatively touched a red one with his hand, and a prompt appeared: Magic Crystal of Fire. He didn't know where to click, so he randomly clicked on Water Magic Crystal, Wind Magic Crystal, Earth Magic Crystal, Order Magic Crystal, Chaos Magic Crystal. What the hell is this? Kaysen sat on the chair and waved his hand, and a bottle of water of life in the cabinet flew over at the right time. He took a sip of it helplessly. To be honest, the questions he had in his previous life were not what he is now. Many. The spiciness of vodka made him sit up again and touch every part of the page with his fingers. He soon came to 2 conclusions. First, such a pile of magic crystals could be dug out in nature. For example, the most common white crystal is the magic water crystal. Also, the workbench is wrong. To synthesize this thing, you need something called an arcane workbench. Where can I get you an arcane workbench? He gritted his teeth and turned the page, returned to the blank starry sky, and started clicking again. Finally, I found a not-so-bright star and clicked on it. How to synthesize the arcane workbench. Use the magic wand to transform the ordinary workbench. Transfiguration? Am I terrible at transfiguration? He reluctantly took out his wand and poked the workbench beside him with the tip of the wand out of boredom. It changes. From warm wood color to dark brown. There is a layer of dark green velvet cloth on the workbench. What a change. Kaysen was silent for a while and then touched his chin helplessly. This was completely illogical. Then he looked at his office again, his wizard robe shining with enchanted light. Well, that makes sense. He stood up and looked at the workbench and found that in addition to the working surface of the regular workbench, there were 6 small grooves, which should be used to place the so-called magic crystal. I didn't expect that I would have to dig when I got here. Dong, dong, dong. The door is unlocked. Professor Kaysen, the final party has begun, and the college cup has begun. Why don't you go and take a look? Gryffindor Jordan stuck his head in and asked. Oh, I'll go right away. Kaysen looked at the watch on his wrist, put the magic manual in his pocket, and walked out of the office. At the professor's chair, Dumbledore looked at Kaysen in surprise. Did you encounter any difficulties? New research topic. Huh? How'd you tell? You are someone who cares about your own image. You don't even change your robe when you attend a party. Okay, forget it, Dumbledore. Let me ask you, do wizards have a history of mining? Mining minerals rich in magic. Dumbledore recalled. Not many. Most wizards use the flesh and blood of magical plants or magical animals to make gold. You also know this. If you insist on mining, mithril, there's only this kind. But since your enchantment table appeared, mithril mining has become half dead. Kaysen touched his chin awkwardly. It's not your fault. Why do you ask? What I want to ask is, do wizards have a history of mining crystals? Unfortunately not. Most of the crystals purchased by wizards are purchased from the Muggle world. And because the quantities are very small, only a few fortune tellers will buy them on a private basis. That's right. Kaysen nodded. If you have any ideas about crystals, maybe you can go to Professor Trelawney. She has many types of crystals. Professor McGonagall heard the two talking and leaned his head over and said, Yes, I will. Kaizen nodded. Soon, as all the little wizards in the audience took their seats, Snape also showed a trace of pride. He looked at the emerald green flags on the ceiling of the auditorium, facing the tables of the 4 colleges below, and instantly felt that his whole body was clear. There is only one owner of the Hogwarts House Cup, and that is Slytherin. The Hogwarts flag has only one color, green. Then our principal Dumbledore stood up with a weird smile. Before the dinner begins, I need to say something to you that you should know. This year our Hogwarts was invaded by an evil dark wizard. Fortunately, Gryffindor, Harry Potter, Neville Longbottom, Ron Weasley, Hermione Granger, Snape's originally cheerful face suddenly turned gloomy, and he stopped laughing instantly. He and Dumbledore have worked together for so many years, and I have to say that he really understands Dumbledore's personality. The moment Dumbledore stood up, he knew what kind of head-turning language was going to come out of Dumbledore's mouth. Kaysen, who was sitting on his seat, clapped his fingers and saw Gryffindor for little ones, for people, and Dumbledore frantically added 250 points to them. His silence. Still silent. Continued silence. He looked up vaguely at Dumbledore, then at Snape. Forget it. Let's get to work. After the dinner, he took a pick in the office. Finally, he rubbed an obsidian hand on a crystal ball base, hoping that Professor Trelawney, a fortune teller, would like this gift. When he came back from France last time, he seemed to have given him tarot cards, but I always felt that Professor Trelawney didn't seem to like the gift very much, although she still pulled him politely and wanted to make a death prophecy for him. From that time to now, Kaysen was so scared that she never came near her old man's classroom for a long time. I hope my death will be a little gentler this time. He murmured and was about to knock on the door, but before he could knock his knuckles on the wood, the door suddenly opened. The third eye told me that you need help, but it seems that you are faster than me. Professor Trelawney said steadily. Oh, a gift. Kaysen didn't know what to say for a moment and handed over the obsidian base in his hand. Thank you, Uruguay. Mine is Keela's Nocturnally and me. Trelawney took out a large piece of turbid, constantly flowing crystal and stuffed it into Kaysen's arms. Thank you. Kaysen nodded awkwardly. It was only then that he noticed something was wrong with Professor Trelawney. He had heard from Dumbledore before that Professor Trelawney was a very powerful prophet in her ancestors, and Professor Trelawney inherited this ability to predict. Although it sometimes doesn't work, when it works, it really works. At this time, Trelawney should have entered that kind of efficacious prophecy state. After saying goodbye, Kaysen left Professor Trelawney's territory with the crystal in his arms. He was a little embarrassed when he bumped into Professor McGonagall, who was passing by. Then he remembered that, logically speaking, he still knew a few magics. He waved his hand, and the huge crystal in his arms floated. Huh, this is what Trelawney gave you, Professor McGonagall said with some surprise. Yes, it's really weird. She's actually reliable for once. Professor McGonagall said in surprise. Yeah, then I'll go back and study this big guy first. Kaysen returned to the office with a huge crystal, took out a shrunk diamond pickaxe, and gently tapped the huge crystal. A small fragment fell down. He picked it up, placed it on the 6 crystal positions on the mathematical Olympiad workbench, and finally placed it on the chaos magic crystal. Chaos. Is it because the future is chaotic and unpredictable, so chaos crystal is used for divination? Kaizen murmured, placing the huge crystal in the corner of the office, and drew the location of the chaos crystal on the parchment on the table. A circle. After doing this, he took out a world map and circled the place names Professor Trelawney had mentioned on it with a quill pen. They are all world-famous crystal mines, but Kaizen thought if you can dig directly into those veins with crystals, you don't need to go to the mines to search for them. You can just go to the Muggle Crystal Market in an hour. You can find everything. It seems that these magic crystals are probably produced in very small quantities, so I need to go deep into them myself. He stretched out in his chair, took out the magic manual again, and started studying it. The next day, wow, gully-gully-guloo. Wow, gully-gully-guloo. After washing his face, Kaysen returned to his desk. He spent the whole night eating books yesterday, and it was of some use. For example, he found a way to upgrade his wand. He took out a piece of gold and poked in his hand. Soon a wand head was rubbed out by his hand, and he installed it firmly on the tip of the wand. There is no use for this thing yet, but according to the magic in the magic manual, only this can be considered a complete wand or a magic wand. I have more classes for next semester, I'm glad. Kaysen put the staff back into his sleeve and left the office slowly. There were no classes today, or in other words, there were no classes in the entire Hogwarts. All the little wizards walked towards Hogsmeade Station in an orderly manner and embarked on their journey home. Kaizen, on the other hand, had breakfast and said hello to several professors before teleporting directly to Nocturne Alley. There are actually quite a few shops in Nocturne Alley, but because most dark wizards have little money and love shopping for $0, and there's not much traffic, most of them are half dead. Only a few shop owners with good attainments in black magic and excellent products can successfully operate here. Among them, a shop called Bodyguard Book Magic Shop is the representative one. Anyway, at least in Kaysen's view, as long as he walks into the radiation range of Bodyguard Magic Shop, even those dark wizards who exude a stench and haven't taken a shower for an unknown amount of time are much less afraid. One of the bosses is the same. ZAO, boss, the door of your store should be oiled. After hearing a strange sound like fingernails scratching glass, Kaysen said to the boss Bodyguard Bach behind the counter with a cold look on his face. I will obey your will, Professor Kaysen. Bodyguard Bach smiled flatteringly. Do I have such a big name? Kaysen asked in surprise. That's true, Professor Kaysen. What do you need? I need magic crystals, any crystals, but I need to check their composition. Maybe I will find some less important places and knock them out. No problem at all, Bodyguard Bach said and waved his magic wand, and 3 huge magic crystals flew out of the room. Upon seeing this, Kaysen took out a shrunken diamond pickaxe, knocked down a little bit, and then took out a portable mathematical Olympiad workbench and began to experiment. Soon. I'm sorry, Mr. Blogger. These magic crystals are of no use to me. Please give me a compensation price. After all, I knocked some of them off. Bodyguard Bach leaned over and stretched out 3 fingers. Kaysen nodded, stretched out his hand, and arranged 3 gold galleons on the counter. It wasn't until he left Bodyguard Bach's magic shop that Bodyguard Bach put away the 3 gold galleons. He is indeed an alchemist. After leaving Bodyguard Bach magic shop, Kaysen stood in the middle of the road with his hands on his hips. He was wondering where to find the next store, until a commotion not far away caught his attention. A middle-aged wizard used a wand and expulsion spells to continuously expel a young wizard who looked down and out. The young wizard also held a crystal block full of white mist in his arms, about the size of a basketball. The boss who had expelled him returned to his shop, and the down-and-out wizard took out his wand and looked like he was about to apparate away. Seeing this, Kaysen quickly shouted, "Wait a minute, sir." The down-and-out wizard looked over with some confusion. "Sir, would you mind if I knock off a small piece of your crystal for experimentation?" Kaizen asked. The down-and-out wizard thought for a moment and put down the crystal. "As you wish, sir." Kaysen nodded, took out a small manuscript, knocked out a piece, and put the pieces into the mathematical Olympiad workbench, and soon a joyful expression appeared on his face. "I got the magic crystal of order. Please make a price." The downtrodden wizard stretched out 5 fingers tentatively. 500 galleons? Wait a minute, and let me take a look. Do you support the discount? Or we can call each other's names and addresses. I am the alchemy professor at Hogwarts. You don't have to worry about finding me. Don't worry about me defaulting on your debt. Kaysen opened the Enderbox ring and looked at it. Unfortunately, a large part of his salary for one semester was spent on drinking. Shameless Dumbledore. I said 5,000 gold galleons. That's fine. Don't move around here. I'll go to Gringotts to get a big one. As he said that, Kaizen was about to teleport to Gringotts, mumbling, "This is definitely the last time." Actually, 500 is just 500, the down-and-out wizard said. Then 500. Look at these. Kaysen pulled out all the galleons in the ring. These are 320 galleons. I will go to Hogwarts to get the rest. How about we come together? Kaysen held Crystal in his arms and said without any intention of letting go. Okay, then let's go. Do you know how to apparate? Let's apparate outside Hogwarts and then walk into the castle. Okay. The fallen wizard nodded, took out his wand and waved it, and he twisted up and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Kaizen breathed a sigh of relief and teleported, appearing in the office. He first placed the crystal in the office and then teleported outside the castle again, where he saw the lonely wizard who was waiting. Let's go in and find Dumbledore. He conservatively owes me 2/3 of my salary. Although it may not actually be that much, there is absolutely nothing wrong with letting him pay it forward if you have the money. The two of them arrived at the principal's office all the way. The down-and-out wizard looked at the stone gatekeeper statue in front of him and was somewhat silent. I'll just wait here. You go get the money. I won't go up. Okay, wait a minute. Kaysen casually said a password that he didn't know the specific meaning of. This was a habit of Dumbledore. The regular people, led by ZZ Honeycandy, Cockroach Pile, and Lemon Snow Baby, Resident Command. Most of them are passwords used privately by professors. The password with no specific meaning like what he is saying now is specifically used to open the principal's office in front of outsiders, the little wizard. Therefore, in the entire British wizarding world, except for the faculty and staff of Hogwarts, there are only a few people who know that Dumbledore's password is a hodgepodge of candy. After entering the principal's office, before Kaysen could say anything, Dumbledore happily took out 100 gold galleons and placed it in front of Kaysen. The man downstairs is Remus Lupin, and he is a werewolf. Oh, Kaysen put away the gold galleons and nodded in realization. I asked you why the merchants in Nocturne Alley don't seem to like him very much. Well, can I give you a simple task? Dumbledore then asked. You say, what are your plans for this vacation? Running around the world? I want to collect those magic crystals. In that case, how about you help me improve his living conditions during this holiday? For example, you can use the remaining 100 galleons to hire him as a bodyguard for 2 months' salary. On a full moon night, he can all find a secluded place to bear it alone, so you don't have to worry. Dumbledore said quietly, Oh, you're friends? He was once my student. Needless to say, who in the entire English wizarding world is not your student? He was one of the closer students, and he joined the club I formed. Oh, sure, it doesn't have to be some black wizard. Kaizen nodded. Thank you very much. Why are you still waiting here? Dumbledore asked with some confusion. 100 gold galleons is not enough, Kaizen said. What did you buy from Remus? Magic crystal. How big? It's as big as a basketball. Dumbledore helplessly sat up from his chair, clasping his hands behind his back and looking at the forbidden forest in the distance. A crystal the size of a basketball. How did he quote you the price? He held out 5 fingers, Kaysen recalled. That's right, 5 gold galleons, right? Dumbledore turned around and looked at Kaysen strangely. The latter suddenly touched his nose in embarrassment. How much did it cost you? 15 galleons? 50 galleons, right? Kaysen remained silent, just touching his chin with his hand and remaining silent. Tell me about it, Kaizen. Forgive me for being an old man. I really can't guess. 500 gold galleons. The way Dumbledore looked at Kaysen was somehow strange, helpless, and pitiful. Finally, he took out a bag containing 600 gold galleons. The remaining 200 gold galleons, forget it. I sincerely hope that you can find a bodyguard to go with you, just as helping me, an old man, to take care of your former students. How about that? Kaysen loaded up all the galleons. Of course, why don't you just give it to him? He has a pretty fragile ego. How about this request? Okay, I don't know if milk will work on him. Kaizen nodded, walked out of the principal's office, and handed 180 galleons to Lupin. Check it out. No need. You're a professor at Hogwarts. I believe you. It's almost time for me to leave. Lupin smiled shyly, tightened his wizard robe, and was about to leave. Wait a minute, Mr. Lupin. I need to travel around the world to find magic crystals during this holiday. Do you mind accepting a small commission, such as being my bodyguard? Kaysen said, taking the remaining galleons and weighing them in his hand. It's very heavy. No, I think you should. Lupin didn't care why the professor in front of him knew his name. He just subconsciously refused. A thin thread suddenly flew into his ear and slowly passed through his ear canal. Spread. As the filament spread, Lupin nodded naturally. Okay, but the salary doesn't need to be too much. 10 galleons is enough, but I need to manage money along the way. This is necessary. Before he could ask for it, a bag full of gold galleons was thrown at his face. Wardfa? Be careful. Kaizen subconsciously reached forward, trying to grab the bag of gold galleons to prevent the 4 or 5 kilogram heavy object from hitting him, the bodyguard he had just found, in the face. Then our bodyguard quickly reached out and took the bag of gold galleons. Oh, you're very skilled. It seems that you are very qualified for this job. Kaysen stood back and smoothed the wrinkles on his body with some embarrassment. Soldiers are very quick. Let's set off now. You come to a place with me first. It's a pity that my teleportation can't take people away. Then how do we get there? As a student of Hogwarts, you should know about Hagrid. He has a... No. Can we not go to Hagrid? Lupin said suddenly. Well, why? Well, then you take me to Apparate, London, and we will go there. Halfway through Kaysen's words, he began to think that Lupin's relationship with Hagrid at school was not very good. But when I thought about his slightly sloppy appearance at this moment, he might just be worried about embarrassing himself in front of his old acquaintances, so he didn't say anything immediately. I have been to London, but I can't find a specific address. Does Baker Street know? I know. There was a detective there who has been tracking me down before. I'm quite familiar with this address, and so on. Do you know his house? I am his neighbor. Next door? 220 or 222? 222. Okay. The two of them said, and left the scope of Hogwarts. Lupin held down Kaysen's shoulders, and the next moment he disapparated, the two of them appeared in the house at number 222 Baker Street. Sit wherever you want. No, don't sit anywhere yet. I'll give you a difficult task. Go to Diagon Alley and buy 2 Z9 broomsticks. The money will come from the galleons in the bag I gave you. Here, I need to do some strategy. I think 1 handful is enough. No, 2. A voice came from the garage, followed by the roar of an engine, and Kaysen drove away from home, leaving Lupin alone. Lupin looked at the priceless house in front of him and the bag full of gold galleons in his hand, and shrugged helplessly. Dumbledore was right. Letting this guy go around the world, mining alone? TSK, 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 TSK. He waved his wand and apparat. He appeared in Diagon Alley in the blink of an eye, put the hood behind him on his head, and walked towards a Quidditch supply store. Soon, he returned to 222 Baker Street with 2 Z9 brooms, but Kaysen still didn't seem to come back. He looked at the empty house in silence for a while, finally put the broom in the corner, patted his butt, and sat on a long sofa that seemed to be for guests. Not long after, Kaysen came back with a lot of self-heating food and water, which he stuffed into his ender ring. After walking into the house from the garage, he saw Lupin sitting on the sofa and sleeping with his head tilted back. He just walked over and pressed a button under the sofa, and the sofa turned into a bed. After taking a blanket to cover it, he noticed the 2 brooms in the corner and took them upstairs to start modifying them. The performance of the Z9 broom is not inferior to that of the Light Wheel series, and its straight-line speed performance is even higher. The designer of this Z9 has no knowledge of ergonomics, and the broom handle they made is really abstract. Compared with the comfortable Light Wheel, it is like the difference between cruising and racing. Of course, the Comet and Sweep series are not involved in the discussion. That's the pedal. However, the good thing about the Z9 is that most of the magic circuits are concentrated in the tail of the broom. Strictly speaking, the broom handle is useless. In fact, the entire marketing strategy of the Z9 is to buy the broom tail, and the broom handle is given away for free. What Kaysen has to do at this moment is to replace the 2 brooms in front of him with more comfortable seats, speed gauges, magic navigation instruments, and speed control handles. The ordinary imitation racing car has evolved into a modified Suzuki. The Falcon is of a kind that would break a parent's legs if they saw their child riding it. What's more important is that it can be folded and doesn't take up any space when thrown inside a ring. Walking downstairs, Lupin in the living room seemed to have been awake for quite a long time. The blanket had been folded neatly, and he was now thinking about how to turn the bed in front of him into a sofa again. There's a button on the lower left. Just press it, but it requires... Bang. Oh, Merlin. But be careful, because I forgot to add a damper when I made this sofa. Also, don't move so fast next time like the Flash. It's better to listen to what others say. Kaysen said as the tissue box was handed over to poor Mr. Lupin to wipe the blood from his nose. "Oh, where have you been, sir?" "Just call me Kaysen. I want to buy some daily necessities. If nothing goes wrong, we may have to survive in the wild for a few days." "And this is it," Kaysen said as he handed over the modified Z9 broom. "My God, Merlin, is this still a Z9? It's packed. So when do we set off?" Lupin rode on it to test its comfort, but of course he couldn't test its speed. Even though he couldn't afford it before, he knew the reputation of the Z9 broom. When he experimented in the house, it wasn't the house that lost, but he himself flew out with a big hole. If the house wins, you get to be Lupin Pancake or Lupin Sauce. The flight is tomorrow afternoon. Lupin got off the broom with some embarrassment. Why? Buy a broom if you're already flying? Because according to ordinary adventure movies or games, after we get off the plane, we will most likely find an indigenous gentleman and ask him to drive us to our destination. There will be many bad things along the way, such as wild beasts, rebels, or the indigenous gentleman seeing wealth. We have never been to that place before, so apparition and teleportation are useless, so 2 brooms can make our journey smoother. Kaysen said such a long paragraph in one breath, and immediately felt his mouth was dry. He picked up the half glass of water placed on the cabinet and took a sip. Then he realized that this half glass of water could be used here. It has been 2 months, and it has not completely evaporated yet, which is embarrassing for it. It was as if he was waiting for Kaysen here. He calmly refilled a glass of milk and drank it in one gulp. A small amount of water every month, easy to handle. By the way, you should also try this milk. Drinking it is good for your health. Kaizen said, taking out a new cup, filling it with milk, and passing it to Lupin. Thanks. Kaysen watched Lupin drink it all in one gulp, but he couldn't see anything. Maybe wait until the full moon? It's almost time now. Come with me, Frommy. Let's go have some dinner. Kaizen greeted Lupin and came to the garage. The 2 of them had a driver's seat and a co-pilot. Even if Lupin didn't want to sit in the passenger seat, there was nothing he could do. The car didn't have a back seat, so he couldn't fit him into the trunk. This car looks good. A wizard like you still has research on cars. So it looks good. Well, I have a discerning eye. Kaysen said as he started the accelerator and drove off. What shall we eat? Eat wherever you go and find delicious food. London is so big. What's there to eat in London? French food. Ah, burp goose. This sentence somehow hit the point of laughter of both of them at the same time, and the small car burst into loud laughter. However, in the end, the 2 of them did not eat French food, but found a Huxiao restaurant that was extremely deserted, so deserted that there was only 1 table of them in the entire hall. Lupin looked at the large number of magic wands in the chopstick cage and fell into deep thought, until he saw Kaysen picking up 2 magic wands and moving them between his fingertips. At that moment, he thought it was some extremely complicated magic. Requires 2 wands to cast the spell together. And this place that appears to be a restaurant may actually be a new mysterious organization created by Dumbledore. The phone booth next to the trash can has direct access to District 13. I digress. Then he saw the food coming, and Kaysen directly used 2 magic wands to pick up a chopstick of the food. Is this tableware? Lupin asked. I remember that there is a fork in the drawer next to the table, which can also be used. Okay. Lupin found the fork, his face turning red and black. It can be expected that he will remember today's embarrassing incident until the moment he actually meets the god of death in the future. After the meal, the 2 returned home, and Kaysen threw a bunch of keys at him. This is the key to the guest room on the 2nd floor. It also has an independent bathroom. Have a good rest. Oh, thank you. Lupin looked at the keys in his hand, then at Kaysen, who was already too sleepy to open his eyes, and finally did not say anything. What? I just walked back to the guest room gently. Kaizen returned to his bed and began to die temporarily. Early the next morning. What are your plans today? Go to the military store and buy some field equipment. Trust me, you don't want to wear a robe or coat in the mine. The two came to a military store and each bought 2 sets of heated undershirts, a black camouflage military coat, and boots. How about giving it a try? Kaysen threw a set of clothes to Lupin. Lupin took it and glanced at the tag. To be honest, I think my coat looks pretty good now, and we agree that I will take care of the money this time. That's right, galleons are on your side. I'm using pounds now. Kaysen shrugged and said casually, but the clothes put together with these pieces of cloth will never sell for this price. Lupin whispered in Kaysen's ear, and at the same time, the pressure was put on the owner of the military store. It's not just wizards' clothes that have magic. Muggles' clothes also have magic. They call it technology. In short, it's very useful. Believe me, you definitely don't understand me here. Kaizen comforted. Oh, okay. After buying the equipment, the two of them had a simple lunch before starting their journey. To be honest, England also has delicious food, and Kaizen absolutely refuses anyone's criticism of English food. For example, the hamburger in his hand. After finishing their burgers, the two waited for a while and soon got on the plane flying to Uruguay. Lupin sat on his seat and looked at the sea of clouds below the window. How long do we have to fly? Zizi? Young people are so good, they just fall asleep. Late at night. How long have we been flying? About 14 hours? Kaizen looked at the dark night sky. Let's go to the hotel first. I hope this country speaks English. Don't they speak English? It's not like all countries speak English, so there's nothing strange about it. Then how do we communicate? Don't worry, trust my foreign language proficiency. Uruguay was a Spanish colony before, so they speak Spanish here. And by chance, I happened to take a few classes in Spanish when I was in college. I think it should almost support us in finding a hotel. Kaysen said coaxingly with his hands on his hips. Then he saw a driver starting to chant an incomprehensible curse to him. Wardfa. Kaysen muttered awkwardly. In the end, after a lot of effort, including but not limited to gestures, onomatopoeia, and a series of procedures for finding someone to translate, the two finally arrived at the hotel. Kaysen, who had rented 2 rooms, took a casual shower, and then I lay down on the bed and fell asleep early in the morning. One thing I have to say is that the more I slept on the plane, the more sleepy I became, and I felt like I wanted to die. The next day, shall we go directly to the mine, or what? Lupin asked, sitting opposite Kaizen in the hotel restaurant. Don't worry, let's... Chew. Let's go to the Muggle Crystal Market first. Chew. If not, let's go to the Wizards Market in Uruguay. Chew. If these are not available, it will not be too late for us to go to the mine. Okay, then our language problem. I couldn't sleep last night and went home to find my Spanish language textbook from college. Now I should be able to communicate almost normally. As he spoke, Kaysen waved directly to a passing restaurant waiter. Here's another sparkling wine, sealed in a glass bottle, frozen and imprisoned. About that, foreigners should feel the same way when they read the letter we wrote for Li Hua. Soon a bottle of champagne was brought out with an ice bucket. Kaizen poured 2 glasses and clinked them with Lupin, celebrating our success in finding the crystal. But Kaizen, we haven't succeeded yet. Then what's the problem? It's just an early celebration. What's the problem? The two looked at each other. That's right, drink. Soon, the two left the hotel and got into a taxi. Kaysen started to speak directly. Good morning, dear sir. I would like to ask you if you can take us to the most negative place in Guaybao. Where's the famous crystal distribution center? I will attach due value to your labor. You can speak English, and you speak Spanish well, little Shakespeare. The driver quietly started the car and said. Lupin sat aside and watched as Kaizen's originally fair face gradually began to turn red. He couldn't help but secretly took out his wand and began to examine him. In fact, Kaysen's current appearance was indeed a bit scary, almost like a person who was hit by a blood-exploding curse. However, he checked with his wand for a long time and finally determined that it was really not a so-called curse. It was purely because Kaysen had a small face and was embarrassed to blush. Relax. Saying you're a little Shakespeare is a compliment, right? He patted Kaysen on the shoulder and comforted him. The latter rolled his eyes. If you also learn the language of another country, and after talking to him for a long time, you were told that your vocabulary was not used by his grandma, how would you feel? Do you know other languages besides Spanish? I can speak Husha, but that's not the point. The point is that this kind of thing is very embarrassing. You'll know after you try it. I can't. I can speak English, and I can write, but not speak runes. Lupin quickly shook his head and said, "It's enough to be able to write that thing. Runes are not driven by language." After a while, the two got out of the car. Kaizen also left the driver's phone number in full detail, so at least communication was no problem. Walking into this huge building in front of you, the crystal's mined in the mines in Uruguay will be here first, and then set off to other parts of the world. Walking into the building, there's a saying. This building can probably be seen as a huge, undecorated roughhousing mall, with a dazzling array of crystals placed in various places as if they were free. "Oh, dear lady, would you mind if I knock off a little piece of this crystal? If it's what I need, I'll give you a price you can't refuse. Of course, if not, I'll also give you what you should have. Compensation." "Oh, dear sir, do you mind if I knock off your crystal?" "Oh, sir, please don't hit my brain with a stick. It's very unsafe." Lupin, "Oh, dear sir, look at my companion. He is so strong." "Don't look at him. He is skinny. There are muscles inside his bones. I guarantee that he will kick your A** hard with his nail-studded Martin boots." Wardfa, Yuma de fake. Gala here loved to kill oil. As Kaysen, who was escaping with Lupin while talking loudly, was hit in the head by a wooden stick flying from behind, he immediately began to use his verbal charm. He turned around in one breath, raised his middle finger in the sky, and blurted out a series of serious Old England curses, which frightened the boss who had already taken away his weapon. "You must be confused, right?" Kaizen turned his head and whispered to Lupin. "Well, look, is he picking his pockets? Are the weapons somewhere?" Lupin said in agreement. Kaysen looked at the boss and took out a spring knife from his pocket, and couldn't help but murmured, "The person who came here is not evil. Strictly speaking, we are the ones here." Lupin reminded, "You don't need to tell me." Kaysen murmured and put his hand into his pocket. Soon, he took out two thick wooden sticks about 40 centimeters in size from his clothes. "Come with me for a righteous gang fight." Then they saw the boss put the snap knife back into his pocket and took out a .44 Model Truth brand carbon-based life cooling device. Kaysen and Lupin looked at each other, and the former murmured softly, "What should we do now? How about putting a spell on this place? There are too many people here, and there are surveillance cameras. The most important thing is that we are wizards, and we take the plane directly. Logically speaking, wizards traveling to other countries should report to the Ministry of Magic, and then the Ministry of Magic will negotiate and distribute port key, and finally came to a new country to get the local country certificate from the local Ministry of Magic. So we will be punished for all crimes. Let's keep it safe for 20 years. Lupin took a deep breath and said, "So heavy?" He pointed a gun at it and still refused to resist. For performing magic in front of muggles, the more muggles watch, the more severe the sentence. If you use black magic to blow up the Ministry of Magic in a gathering place for wizards, the crime of exposing magic is not serious. As for resistance, we are now a black family in the Uruguayan magic world and are not protected by their laws. Then let's just teleport away. Theoretically speaking, they won't know it's us, right? Your face is very recognizable. When we return to England, even if Dumbledore is involved, we will have to pay a large fine. Thank you for the compliment. I can rely on Dumbledore to do this for me. He has the money. There is also voluntary labor in Diagon Alley, which I have done before. Are you running fast? It's quick. I'm counting 3, 2, 1. 1. Bang. There was a bang. Fortunately, the shot was fired at the ceiling, and the boss who fired the shot was hit directly on the head by a thick wooden stick. Run, Lupin. If the Aurors don't catch you, the police will catch you too. After throwing down the wooden stick, Kaysen quickly pulled Lupin and ran away. This place is really... the folk customs are simple. Before the two of them could breathe a sigh of relief after running out of the mall, they saw a police car beeping and speeding past not far away. "Oh my God, go back to the hotel." After Kaysen finished speaking, he teleported back directly, while Lupin hurriedly took out his wand and made a buzzing sound. "Come on, have a drink of water." After drinking, Let's go directly to the magic market in Uruguay. Lupin drank a bottle of water in one gulp and said somewhat speechlessly, "Then why don't we go to that market from the beginning? Serious wizards do mining, and wizards also use crystals for divination. I don't think it would be easier to find the source directly," Kaysen said as a map appeared in his hand, and he flattened it on the table. "We only need to use this map to find places where there are no buildings but a large number of people. That is where wizards gather." Lupin walked over and watched Kaysen's 2 fingers keep shrinking the picture on the map until the entire Uruguay was covered. He opened his mouth in surprise. "How the hell is this done?" "Talent and hard work, I found it." The 2 came to the rooftop of the hotel. Kaizen took out a stick of lavender light, which was the magic power of the invisibility potion. As for why he didn't drink it directly, but took off his pants and farted to extract the magic power. Ahem, you still have to wear clothes, and by extracting magic power, you can make the clothes invisible directly. Very humane. Not long after, the 2 completely invisible people rode broomsticks to a mountain range far away from the city. This is the gathering place for wizards in Uruguay. Lupin was a little confused. The productivity of the wizarding world was just that, so strictly speaking, it still relied on the Muggle world for survival. And like this, it was the first time that he saw a gathering place for wizards that was built in the wilderness. If this is not the underground fortress of some mysterious organization, then this is it. Kaysen walked in front with a map, and Lupin followed behind with a wand. Soon the 2 of them saw huge tree houses, and a large open space in the center of the tree houses was densely packed with stalls. There are not many people in Uruguay, but there are quite a few wizards, Lupin said with some surprise when he saw such a dense population. "Let's go in and have a look." The 2 of them walked towards the innermost market, and no one came to stop them along the way. Well, the people's customs are simple, which is good. Kaysen and Lupin walked around the market and finally found a stall owner and asked helplessly, "Why don't you have magic crystals in your market?" "It's useless to have that thing. Anyone who wants crystals can just go to the mines and pick them. It's not worth anything anyway." Kaizen and Lupin looked at each other. "Mine? It's a Muggle mine. Just go in when there's no one around, or put on the disillusionment charm." The boss explained. "Don't you sell it here?" "Yes, there is. I just can't understand why anyone would buy this thing. It's useless." The boss said and operated away, and soon reappeared with a huge stone ball in his arms. "Cut this thing open and there's crystal inside." Lupin pays. With the lessons learned from the past, Kaysen no longer had the thought of taking out a small manuscript and giving it to Crystal, and quickly greeted Lupin. "Just give me your ideas." In the end, Lupin and the boss argued for a long time and took out a huge sum of 3 galleons. Kaysen quickly took the stone egg aside, took out the diamond pickaxe, and tapped it gently. With a click, the stone egg cracked open, revealing the beautiful, transparent crystal inside. He quickly knocked off another fragment with a diamond pick and placed it on the arcane workbench. "Water magic crystal. This purple one." Before the joy of obtaining the water magic crystal faded away, his eyes saw a little bit of untimely green. Use a diamond pickaxe to break off a small piece. The magic crystal of the earth. Kaizen was about to stand up straight and celebrate when Lupin quickly held him down. "What's wrong? Did you find it? Do you still want to ask the boss where you found this thing?" Lupin did not answer immediately, but asked instead. Don't yell when you find it. Put away the smile on your face. It's better to show a frustrated expression before asking." "Oh, I just realized it." Kaysen nodded, coughed twice to smooth the smile on his face, and then found the boss again. "Where did you find that stone egg?" "It's called the Amethyst Mine. You can ask any Muggle. Would you mind drawing a location on a map for me?" Kaizen took out the map, turned off the little red dot function that represented a human being, and handed it to the boss. The boss took out a quill, made a gesture, and drew a small, "Probably here. The crystals in the shallow mines are all occupied by Muggles. You don't want to be discovered, or you want some quality products. It's better to go to the deep mines." "Thank you, generous sir." Kaizen quickly put away the map, put the crystal egg Lupin was looking at into the ring, then rode directly on the Z9 broom, and the two flew directly towards the mine marked by the boss. Go! Soon the two of them flew around the mine, each cast an invisibility spell on themselves, and walked into the mine with great swagger. Halfway through, they also changed into camouflage uniforms under the passive eyes of a group of workers. As we gradually reached the deeper mines, there were fewer and fewer mining lamps built by the workers. Kaizen directly used night vision for himself and Lupin. Soon they saw one after another, just like the stone eggs that the boss had moved, not to say exactly the same, but also exactly the same. Prioritize looking for magical and green ones. I seem to have found a book on growing crystals in the Hogwarts library before. We only need a basic crystal seed. I will. Lupin used the cutting spell, and Kaizen used the diamond pickaxe. Soon the stone eggs were cracked open one after another. Most of them were water magic crystals. Of course, these were all put into the Ender Ring. As for whether he will fill up his office again, I won't. I don't know if the mineral deposits here are too shallow or something else. Most of the green crystal eggs have no magic power. The ones with magic power are water-based crystals. After learning from experience, Kaizen understood. Since it is called the magic crystal of the earth, it should be hidden deep in the earth, so... Click! Wow! Green legend. Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Evening. Look, the magic gathering place here is much more normal, although they still don't speak English. Kaizen and Lupin, holding their wands, slowly walked through a huge wooden door, and the magical world of Brazil appeared before them. Well, I can only say that their nightlife is quite rich. They even have a bonfire party. The two found the second floor of a pub and sat down at a table on the open-air counter. Soon Lupin took two scary large glasses of beer. He carefully examined the two glasses of wine, then smelled them carefully, and only felt relieved after confirming that they were not poisonous. On the other side, Kaizen was carefully reading a letter in his hand. This is the valuable experience he learned in Uruguay. As the saying goes, when you are away from home, the more friends you have, the more options you have. I have a little fame in the alchemy world. Although Brazil is not in Europe, but in South America, many Brazilian alchemists know me. For example, the sender of this letter gave him a detailed introduction to the entrance to the Brazilian magic world and the specific locations of the two crystal mines, Minas and Kiras. Well, to be honest, this wine is good, and the butterbeer isn't bad either, but it's a bit cloying compared to this. Seeing this, Kaizen put the letter away, picked up the wine glass, and poured it into his mouth. "When do we set out?" asked Lupin. "Tomorrow, not necessarily. It's so lively here at night. To be honest, I can't bear to go to sleep. It feels a bit wasteful to go to sleep without enjoying this kind of joy." Kaizen looked at the huge bonfire downstairs, exclaimed, "That's fine, but I can't drink too much. This is not England after all. One of us must be sober." "Okay." Kaizen shrugged and drank the beer in the glass. Then, with the help of the tavern's magic, the glass was quickly refilled, and the number 1 appeared on the wall of the glass. "Oh, huh? This tavern magic is pretty humane. Are you worried that I'm raising fish?" "Who knows?" Lupin nodded. Soon the two of them were chatting casually. Kaizen told Lupin about Dumbledore's shamelessness in defrauding the poor professor of his hard-earned wages. "My own students, naughty little wizards, and arrogant colleagues." And Lupin had 3 or 2 glasses of wine. Forgive Kaizen for not being able to see clearly whether the number on Lupin's glass was 3, 4, or 8, but anyway, Lupin started talking. He began to reveal his true identity for the first time, although he believed that the professor sitting opposite him, with a dazed look in his eyes, should have known about his identity as a werewolf from Dumbledore's information. But what Dumbledore said to protect the professor's safety is different for what he said himself. "Well, you used to be a wizard, but now you have become..." Hiccup. Kaizen burped and woke up a little bit. A voice. "Werewolf wizard." "Yes," Lupin admitted readily. He never liked to deceive his friends. Even though the friend in front of him already knew his identity, he still needed a frank conversation. It had nothing to do with the truth, werewolves, or anything like that. It's purely a frankness between friends. If he doesn't confess, he won't be able to get over the hurdle in his heart. Actually, it's possible for you to be a werewolf wizard now. Yes, it's just possible. Remember the milk I gave you to drink at my house on Baker Street? Kaizen shook his head and pushed back the hair that covered his eyes. After a while, what happened to that glass of milk? That glass of milk can detoxify, or it can be said to be the curse of black magic. In short, it is almost all powers outside the human body. I gave you the milk to drink after I learned from Dumbledore that you were a werewolf. The eyes are so weird, let me show you. Kaysen held his cheek with one hand and thought for a long time. Finally, he took out a bottle of anti-fire potion and pushed it over. Drink it. It's a fire-resistant potion. Lupin picked up the bottle and drank it in one gulp. Kaizen saw this and took Lupin's hand. The other hand no longer held his face, but lit a flame, put it under Lupin's hand, and started to roast it. How's it going? The effect is pretty good. You can swim in the magma after drinking it. Kaysen said proudly. The craftsmanship is good. Then you drank the milk. Kaysen pushed another glass of milk over. After Lupin drank the milk, at Kaysen's signal, he reached out and touched the flame again, and then he quickly withdrew his hand. Cold sweat broke out all over his body, and he looked at the empty milk glass in his hand with a pale face. Does this thing really work? You won't lie to me, right? He raised his head and looked at Kaysen with wide eyes. The latter shook his head. Of course I won't lie to you, but I don't know what is going on in your situation. I have never studied werewolves before. I don't know whether it is because your body is infected with wolfsbane or whether you were transformed into a werewolf. If you are the former, milk will work, but the latter will not. Lu Ping's mood returned to rock bottom again. Over the years, he had naturally studied his werewolf identity carefully and naturally knew the difference between the two, and also knew that he had been completely transformed. The so-called werewolf is not an external force to him, so naturally this magical milk is of no use to him. But fortunately you met me. In a sense, the second one. I should also have a direction. Yeah. Lupin looked at Kaysen in surprise, who was holding a wine glass and pouring wine into his mouth. The next moment, he disappeared together with the wine glass and appeared behind him, holding his back. How about my teleportation magic? This is not apparition. Kaysen sat back in his seat and said vaguely. Sharp, that's what I said. If you are in the second situation, I have another way to help you. As he spoke, he placed the grinding wheel directly on the table, placed one hand directly on the grinding wheel, held the handle with the other hand, and started turning it. Oh, Kaizen, what are you doing? Self-mutilation. Lupin quickly leaned over half of his body on the table, forcing Kaizen's bleeding hand to separate from the damn grinding wheel. After applying white fresh water to his injured palm, he did not forget to take out his wand and cast a full-powered disappearing spell on the blood stains on the table, to prevent those blood-mediated curses from finding Kaysen. Kaysen clenched his fists, feeling that his palms were no longer bleeding, and shook his head with some disappointment. You shouldn't have stopped me. You should have taken a look at the magic symbols that the grinding wheel brought from my body. Each of us has magic symbols, human symbols, and wizard symbols. The reason why I can teleport is because I enchanted myself with the Ender symbol. So I just need to use other methods, either overwriting or deleting, to make your werewolf symbol disappear, and you should be able to return to being an ordinary wizard. Lupin nodded. Okay, I understand, but I sincerely hope that you can tell me this next time you're awake, and don't do experiments on yourself. Kaysen drank another glass of wine, closed his eyes, and nodded. The next moment, two black shadows blocked the light. Kaysen and Lupin looked at the two comers simultaneously, one tall, one short, one fat, and one thin. The tall and fat one always smiled, while the short and thin one always had a grimace. Both of them were holding wands. It looks not good. May I ask if you're the alchemist from England? Consensus? The smiling wizard asked. Kaysen burped. I don't know. Which one are you talking about? The smiling face wizard looked at the bitter melon wizard, who handed him a cut newspaper. Then the smiling wizard placed Kaysen's mugshot on the table. This isn't you? Kaysen shook his head. It's not me. Is more handsome than me. You said he is not you? No. Really not. No. This is you. No. This is you. Expelliarmus. As the smiley wizard uttered his first curse word, the tip of Lupin's wand shot out a red light in time, quickly disarming the smiley wizard's wand. When the other balsam sorcerer saw this, he was about to take out his wand and chant a spell, but was immediately imprinted on his body by an unknown spell from Lupin, making him unable to move on the spot. Then, after taking away the wand of the bittermelon wizard, Lupin stood up and looked at the two wizards condescendingly. Believe me, gentlemen, you don't want to try the taste of heartbreaking. Kaysen, who was eating melon at close range, took a strategic sip of wine. He didn't know that Lupin could cut out the heart and bones. Of course, although the spell was the so-called unforgivable curse, it really didn't exist. What a decent ban. You can buy the spell in Nocturne Alley for 3 gold galleons, and you can also find books recording these 3 spells in the restricted area of Hogwarts. So this so-called unforgivable curse, there's really no threshold for simple learning. Even most of the English magic community knows it, but some don't like to use it, and some don't use it well. Looking at Lupin, who is threatening the fat and thin wizard word by word, Kaysen took another tactical drink. Lupin should be the former, the type he doesn't like to use. But seeing the strange light gradually reflecting on the face of the fat and thin wizard, he was convinced that although he didn't like using it, it was definitely not bad. Soon the two wizards ran away with their tails between their legs, not daring to take back the 2 wands. Lupin walked to the edge of the terrace and watched the 2 wizards leave the gathering place before he felt relieved and asked Kaysen, "Why are those 2 guys looking for you?" Maybe it's because I'm an alchemist, the kind that can really refine gold. Someone got greedy and happened to know that I'm here. Kaysen guessed. In this case, unfortunately, this nightlife has to end early, or we can go to the Muggles to continue having fun. Anyway, topics related to me have to be discussed secretly no matter where we are. Lupin said helplessly. Okay, wait a minute, I have to hold you up. Why don't you have a glass of milk? Drinking is just for this wonderful feeling. Wouldn't I drink milk for nothing? After the 2 paid the bill, they were about to leave the wizard gathering place, and then they were stopped unexpectedly. Kaysen blinked and saw 2 familiar faces, the 2 fat and thin wizards. Okay, is there a ban on apparition in this place? Lupin nodded. These people just set it up. He said that he wanted to wave his magic wand on the ground, and a blood-red line of fire appeared on the ground. Believe me, you don't want to taste the fire. Please also believe us. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. To be honest, before the wizard who seemed to be taking the lead could finish his words, he was hit hard on the chest by a withered skull. As Kaysen started the group, Lupin also quickly directed the fire on the ground, swallowing 2 people in the blink of an eye and shattering another person with an explosion spell. In the blink of an eye, the original 2 versus many situation once again became 2 versus 2, and the 2 people on the opposite side were so deadly that they were the 2 fat and thin wizards again. Aye. Lupin raised his wand, but instead of killing the 2 enemies who didn't even have wands, he chanted a spell. Everything is forgotten. The 2 left the wizard gathering place here and had no interest in having fun. They found a hotel and slept in a hotel in the middle of the night. Early the next morning, the 2 had a brief meal and went directly to the Z9 broom. Mine is mine. It took a day to dig out a piece of fire magic crystal weighing nearly 20 kilograms. Another day, 2 stone eggs of wind magic crystal were cured in keyless. Look at you like this. You have collected all the crystals. Beside the campfire in the wilderness, Lupin looked at the 6 crystal shards in Kaysen's hand and asked, In this case, it's almost time for us to return to England. Well, it's time for me to go back to England. After all, I've been out with you for so long. To be honest, you don't need a so-called bodyguard like me at all. Lupin, he shook his head helplessly and said, Wait, don't worry. Kaysen put down the arcane workbench, put the 6 magic crystals into the corresponding grooves, and took out 4 gold ingots and glass plates. Soon, a magic lens as big as his face was ready. Was made out. It's a bit unsightly. Kaysen took the magic lens and started operating it again. quickly transforming it into the size of a monocle. He stuck his magic monocle in his eye sockets and looked at Lupin. Very handsome, Lupin praised. Of course I know I'm handsome, but don't move yet. Kaysen stared at Lupin through the monocle, and soon 3 messages appeared on the monocle. Human Magic Beast. He took out the magic manual again. A new page had been opened, and the 3 elements revealed by the monocle had been recorded on it. What a pity. Kaizen looked at Lupin and shook his head helplessly. What's wrong? Lupin asked. That bottle of milk is useless. We have to find other ways. It's okay. I've gotten used to it over the years. Well, how long is it until the full moon today? Kaizen suddenly asked. About 2 days? Probably, Lupin replied. I understand. Kaysen placed a grinding wheel on the ground, took out the magic manual, and sat down on the ground. Do you believe me? Lupin looked at Kaysen in front of him, then at his hands, and decisively sat down and placed his hands on the grinding wheel. Hold it! Kaysen held Lupin's hand with one hand and began to turn the grinding wheel with the other hand. Magic symbols flew out one by one and were caught by the magic manual floating in the air. Your book is pretty good. Kaysen looked at the bloody hand on the grinding wheel, then looked at Lupin, who was holding on, and said, You can shout out. The first time I was greeted by this guy, I even called him Tom Cat. No need, I think I can still hold on. Soon, as the magic manual slowly closed, Kaysen also took out the fresh food and bandages. In the final analysis, the grinding wheel is just an ordinary physical injury. Applying white powder on it will cure it in a few minutes. Kaysen, on the other hand, was holding the magic manual, and with the help of the magic monocle, he was able to distinguish the symbols on it. For example, on some characters, it will directly reveal the labels of humans and magic, while other characters will reveal the labels of beasts. Just like that, he quickly classified the 2 types of characters and how to delete the more difficult points. Is this thing complicated? Lupin clenched his fists and felt that his palms were almost healed before he came over and asked. Actually, I think it's okay. Let's give it a try first. Kaizen placed an enchantment table on the ground with 3 pieces of lapis lazuli floating in it, and then directly pushed Lupin up. Poor Lupin was directly captured by the tyrannical magic power of the enchantment table and floated up like that. Oh, what's going on? Kaysen didn't speak, but flipped through the book floating on the table, which recorded Lupin's 3 symbols. He said, a little surprised. What's wrong? Lupin asked. It's nothing. Kaizen shook his head. He couldn't say that he accidentally made Lupin suffer in vain. This, he had no experience before. The last time I used a grinding wheel was to grind ender pearls, and this was my first time grinding people. Who knew the enchanting table could directly display the symbols of people. However, the 2 people's efforts before were not completely in vain. At least this time Kaysen did not have to re-identify. Okay, come down. He pulled Lupin down from the enchantment table. Pack it up. Let's go find Dumbledore. Lupin pursed his lips. Has Dumbledore ever helped you with this kind of ritual magic before? No. Then how did you teleport with a buzz? I enchanted myself. Then just enchant me directly? It's just the 2 of us. Didn't you enchant it yourself? I believe in your skills. Lupin said, I can be responsible for my own life, but how can I be responsible for your life? Kaysen said with a frown, I can. Oh, then you want me to be your accomplice in killing you. Besides, you should have a good relationship with Dumbledore, so why would you be so afraid of seeing him? Kaysen put away the enchanting table grinding wheel. He looked at Lupin seriously and said, You're a professor. If one of your very outstanding students achieves nothing after leaving Hogwarts, wastes half his life at the bottom of the wizarding world, or even, never mind, what would you think of him? I would think that he has suffered a lot that he shouldn't have suffered. Should I think something unnecessary? Believe me, Dumbledore and I should think the same thing. Otherwise, how could I afford to hire you? Being a bodyguard, Kaysen explained. This is not an offer at all. It's as if you can't solve those problems yourself. It's more like a handout than a reward. Lupin shook his head. Come on, you've already sold a 5-gallon crystal for 500 galleons, and you still have this kind of moral obsession? Let's put things one way and not give it up for nothing. Besides, How can wizarding matters be considered? Lupin's face turned a little red. That's it. Human body enchantment is very dangerous. You know, it's a life or death situation. In the true sense, the success rate is 1 in 10. Now, are you worried that the time difference between Brazil and England will keep him asleep? The first night owl in Hogwarts is kidding you. The next moment, Kaysen grabbed Lupin's shoulders and looked at him with a puzzled look. Don't you know that I can't apparate? Not only this reason, I'm also afraid that you will run away secretly. The world is so big, it will be difficult to catch you back. He added, Okay. Lupin sighed, took out his wand, and waved it. Buzz, Hogwarts headmaster's office. I can only say that you are finally willing to come and see me. Dumbledore looked at the two people who walked into the headmaster's office, smiled, and looked at Lupin, who followed behind. Lupin nodded and sat on the chair awkwardly. Professor, I have a question. If you were once an excellent student, but after leaving Hogwarts, your halo is gone and you are wasting your time at the bottom, what would you think of him? He must have suffered a lot. That was not his fault. Dumbledore said without thinking. Kaysen made a comfortable villager sound, stood up, and placed the enchanting table in the middle of the office. Then let's get started. Lupin took a deep breath, stood on the enchantment table, and was soon lifted up by the magic power. 10% chance of success, but I'm leaving my life in your hands, he said. Dumbledore looked at Kaysen and said, Didn't you say last time that the probability was even higher than 24%? Don't worry about the details. Kaysen said as he began to flip through the enchantment book. This job was originally supposed to be done by a grinding wheel, but unfortunately you are a human, and those symbols will follow you. The body is repaired together, so the grinding wheel is useless. It can only be removed by force using an enchantment table. Kaysen began to compare each character carefully, marking the symbols belonging to the beast one by one. After finishing all this, Kaysen just stopped there, turned his head, and looked at Dumbledore with his monocle. Nice glasses, Dumbledore said. Thank you. I just confirmed what a normal person's symbol should look like. Do you want to try a grinding wheel? Kaysen asked. I'm still willing to devote myself to my students. Dumbledore directly extended his hand. Forget it, Lupin. I'll treat you to a drink when it's over, as an apology for grinding your hands with a grinding wheel. Kaysen summoned another enchantment table with some embarrassment and asked Dumbledore to stand on it. As the symbols belonging to Dumbledore appeared in the enchanted book, and after confirming that there was no character belonging to the beast, Kaysen breathed a sigh of relief. After he asked Dumbledore to come down, he directly confirmed the enchantment belonging to Lupin. In an instant, Lupin felt that something in his body had been taken away. To be honest, he had never felt that his body could be so full and a magic power in his body could be so active. Then he fainted and fell directly to the ground the moment he stepped off the enchantment table. What's going on? Kaysen had just put away the enchanting table, and when he turned around, he saw Lupin falling asleep. Dumbledore knelt down and carefully moved his wand over Lupin's body for a while. It's not a serious problem. If his body was once filled with magic and wolfsbane, now that the wolfsbane has been deleted, the only remaining magic support is as long as he is in his current state. He will be fine after a few days of rest. Oh, that's right. Kaysen nodded and looked at the golden apple that appeared in his hand. He took it all, right? Click. Sounds delicious. Dumbledore said quietly. It's like a recovery potion. Would you like it? Kaysen handed the golden apple to Dumbledore's mouth. Shouldn't you give it to Remus at this time? Then you chew it and feed it to him. I can't get into that mouth. Kaysen handed the golden apple with a bite into Dumbledore's hand and collected the scattered things. The few books on the ground slowly left the principal's office. Before leaving, he didn't forget to look back at Lupin lying on the ground. Human, magic, I'm so awesome. After solving Lupin's T1 incident, there's only one T2 incident left, which is to return to his office and go out to wander around the world for such a long time. Who knows what kind of mess his office is in? Maybe the Ender Box will be reincarnated into the gift fountain from last time. Opening the door to the office, sure enough, after spending most of the day putting all the things back together, he planned a small open space in the office. His previous plan to plant crystals could be said to have gone bankrupt, because he discovered that the so-called magic crystals were not magic crystals from the beginning, but became magic crystals after ordinary crystals absorbed magic power. In this way, even if one succeeds in growing the crystals, they will only be ordinary crystals of various colors without any magic power. Fortunately, he read the magic manual until late at night and finally found a method to make magic crystals. As long as he used the staff to transform the alchemy crucible into an alchemy crucible, you can use the alchemy crucible to roughly make fragments of magic crystal. Let the fragments be fragments. At worst, we could just synthesize them. It doesn't take much effort, but this caused a few embarrassing problems. First, Kaysen made an alchemical crucible. How should I put it? It can be called a copper wall, an iron wall. In short, ordinary permanent fire is not hot enough, or the heat of ordinary flames will be transferred from hot places to cool places all the time, and if the transfer speed is unbalanced, the speed of heat loss will be faster than the heat added by the magma block. If the speed is still fast, then the flame will be extinguished just like that. So before that, Kaysen needs to learn a prerequisite magic, which is also recorded in the magic manual. It is called shining light. It is a true perpetual energy source that always emits light and with heat. And learning this magic is also very simple. You just need to take out a piece of paper, a pen, and start doing math and chemistry superposition problems. Well, it's more like a chemistry problem, using one element after another, unraveling the mystery, and finally synthesizing the so-called theory of shining light. After learning the theory, you only need to control the elements you have mastered in reality and use this magic according to the theoretical formula. It is a moment of charm of science. But before that, Kaysen discovered once again that he had not yet unlocked the prerequisites. To deduce the theory, he needed elements, and he only had a little knowledge of the elements now: earth, water, wind, fire, chaos, order, and human beings. Magic, beasts, and other elements. Not enough. I've lived in Bungbu for a while. How can I go to jail like this? Kaysen said a little defensively, sitting on the chair. Soon it was late at night. He walked out of the office and began to scan everything within his field of vision with a monocle. With the help of the monocle, he mastered each element. Of course, Kaysen would not be so stupid as to use a monocle to scan all kinds of things. He just piled up the basic elements into a considerable amount, then went back to the office and lay on the desk to rub it secretly. Is synthesized there. He synthesized the basic elements into more advanced elements, and then quickly made a magic machine according to the knowledge in the magic manual. The deconstruction workbench can deconstruct ordinary blocks into individual elements, and Kaysen happens to have the most ordinary blocks. Isn't this a coincidence? They are a perfect match made in heaven. However, standing next to the deconstruction workbench, deconstructing them one by one and putting them back together is a bit too tiring, so a simple little operation is needed. You only need a bunch of boxes, hoppers, minecarts, rails, a deconstruction workbench, and redstone circuits to make a fully automatic deconstruction machine. The only drawback now is that the office is too small and there is not enough space. Kaysen touched his chin silently, and soon he took action to pack up those valuable things that he liked. Then an end crystal slowly appeared in his hand. Bang! Dumbledore, who was studying how to juice the golden apple, heard the explosion and almost smashed the golden apple into Lupin's face. But the end result is the same. The golden apple is squeezed and fed to Lupin to wake him up, and the explosion scares Lupin awake to wake him up. It is a route error and the result is correct. Dumbledore and Lupin looked at each other, and the latter asked, "What happened? I can tell with the bridge of my nose who did this." The former took a bite of the apple silently and left the principal's office helplessly. Lupin quickly followed after seeing this. The two came to the alchemy professor's office on the south side of the third floor. After opening the door and walking in, the two felt as if they had entered a huge square. In terms of the area of this office alone, it should be no smaller than Black Lake. Dumbledore felt a little overwhelmed for a moment and quickly operated away from the inside of the castle, took a look outside the castle, and slowly put his heart back in his stomach. Kaysen didn't go crazy and add a huge bulge on the third floor of the south side of Hogwarts Castle, but went from the foundation to the first floor, second floor, third floor, fourth floor in great detail. In short, the castle seems to have been expanded. It still has black brick and stone walls, the same style as the original Hogwarts. The Phantom moved inside the castle, and the first floor of this huge space in the south of the castle was left empty by Kaysen. The second floor was renovated by him into a huge classroom, and he even had a sign indicating an alchemy classroom in advance. There's also a staircase next to the podium, and walking up is the alchemy office on the third floor. Dumbledore was surprised by Kaysen's civil engineering skills, and then walked towards the fourth floor. Well, the fourth floor is not so crazy. The area is much smaller than the third floor. It is just a suite used for normal living. Lupin, who followed, was also a little surprised. The layout was almost exactly the same as that of number 222 Baker Street, with a living room, bathroom, study, bedroom, and even a kitchen and a large terrace. Hey, I'm really ashamed of myself when it comes to enjoying this. Dumbledore sighed. Soon, Kaysen opened up the entire wall of the office on the third floor and protruded a little to create a huge floor-to-ceiling window, just in time to see the black lake that was like a piece of inky jade. Various lamps were placed in the office, and the new office was completed. How's it going? Have you two finished touring my new office? Have you? Dumbledore smiled helplessly. I heard from such a big office. It's okay. I'm going to build a lot of things in the office in the future. Kaysen said, It looks pretty good, but you still forgot about my principal's office. Dumbledore's voice even sounded a little aggrieved. Next time, definitely next time. It's true, you believe me. Well, believe me, I'm going back to sleep. Remus, please stay in Hogwarts for a while until the full moon. Dumbledore left the alchemy office unsteadily. Me? Where do I live? Lupin looked at Dumbledore, leaving in confusion, and then at Kaysen. The latter pointed to the rest area upstairs. The layout is the same as 222 Baker Street. Find it yourself. Thanks. Lupin came over and gave Kaysen a big hug. Speaking of which, this was the first time he had done such an action in such a long time. It's a very common thing. You can even go to the hospital wing and find a bed to sleep for one night. It's not just this one thing. Okay, don't be stupid. After sending Lupin upstairs, Kaysen stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, staring at the moon in the sky. The waxing gibbous moon is 3/4 full. The knowledge of the moon phases was captured by the monocle and stuffed into his mind. It's a pity that the moon cannot scan out the elements. Kaysen murmured and turned around, took out the structure workbench and the original redstone parts, and started to make a fully automatic deconstruction machine. The next day, Lupin came down from the fourth floor in a daze, and then he saw a huge machine that looked terrifying. Even if the 1-meter-thick glass completely wraps the machine, you can still feel the terrifying shock from it. Kaysen sat on a boss chair in the corner of the office and fell asleep deeply. Seeing this, Lupin took out his wand and clicked it, and Kaysen flew up and followed him to the fourth floor. After placing him in the bedroom, Lupin walked out again and planned to go for food. Kaysen slept until dusk. Well, my biological clock has been messed up. I can't work overtime tonight. I have to drink the whole bottle of life and death water. He walked downstairs in a daze and smiled as he looked at the fully automatic deconstruction machine that had been completed and was continuously producing elements. It's true that he has watched several redstone tutorials before. This can be regarded as the charming moment of redstone automation. Walking towards the floor-to-ceiling window, Kaysen looked at the white disk slowly appearing in the east. Full moon. Well, I'm not in a hurry to sleep just yet. After leaving the castle, we found Lupin running by the Black Lake. Today is the full moon, Kaysen said. Lupin turned around and looked at his expression, which was a little nervous. But this is also human nature. Just like the moment the test paper is handed out, good students guess whether it is 100 points or 99 points. The average student guessed whether it was 80 or 60. The poor students guessed whether the score this time was in single digits or tens. In short, before the scores are announced, no matter what kind of students they are, They all feel the same inexplicable fear. It's just that the fear is different. I thought it would take a few more days. I forgot about it. Lu Ping scratched his head in embarrassment after calming down. Because we were in Brazil before, and now we are in England, the full moon has been moved forward. Kaysen walked to Lu Ping and sat down, looking at the black lake in front of him with him. Yeah, it's almost right now. By the way, Kaizen, stay away from me, just in case. Well, it's not that I don't trust you. It's just in case my wolfsbane is not completely eliminated. It would be bad if I accidentally hurt you, Lu Ping said. There is no need for that. I have 100% confidence in my own craftsmanship. Although Kaizen said this, Lu Ping still stayed a little away from Kaizen calmly and placed his hands under his buttocks in great detail. This would allow him to subconsciously lose his balance when transforming into a werewolf, and at least give Kaysen time to pull out his wand. Soon, the sun completely set, and the silvery white full moon hung high in the sky. Lu Ping raised his head, staring at the moon blankly, and a tear slipped from the corner of his eye. The next morning? No, this thing cannot be sent out now. The enchantment table treatment is very simple. It only requires an enchantment table, which can be homemade. What's more, I've already made it open source. But what about the risk? If we don't count my spell enchantments and only count the healing enchantments, and you're the only one left, what if this thing gets out and someone dies? In the alchemy office, Kaysen used his staff to transform batches of alchemy crucibles while speaking to Lu Ping, who was sitting on the sofa. Haven't you already marked the risks? It says that I recovered in your and Dumbledore's hands. If they learn how to manipulate it themselves, it's understandable that there are risks. Lu Ping flipped through yesterday's after a night of good paper said. Because there is another problem now, which is the editing function of the enchantment table. For example, I can now use the enchantment table to delete the beast symbol of a person. Then will there be a perverted dark wizard who will catch muggles or his enemies? In short, he is a weakling who is not as strong as him. Use the enchantment table to add some extra symbols to them, or delete some indispensable symbols to satisfy your own perverted preferences. Can't we use a castrated version of the enchanting table? Knowledge is like a curse. As long as you give them a direction, they will figure out on their own and will never forget it. When they know that humans can modify symbols to change their essence, there will always be people moving in this direction. Try harder. Kaysen shook his head and said. Lu Ping sat on the sofa and nodded. Then why did you write this paper? You didn't intend to publish it in the first place. I said I couldn't send it out now, but I never said I wouldn't send it out in the future. What's the meaning? This time, Kaysen did not answer Lu Ping's words. He placed 60 alchemical cauldrons in the design positions, added a base, an unlimited water source, pipes for placing items on the upper layer, and a funnel transmission system. Just one step left. Clatter. With a loud snap of fingers, the 60 crucibles all lit up with shining lights and began to heat the crucibles. Kaysen walked to a corner of the huge machine and pulled down the huge lever on it. Soon, the item placement pipe began to drop quartz fragments into the crucible. The element deconstruction machine next door released the deconstructed elements through the pipeline, and soon the magic crystal fragments were produced, classified, and packed into large boxes. A perfect start. Kaysen stood with his hands on his hips, looking at his work, and nodded with satisfaction. You haven't answered my question yet. Lu Ping's voice came from a small sofa in the office area. If my removing the werewolf characters for you can be considered programming according to Muggles, then I can make an installation package that they can't figure out the principle and can be operated by a fool. Kaysen said as a flashing light appeared in his hand. Enchanted book. Enchanted book. I plan to use this reverse enchanted book to remove the werewolf symbol, but I haven't tried it yet. You need a test subject? Lu Ping asked. I'm a clinical volunteer. I'll help you find one. I know a lot of werewolves like me. Kaysen nodded. Okay, but remember to be safe. I heard from Dumbledore before that some werewolves really enjoy the feeling of having 100 people responding to their calls. Be careful of those werewolves. I will, don't worry. After saying this, Lu Ping left Hogwarts without stopping and went to find volunteers. Kaizen, on the other hand, returned to the desk area and continued to use various elements to explore new knowledge according to the magic manual. Until the evening, Lupin brought a skinny middle-aged wizard with him, whose weather-beaten face could not hide his fawning and cowardice. "What is this gentleman's name?" Kaizen stood up, stretched out his hand, and said to the middle-aged wizard, "Marcus, just call me Marcus." Marcus rubbed his hand on his pants and gently held Kaizen's hand. "Mr. Marcus, do you know what you are here for?" Kaizen asked again. "I know, Remus told me. I've also thought a lot. If I continue to be so confused for the rest of my life, I might as well die as soon as possible." Marcus murmured, "I do not agree with anyone's suicide. Maybe you will think that I have not experienced that kind of unforgettable pain, but as long as you live in this world, there's always hope like now." Kaizen had just used glass panels to divide the entire office into an office area and a work area. At this time, he took Marcus to a corner of the work area, where the enchanting table was waiting quietly. He placed the enchanted book with the werewolf symbol removed on the enchanting table. "Lupin, go to the principal's office and help me see if Dumbledore is there." Kaizen turned back to Lupin and said, "What if I'm not here? Then just coax Fox and bring him here." Marcus was a little embarrassed. "I just don't need to alarm Principal Dumbledore, right? In fact, it is necessary. Although I don't think there will be unnecessary problems, the insurance you should have is still there." Soon, Dumbledore came here holding his huge phoenix and Lupin. Kaizen first glanced at Marcus through his monocle. Human magic beast. Then he used magic power to activate the runes on the enchanted book and integrated it into Marcus' body. A golden apple appeared silently in his hand, just waiting to stuff it into Marcus' mouth as soon as possible in case of any emergency. "But I feel I'm a little tired." Marcus just looked a little more depressed, and there was no sudden situation. Kaizen was still looking at him through his monocle. "Human magic. Congratulations, Mr. Marcus." Marcus didn't know why. Until the moment he looked at the smiles of Kaizen, Dumbledore, and Lupin, he suddenly had a vague guess. "How it goes, we'll find out after the next full moon." Lupin walked over and gave Marcus a big hug. Aye, thank you." In the next month, Kaizen used this enchanted book to cure 6 werewolves. Plus Lupin and Marcus, there were already 8 werewolves. At the same time, a paper was also published on the method of curing werewolves by superimposing the enchanting table and the enchanted book. This time it was not just a paper from the alchemical circle, but took up 2 full pages in the Daily Prophet, explaining the principles in detail, of course in a castrated version. There are also 8 cured werewolf wizards, and during the day of this full moon, there will be a small stall in Diagon Alley that distributes enchanting books for free, and Professor Kaizen of Hogwarts will perform a simple enchantment on the werewolves there. Tutorial on the use of tables and enchanted books. It can be considered a short press conference. At the same time, the Ministry of Magic. This is your so-called security force for distributing enchanted books this time, Mr. Heath. I hope you can understand. After all, Diagon Alley is the place with the highest density of wizards in England, so I need your guarantee. If these werewolf wizards riot, or if your treatment fails, these werewolf wizards will become werewolves on tonight's full moon and start unconsciously attacking the wizard residents of Diagon Alley. Our aurors and strikers will quickly suppress them or even strangle them. You cannot have any resistance to this, or lead them to resist, or condone their resistance. Scrimgeour, the director of the Auror Office of the Ministry of Magic, said to Kaizen with a serious face. Of course, if it weren't for the poor ability of those werewolves to travel far, I originally wanted to set the location in the wilderness, but there is still a handful of powerful werewolf wizards like Remus Lupin. Even most of them can't even take the apparition exam. Kaizen said in agreement. As long as you understand. After leaving the Ministry of Magic, Kaizen arrived at a small stall he had temporarily set up in the blink of an eye. There was a counter, an enchanting table above, and a small box full of enchanted books below. Soon, a large number of werewolf wizards surrounded the small stall. But in the final analysis, werewolf wizards were still in the minority compared to ordinary wizards. These werewolf wizards did not cause any disturbance in Diagon Alley. Of course, it was also because groups of aurors maintained order and these werewolf wizards didn't want to get into trouble. Those werewolf wizards who are used to eating hair and drinking blood and bullying the weak will not come here. Soon, after the werewolf symbol of the last werewolf wizard was deleted, Kaysen sat back in the chair and stretched hard. Soon the Aurors took these former werewolf wizards back to the prepared rooms in the Ministry of Magic in batches. Here they will conduct the final test until the moment the light of the full moon falls on them. No hair will grow on anyone's body. And the professor who did all this lay on the bed early and fell asleep. The next day, speaking of the last time, I went to Flourish and Blott's bookstore to buy some books about alchemy. The clerk didn't know why, but he sold me a castrated alchemy textbook. The book even contained the following, not even Niven. From that time on, I swore that I would give him a hard blow next time I saw him. So, that's all I've said. Can you tell me if you know that person? Between Kaizen and Lupin was the owner of Flourish and Blott's bookstore. At this time, the owner was trembling and already regretted agreeing to the damn clerk's leave application yesterday. Okay, I won't embarrass you. We are here this time. Kaizen and the bookstore owner looked at the almost crowded bookstore and simply found a corner to sit down. Lupin, on the other hand, stood aside boredly, flipping through a book. Yeah, tell me, didn't I cure some werewolf wizards yesterday across from our Flourish and Blott bookstore? Did you read today's Daily Prophet? Well, it's the headlines on the front page, even if you don't want to see them. Ahem, that's why I came to you. To work together for a better tomorrow for the magic world, and of course to discuss cooperation. Kaizen took out an enchanted book to remove the werewolf curse from his pocket. This enchanted book is priced at 1 galleon, and I entrust it to be sold at Flourish and Blott's bookstore. The boss looked embarrassed. 1 galleons? Aren't you going to price a higher price for such a precious book? Look at that idiot over there who is performing. He sells out 10 galleons of a book. Your book 1 galleon is too cheap. Werewolves have a hard time paying for a copper nut, but 1 galleon can already purify those poor people who want to get rid of their werewolf identities or are accidentally infected by werewolves. Moreover, you don't have to spend money to purchase this kind of enchanted book to remove the werewolf curse. I'll give it to you directly. It's a no-cost deal. Kaysen patted the boss on the shoulder crazily. In this case, it's not impossible. Then it's settled? Kaysen said with a smile. Okay, I'll go back to Hogwarts to pick it up. You won't make any money, so I can't let you make another trip. Then I will put out an advertisement and instructions for those wizards who want to get rid of their werewolf identities. It's coming. Why don't you tell me, boss, that you have a great heart of love? Kaizen said as he took out a long box, which was filled with enchanted books that could eliminate the werewolf curse. Ew, I've already brought this? Because I can predict that you, boss, are a good person. The boss who was given the good guy card didn't say anything, just carried the box and went to put books on the bookshelf, while Kaizen and Lupin looked at each other. It's not bad, right? I didn't expect that I would still have a little respect after being out of the alchemy circle. The former side. Let's just separate here. I won't go back to Hogwarts. I have wasted so many years as a werewolf, and I should also spend some time to clean up. My own life, Lupin said with a smile. I hope your life can get back on track soon. Kaysen also expressed his sincere blessings. Just when the two were about to leave Flourish and Blott's bookstore, a voice suddenly came from inside the bookstore. Professor Kaysen? That's Professor Kaysen. Kaizen turned around in confusion, and then he saw nearly half of the third-grade wizards and above in the bookstore turning their heads. The reason Lu Ping didn't leave was because he saw a familiar figure when he subconsciously turned around just now. An extremely familiar figure. In an instant, the little wizards came like a tide. Kaysen's expression changed, and he was thinking whether it would be impolite if he teleported away now. With just such a moment of hesitation, he couldn't leave. The little wizards chattered around him, making Lu Ping stunned for a moment. However, this dazed moment was only for a moment. He was still standing next to Kaysen, looking at the small, familiar figure with vague eyes. Professor Kaysen, I really didn't expect to meet you here. A tall, red-haired man came over, held the heads of the Weasley twins, and asked politely, hello. I am Arthur Weasley, the father of the 2 Weasleys you taught. Thank you so much for taking care of them. You're welcome. This is their own talent." Seeing this scene, the Malfoys, who were about to walk over to talk to Kaysen, also stopped, as if they didn't want to contaminate anything or anyone in the Weasley family. However, when Lucius Malfoy walked out of Flourishes and Blott's bookstore, he thought that his most important purpose of coming here had been completed, and he had also successfully used the dark magic notebook to show off the Weasley family, and a strange smile appeared on his face. On the other side, Gilderoy Lockhart, who was originally standing on the table performing a stage play, also noticed that his fans at this moment had dropped by 2/3, and the rest were mostly ignorant. Little Wizard. Immediately, he had no interest in continuing the performance, and instead walked towards the crowd that stole his fans. He wanted to see who it was. Kaysen, who was struggling to resist the gossips of the young wizards, suddenly saw an extended right hand. He subconsciously held it and looked up. 8 teeth? You are Gilderoy Lockhart, the best-selling wizarding author. After Kaysen passively listened to a long list of spells, he finally heard a text with a little bit of information. For example, a 3rd-class Merlin order. Yes, my 3rd-level Merlin order. This is proof that I saved a werewolf gentleman 3 years ago. What is the name of that werewolf? It seems to be. While talking, Lockhart suddenly forgot the name. After all, this incident was not his personal experience at all, and he did not make up the name and write it in the book. It was very embarrassing that he had no memory. But fortunately, he came to a quick wit and subconsciously looked down at a crumpled newspaper on the ground like Conan picking up a name before the battle. I remember that the wizard was called Remus Lupin. At that time, I taught him a way to use alchemy to remove the werewolf curse. When I was reading the newspaper this morning, I saw an alchemist using this method. I was happy for a while after he was cured. One of my friends got the good fate he deserved. While he was chattering endlessly, he was secretly planning to find an opportunity tonight to find the werewolf wizard and the alchemist whose name he had never heard before, and give them both a chance to forget everything. So that he might be able to forget, you can also get the title of the founder behind the enchanted book therapy. Kaizen and Lupin looked at each other, and both sides saw confusion in each other's eyes. The young wizards surrounding Kaizen were also silent at the same time, and they secretly moved away from Lockhart. At least since Professor Kaysen beat Quirrell on the duel stage last year and sent him to the medical wing for more than half a semester, they all have a general understanding of Professor Kaysen. Professor Kaysen has a good temper, but he is definitely not out of temper, and he is very scary when he loses his temper. The 4 inconspicuous little wizards among the little wizards can prove it. 2 of the 4 have even taken out their wands, thinking about what kind of double savior should be given to Lockhart later. Kaysen, one of the people involved in the rumor, looked at the greasy-faced wizard in front of him. Well, this is no longer an ordinary wizard. He must hit hard. Give him both spiritual and physical education. For example, if you bury him in the soil for a few days, you might be able to grow a lot of little Lockharts this fall. This is not necessary. But Lupin, who is different from the polite Kaysen, has a different look. He is purely a military commander. Starting at almost 0 frame, a surge of magic energy rushed directly towards Lockhart, pressing him against the wall. I am Remus Lupin. When did I meet you? Lupin's words successfully made the little wizards who were watching the fun smile at ease. Finally saw this scene. Comfortable. You. Are you Remus Lupin? Lupin nodded. Not only that, when did you teach me the enchanted book therapy? 3 years ago. Was there an enchanted book 3 years ago? The Weasley twins echoed with some humor. Professor Kaysen seemed to be following his old mentor 3 years ago. Maybe it would have been invented then. Wait. I said something wrong. I told the alchemist that I just said something wrong. Lockhart said in a confused voice. Everyone looked at Kaysen again, and he touched his chin awkwardly and walked towards Lockhart. On the way, he did not forget to glance at Lockhart through his monocle. Human magic. Is this guy really a human being? Is this weird? Ahem. I am Consensus, and I am the alchemist. Lockhart's expression instantly fell, and a feeling called my life is at stake stirred in his chest. I said, this was a misunderstanding. Do you believe it? Actually, I was joking. He forced a smile on his face. Well, you're right. It's just a misunderstanding. As Kaysen spoke, he snapped his fingers, and a diamond shovel appeared in his hand. Then he waved casually, and a group of students gathered around. Kaysen looked at a group of students gathered around him, shook his hand, and a series of diamond shovels appeared in his hand. Take this shovel and dig a hole in a remote place. Bury him in it and let him wake up. See if he still gets mad in the future. The little wizards looked at each other, showed a strange smile, and took the shovel. It's your order. Don't bury it yet. This is what I read in the book. Add water to the soil and let it turn into mud so that it can be buried more firmly. Don't be idle. Take off his wand first. How are we going to bury it later? What's the meaning? Head down or feet down? You don't know this? Of course it's head down. When Lockhart heard this cold language, his eyes widened in confusion. I don't think this is necessary. Jordan, where are your socks? Put them in his mouth. It's covered. The first day of school, Hogwarts. To be honest, he was able to dig himself out of the mud. To be honest, he worked hard enough. Standing at the floor-to-ceiling window of the office, Kaysen looked at Dumbledore and complained. I appreciate you understanding me. I'm like Severus now. I'm already broken. A hypocrite clown is better than Quirrell last semester. It seems that, Dumbledore, you have made great progress this year. Kaysen said half-jokingly. Yes, and it's only for 1 year. You probably won't be able to see him next year. Dumbledore nodded and said in agreement. Is it because of the curse? The curse on the defense against the dark arts professor. Well, the curse will not disappear until the person who cast the curse dies. Of course, this problem is not the most serious. The most serious thing is that except for this Lockhart, no one else applies for the job. Actually, I originally wanted Lupin to come, but he still had to go back and clean up his broken life. What I'm even more curious about is, this guy actually dares to apply for a job. He signed a magic contract before you buried him in the soil. It's too late to go back on it. Kaysen nodded and moved towards Dumbledore calmly. By the way, Dumbledore, do you remember what you promised me before the holiday? Let me think about it. I washed the woolen socks and hung them on the windowsill. I'd rather not be seen by outsiders. I'm embarrassed. Dumbledore murmured and was about to leave the chain. Jinshu office, and then Kaysen caught up with him in 3 steps and 2 steps. Lockhart isn't going to your office for an interview. What's the big deal? Didn't I give you the magic stone? Well, one code equals another. The philosopher's stone is one code, and a poor professor's salary is another code. The two cannot be confused. Kaizen said sternly. Okay, come to the office with me, and let's sign a new contract. In the evening, Kaysen sat comfortably on the chair that belonged to him. With his hard arguments, he successfully obtained a very considerable amount of his salary. At the same time, in the corner on the other side of the professor's chair, Lockhart was eating the food on the plate dryly. If he could say that when he first accepted Dumbledore's recruitment to become a defense against the dark arts teacher, he was still overjoyed. Not only can you gain favorability among the little wizards, but it can also increase the sales of your own books, allowing you to make a lot of money. But ever since he was dragged out by a lot of little wizards and buried head down in the soil at Flourish and Blott's bookstore in Diagon Alley, with only a pipe to vent his anger, he regretted it. He could already foresee how bleak his career as a professor would be in the next year, with no bright light in sight. There was also Kaysen, who signaled the young wizards to drag him away. With a wave of his hand, a large number of young wizards rushed over. He didn't look like a serious professor. It's more like an evil force. How can Hogwarts be better off with a professor like him? Pure military management. Kaysen listened to the strange sound of a knife cutting across a plate, looked towards the source, and then he began to secretly figure out how to get Lockhart to have a hearty and passionate wizard duel with him. Anyway, it's not like the defense against the dark arts class couldn't find a substitute professor, and Snape was happy to accept the job. Then he saw 2 small figures making their presence felt in the corner of his field of vision. He pretended to look around to make sure no other professors noticed him, then slowly left the table and followed the 2 small figures towards the outside of the auditorium. What's wrong? Harry and Ron are missing. Hermione said anxiously. I think we should tell Dumbledore that the disappearance of a little wizard is not a trivial matter. Kaysen said subconsciously. But Professor, will they be expelled? Neville asked. Now it's not a question of whether they will be expelled. Now you have to go find Dumbledore, because there is a damn UFO flying toward Hogwarts. Muggles are calling. Kaysen raised his head and looked at the unknown flying object through his monocle. Mechanical magic. Oh, it's not Muggles who came here. It's an alchemy creation from the magical world. It might be some naughty little wizard. Naughty little wizard. He suddenly noticed Hua Dian in the middle of his words, and his expression changed. He stared blankly at the two figures sitting in the driver's seat. Hermione, I'm sorry to tell you that this year's Gryffindor will start with a negative score. After speaking, Kaysen teleported away and appeared next to a dilapidated wooden house. The wand pointed at the alchemy car that swooped down from the sky like a ghostly death squad. In almost an instant, he almost created a whole wire hole from midair to the ground. The car hit the dense spider web. The kinetic energy was absorbed, and the car slowly fell down, following Newton's sincere wish. All in all, it's very respectable. Kaysen waved his magic wand, and the dense spider webs disappeared. Then he finally saw the two figures in the car that he had expected. Harry climbed out of the car, looked up at Kaysen and smiled and said, "A very handsome professor with glasses. I wanted to talk about it last time at Flourish and Blott's bookstore, but there were too many people that time." Kaysen nodded. "Yes, I know this matter very thoroughly. There is no need for you to tell me. Now please explain to me why you and Ron are driving a magic car. If you make up lies with some logic, and your solution is reasonable enough, I can listen happily. You won't deduct points? I can consider deducting 100 points less, but who asked you to have two people? Platform 9 3/4 is closed. Harry and I have no choice but to. How about Professor? You just take the deduction. Hermione. Oh, I understand. Platform 9 3/4 suddenly closed for some reason. You were afraid that you wouldn't be able to return to school on time. So, you just drove this poor Chaingold. You had no choice. He went home to ask Mrs. Weasley for help, but slapped his forehead and decided to drive to the school by himself. Kaysen said, and clapped his hands as if applauding Harry and Ron. A very good experience and a good solution. So Gryffindor deducted 200 points. Ever since Dumbledore opened his mouth and added 250 points to Gryffindor at the end of last semester, Kaysen has gradually let himself go. After all, the house scores of Hogwarts have been inflated countless times under the operation of Snape and Dumbledore. One more is not more, and one less is not a lot. Then, Professor, is this the end of the matter? Harry asked expectantly. Of course not. Professor McGonagall will know about this. Kaysen shook his head and naturally got into the old alchemy car. Mr. Weasley made this? Yes. Ron puffed up his chest proudly. The craftsmanship is good. I think I know where the twins' alchemy talent comes from. And Ron, where do you live? The borough outside the village of St. Catchpole, Ottery, Devon. Kaysen operated in the cab and backed out. Soon the car flew up on its own. As the height increased, it slowly turned invisible and flew back to the Weasley family's burrow. Now you four may be able to fill your stomachs when you go back. I hope you'll eat quickly. Professor McGonagall's punishment will not wait for you too long. As the four little wizards ran back to the auditorium in dejection, Kaysen returned to the professor's seat and told Professor McGonagall exactly what had happened. Professor McGonagall was still wondering why there were no fraction crystals in the scoring funnel when school first started, but suddenly a gap appeared underneath that could deduct 200 fraction crystals. She thought there was a bug, but now she found out that the four darlings of Gryffindor had done such a good job for him. As Professor McGonagall angrily walked to the Gryffindor table, Kaysen also returned to his office hiding his fame and achievements. He was about to start researching what lessons should be given to tomorrow's new class of third-grade wizards. Compared with those high-end essence modifications, material transformations, or a simple puppet, although it is still a little difficult for young wizards who have just come into contact with alchemy, it is very necessary to be able to grasp their hobbies. Kaysen took out the magic manual and found the page about puppets and read it carefully. It turned out that he was also sharpening his skills at this moment. After all, rather than making an intelligent puppet to help him do some chores, he still prefers industrial assembly line, fully automatic machinery. The two are incomparable in terms of efficiency. Redstone generates electricity for a magical moment. The next day, Kaysen looked at the more than 40 heads below from the classroom podium downstairs in his office. How many people are there in your 4 colleges this year? 41. How many of you are there? 41. Kaysen nodded and knocked on the gold podium that was taken from the original alchemy classroom. I thank you, but there is no gold to give this time. After finishing speaking, he took out a dark purple little guy from his pocket. It looked exactly like the iron puppets standing guard in the castle, but the color changed and it was scaled down. This thing is much smarter than the iron golem. The iron golem is a combat golem, and making it takes more talent and a little bit of my thinking power. It's a bit confusing for you third-year wizards. It's beyond the scope. So this time I brought a more rational and intelligent puppet. Once you make this thing, it will be equivalent to having a low-end version of a house elf. You can let it help you with any easy chores, from helping you pick up books during class to being your alchemy assistant. Kaysen held the little puppet with both hands and explained. He didn't take out an alchemy crucible until he saw that the little wizards under the podium were already eager to try. This is an alchemy crucible. It is completely different from Severus's alchemy crucible, but the usage is the same. Kaysen snapped his fingers, and a shining light instantly appeared in front of each of them. He waved his magic wand again, and more than 40 alchemy crucibles flew down from upstairs in a queue. When you were in potions, did Severus tell you not to put any raw materials in the classroom into your mouth? The little wizards under the podium nodded in unison. Then it's no problem. If you haven't learned potions, I'll have to waste time reminding you. Kaizen waved his wand again, and a series of elemental vials and purple metal cubes flew down from upstairs. On the table in front of each little wizard. I can only say that alchemy also has some influence on my thinking. I hope you won't be too surprised next time. Everyone first pick up the bucket next to your table and fill the alchemy crucible with water. Then pick up the purple metal block. This is called the mysterious metal. It is a new substance produced by my alchemy. It will follow my new article. When the paper was published, it appeared in various alchemy supply stores. And the vials of elements, which are human, mobile, and soul respectively, will also be put on the alchemy store with the publication of the paper. As for how these elements come from, you haven't learned much yet. Next, Kaysen and the little wizards poured various things into the crucible using a method similar to brewing magic potion, and then the crucible spit out little puppets for them. I don't know the principle, I don't know why, but in short, it can be done, and most alchemy techniques are like this. People know that the magic stone can convert matter into gold, but they don't know why it can be converted into gold. It can be said that the discipline of alchemy has been extremely contradictory since its inception. On the one hand, as long as you follow the steps and place things at each step, or make more detailed inscriptions, you can replicate the achievements of your predecessors one by one. Reproducible. However, generations of alchemists have been unable to grasp the underlying principles, but this is normal. Magic is idealistic from the beginning, and it has never been logical. Compared with conjuration, alchemy and potions are already very logical subjects. As the end of Get Out of Class rang, every little wizard held a puppet with an empty body and no core in his arms. Kaysen was holding 2 core ones. The puppet brother who was born yesterday welcomed his puppet brother today. He returned to his office on the 3rd floor and restudied his half-finished elemental distillation machine. A large number of various elemental crystals and some blocks were put into the distillation machine and were eventually distilled into elemental liquids and put into jars along the pipes. This is the origin of the vials of elements he gave to the little wizards just before class. At this time, he was making the last step of the packaging assembly line. It was not until he pulled the lever and the entire machine started running silently and accurately that he breathed a sigh of relief and started to seal it with glass. The next time is the cliched time for idle fish. There are only 5 classes in a Monday, so no matter how busy you are, you won't be able to get anywhere. Finding trouble. Finding trouble with Lockhart. A week later, for some reason, a campus legend suddenly became known among the students at Hogwarts. It is said that the positions of Professor of Alchemy and Professor of Defense against the dark arts are cursed, and it is impossible for the two professors to coexist peacefully. As the saying goes, when two tigers fight, one of them will be injured, and this is the case for the Alchemy Professor and the Defense against the Dark Arts Professor. The two professors will fight in Hogwarts, and at the end of the semester a winner will be determined, and the winner will then stay in Hogwarts to teach. If the loser is lucky, he will be injured and leave the school, while if the loser is more serious, he will die immediately. This is what the junior wizards heard from the senior wizards. After all, before Kaysen came to Hogwarts to be the alchemy professor, he had not been a defense against the dark arts professor for a long time. At that time, they had some speculations, but they were just speculations about the defense against the dark arts professor. It wasn't until Kaysen's first year on the job that he directly killed Professor Quirrell that year with his excellent horoscopes and magic. In fact, by that time, they had not combined the two. Then time passed, and in the blink of an eye, it was Professor Kaysen's second semester at Hogwarts, and Liang Zi's second semester. Wasn't even the second semester, just 1 point in 5 semesters. The alchemy professor and the defense against the dark arts professor once again had a falling out. The fight was suspended due to the failure of the defense against the dark arts professor. Then some clever little wizards began to connect the two things. Why did every previous defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts fail to last long? Alchemy professorgrams. Why did the defense against the dark arts professor of the class of 1990, the year before Harry Potter entered school, not be injured in an accident, but just resign and go home? Because that year the alchemy professor retired and left Hogwarts due to physical reasons. The alchemy professor that year didn't last a full year, but he still relied on his excellent horoscopes to make the defense against the dark arts professor resign and go home in half a semester. Time came to the class of 1991, and Professor Quirrell was killed by Professor Kaysen. Although he deserved it, he was indeed dead. And then there's this year. Since Professor Kaysen's horoscopes were not even a bit better than the last alchemy professor, he was almost killed before this year's defense against the dark arts professor officially joined the position. Specifically, it refers to burying Lockhart head down in the soil. This means that it is not snowing or raining. Whenever a passing bird comes to use the toilet, Lockhart will be buried directly in the soil. In this way, a logically complete and fascinating version of the Hogwarts school legend spreads in the mouths of every little wizard, until the two living treasures compiled it into a document. Well, it's the Weasley twins. To be honest, the packaging documents they used to write papers were not as sophisticated as today's. The documents contain the causes and consequences, as well as the forged history of Hogwarts, various unofficial histories, and even the testimonies of ghosts and professors, which are of course also forged. In short, just such a document was pushed into the defense against the dark arts office along the crack in the door. Lockhart picked it up, thinking it was an anonymous love letter written to him by the Little Witch. He opened the wax seal with a letter opener and was ready to enjoy the feeling of being pursued and admired. Then he saw this head turning. Lockhart's face was originally a healthy pale pink, but at this moment, it had somehow turned into a frightening pale color. After all, Lockhart was a Ravenclaw and would not be frightened by such a random school rumor. It's a pity that poor Lockhart was born late. When he entered school, the position of defense against the dark arts had already been cursed by Voldemort. Only then did he find those dusty memories. In the 7 years from his enrollment to graduation, he had actually had 7 defense against the dark arts professors. And Professor Alchemy is really the same old man who just retired 2 years ago. It can't be such a coincidence, right? Lockhart looked at the parchment letter in his hand that was wet with sweat from his forehead and couldn't help but make his own contribution to global warming. After being silent for a full minute, Lockhart slowly stood up. It wasn't any other question, but his newly numb legs finally had some feeling. Dragging his legs, which were covered in snowflakes with no TV signal, poor Professor Lockhart took one step at a time and walked toward the principal's office with a grin on his face. At this moment, he very much suspected that he had been tricked by Dumbledore. Just like this time last year, a certain alchemy professor had the same idea as him. Dumbledore, Lockhart walked into the principal's office carelessly and sat on the chair opposite Dumbledore. At this time, his hair, which had been carefully gelled in the morning, was already wet and stuck tightly to his scalp due to the adsorption of sweat. He gave the letter to Dumbledore. "Is this true?" Dumbledore picked up the letter and read it from beginning to end. "You are a Ravenclaw. How can you believe such nonsense? But I really have never seen a defense against the dark arts professor who has been teaching for more than 1 year." Lockhart said bravely, "Believe me, Lockhart, this is all nonsense." Dumbledore said slowly, "But how do you expect me to believe you?" Lockhart said tremblingly, "Oh, don't worry about this. I'm the principal. Of course I can make you trust me," Dumbledore said, taking out his elder wand from his sleeve. 10 minutes later, Lockhart walked out of the principal's office. After Dumbledore's friendly persuasion, he finally believed the nonsense that the so-called alchemy and defense professors were in conflict. "So you are my senior?" Lockhart took a quill and wrote this on the page. "Yes, I entered school in 1938. Calculated according to time, I am really your senior." Lockhart scratched his nose with the feather of his quill, and he still asked a question that Dumbledore had not answered clearly for him, and even wanted to use the Oblivion Curse and the Confusion Curse to make him ignore it. It's just that despite all the calculations, Dumbledore failed to realize that he was not useless. In a sense, he was even too smart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been caught plagiarizing other people's experiences in the magical world for so many years without being caught just once. In short, after he left the principal's office and realized that he had been cast on the Confusion Curse, he directly gave himself an Oblivion Curse to make his brain forget the impact of the Confusion Curse on him. This is also an advanced application of the Oblivion Curse. But this also has a disadvantage, which is that it reminds him of the fear of being dominated by the legend of Hogwarts. So much so that he raised his pen and directly asked the senior in front of him in faraway time and space. "It is said that there's a legend in Hogwarts that the professor of defense against the dark arts and the professor of alchemy are in conflict. Is this true? 2 professors, only one person can survive safely by the end of the semester." "Why do you think so?" "Because I am the defense against the dark arts professor, and from when I was in school to now, I have never seen a defense against the dark arts professor who can be re-elected for 2 years, and in last year's defense against the dark art professor, the art professor is dead. He died without even taking the final exam." Tom Riddle in the book is a little confused. In short, he doesn't understand, but he is shocked. He can believe such ridiculous rumors, and he can also see that the so-called defense against the dark arts professor he is talking to is just a fool. In short, it can be exploited. Don't be afraid of what I'm about to say. Lockhart's heart suddenly rose to his throat when he saw such a passage appearing on the page of the book. Is it true? Yes. Lockhart lost all his strength and means and leaned helplessly on the back of his chair. But he bounced up quickly like a spring, staring at the page in front of him. "When I was in school, I had a defense against the dark arts professor. He was my mentor. We were very close, and he mastered a way to resist the curse. In the end, he left only after he reached old age and retired. Hogwarts, instead of being defeated by the curse. Did you know?" Lockhart wrote quickly. "I said, he's my mentor, we are very close, and I know everything he knows. Senior, can you cross out? Tell me this method? It's very simple. Before that alchemy professor defeats you, you should take advantage of it first, defeat that alchemy professor, and then perform a ritual magic." Tom Riddle in the book has already thought about how to trick the idiot professor who is talking to him and let him knock on the alchemy professor's sap in the middle of the night. After all, according to what this idiot professor said, this alchemy professor is younger than him and has stronger magic power than him. And it can also be analyzed from his lies. This alchemy professor should also be full of personality and charm, which just matches him. No matter what, he was much better than the idiot professor he was talking to. Next, he only needs to use ritual magic to forcibly occupy the body of the alchemy professor and inherit his magic power. Then, after extracting the vitality of the idiot professor in front of him, the complete Lord Voldemort will return to his loyal Hogwarts. When you say defeat, you mean Lockhart wrote expectantly. Use the death curse to kill him. His body must not be damaged at all, and must be fresh enough. No. Lockhart's forehead was beaded with sweat again. Little Tom in the book was a little speechless, full of contempt for the idiot professor in front of him who had evil intentions but no courage. Then what are you going to do? Wait until the end of the semester and lose your arms and legs due to the so-called curse, or die directly on the podium? I won't kill anyone. No, I won't listen to you. Lockhart tried to close the book with his trembling hands, and then saw a passage appearing on the page again. It's okay not to kill people. I have other methods. Lockhart, who was about to close the book, stopped his movements conscientiously. You said, first of all, I need you to trust me absolutely. Okay. First, I want you to touch this book with both hands. Lockhart did as he was told, waiting for further instructions from the pages. Then inject magic into this book. Lockhart thought for a moment before doing so, and then nothing more. On the other side, the alchemy office. My dear Merlin, is this still an office? The moment he walked into the alchemy office, Neville stared blankly at the giant machines protected by huge glass covers. Yeah, didn't I say I would renovate my office last Christmas? This is the result of the renovation. Cason's voice came from afar as he sat next to the giant floor-to-ceiling window at the end of the office. Neville jogged for a while and finally came to the desk, panting heavily. Professor, do you walk such a distance every time you leave the office? I teleport most of the time, and occasionally I enjoy some exercise. I even played ice hockey with Lupin here during the holidays. He was the person at Flourish and Blott's bookstore during the holidays. By the way, why didn't I play ice hockey with him today? Are your friends coming together? I think, Professor, I am here today because, can you please not tell them? Okay. Kaizen nodded. Professor, I want to learn alchemy. Neville said seriously. Actually, I had expected it, but I still recommend that you take my class when you're in the 3rd grade. Alchemy is different from potions. Alchemy really requires strong magic power as a foundation. The magic power of 2nd grade is a bit different from alchemy. Danger. Cedric is in 4th grade this year. When he was in 3rd grade last year, he took my alchemy class with the 4th graders. As a result, he fell asleep in my class. Therefore, if his magic power is not enough, learning alchemy will cause some unnecessary problems, especially an alchemy like mine that requires magic enchantment. Professor, I don't really understand. No problem. Let's start with the most basic understanding. Cason waved his hand, and the kettle, which had been heated by the shining light, flew over and made a pot of black tea for the two of them. Among the alchemy skills I'm teaching you, the one that's least dependent on magic is redstone. I've shown you before, but redstone also needs to be lit. You can think of it as some kind of endless energy, but you need to give it an initial energy. Cason took out a redstone and placed it on the desk. For example, if I make a redstone chain metal creation, it needs a certain amount of magic power to run. We set this magic power to a certain amount, let's say X. Redstone is the energy source of this chain metal creation. If we apply X points of magic power to ordinary redstone, it can output X points of magic power all the time. But just this X points can use up most of the magic power of a 2nd-year wizard like you. If you don't believe me, try it. This finger-sized piece of redstone is about X points of magic power. Cason said that he would use the redstone later. The stone pushed in Neville's direction. Neville held in his hand and realized that this piece of redstone was different from the one that Cason had given them before. It was much dimmer than that piece and did not have that strange magical fluctuation. It seems that the redstone given to them before had already been activated by Professor Cason, and this is its original appearance. Neville clenched his fists and began to pour magic power into the redstone. When it reached its limit, he placed the lit redstone back on the table, his palms already full of sweat. However, the tense little face still had a determined expression. Seeing this, Cason picked up the redstone and looked at Neville helplessly. Good talent. Tell me why. I want to use chain gold to make gifts for Harry and the others. They are good friends and don't mind me even if I do that. Kaysen looked at the somewhat embarrassed Neville with a smile on his face. Well, barely okay. At least it's stronger than most second-year wizards. Then, Professor, do you agree? I agree, but you can't hide it from your 3 friends. Or you can keep it secret among them. You can keep the fact that you made gifts for them a secret and give them a surprise when the time comes. But you must not hide the fact that you asked me to teach you alchemy from them, if you consider them as your friends. After all, this kind of progress behind your friends' backs is a bit of a B****ch. In short, they will think you're not honest. Of course, I know you don't mean that. Kaysen explained patiently. What should I do now? How about you help me and act it out? Neville asked awkwardly. No need. Just tell them the truth. Or you can bring them all here. At worst, I could be the bad guy and reject them all, leaving you alone. It's okay. They won't hate me for this. Neville nodded. Thank you, Professor. I'd better think of another reason. I'm embarrassed that you have accepted me. Then he turned around and started physical exercise. Should we build a portal for them? Never mind. Some exercise is good for your health. Kaysen looked at Neville running away and thought about how Neville would come to his office every day to learn alchemy. He had to run back and forth like this, and he couldn't help wanting to laugh. Puff! Beep beep. As he was smiling, a red crystal ball on the desk flashed again. He pressed the crystal ball casually, and as the red stone line on the ceiling flashed a faint light, the door in the distance opened with a click. Lockhart, or our classmate Tom, subconsciously used the memory of his student days to look at the original location of the alchemy professor's desk, and then he saw, "Is this a Quidditch pitch?" Tom walked into the alchemy office in surprise, looking a corner of the office with curious eyes at the huge machine standing behind the glass wall. They were running silently and accurately there. With Tom's classmate's alchemy score of O, he couldn't even tell what the machine did, or even the principal. What are you doing here? Kaysen leaned on the chair and looked at Tom, wearing Lockhart's skin in the distance, and asked with a sullen expression, "Come to repair our friendship." Tom naturally knew the source of the conflict between the 2 professors by looking through Lockhart's memories, and then said with an elegant smile that was slightly inconsistent on Lockhart's open face, "Oh, then I really want to thank you, the great best-selling author Gilderoy Lockhart. Why didn't you go to the wild to find some poor Mr. Werewolf to treat them with the enchanted book therapy you invented? Is it because you can't? I can teach you if you can't, as long as your brain, which is filled with damn smiles and has no grooves, can learn it." Kaysen leaned on the chair and mocked. "I'm sorry. That's why I came here today, to apologize to you." Kaysen clicked his tongue, sighing that Lockhart finally said a human word from his mouth, and rarely raised his eyelids to look at Lockhart. Human magic soul. Soul? Kaysen was puzzled by the new entry on Lockhart's head. Not to mention the last time he buried him in the soil. There was no such entry even during breakfast this morning. As a result, it took less than half a day. Something's wrong. 11 points out of 10 are wrong. What brings you here? Kaysen held on to the armrest of the chair and sat up a little straighter. Come to ask for your forgiveness. Classmate Tom said with Lockhart's skin on his face, looking extremely sincere. As for asking for forgiveness, of course that's bullshit. The real purpose of his coming here is to see how much this so-called alchemy professor weighs. If he is only a little stronger than Lockhart, but his strength is limited, then he will start at 0 frames. Stay in the alchemy office and get things sorted out. But when he actually walked into the office, things developed a little differently than he imagined. Although the alchemist has a lot of money and wishes that the quill he writes with is made of alchemy, and most of the places where he is stationed have backups, classmate Tom is absolutely not afraid. If you have a backhand, how strong can that backhand be? At best, you can wear some kind of amulet engraved with armor to protect yourself, and throw some evil spells randomly in the corner. But this alchemy office is unusual, not to mention the area that is almost the same size as the Black Lake. The top floor of the office is shaped like a chandelier, but the hole in the center, to be honest, looks like the mouth of a cannon. In short, if you choose to do it here, he was guaranteed to die, unless he could kill him with one blow, leaving Kaysen with no time to make any unnecessary moves. A little difficult. I'm sorry, there's no need. Kaysen leaned on his chair and looked at Lockhart in front of him through his monocle. First of all, killing people should not be a problem. 4 dark wizards, the lineup of professors at Hogwarts, can really be said to be all evil. That wand has not defeated many dark wizards. When Dumbledore was young, he used his wand to travel from London to Paris. His arms were not sore when he raised and lowered the wand. But even then, his entries are purely human and magical, and there is nothing strange about them. Then remove one of the options, and it should be the other one, the traditional craft of the defense against the dark arts professor. For example, possessed, just like Quirrell, who was possessed by Voldemort last year. I just don't know who this guy is that possessed Lockhart this year. That's really such a pity. Classmate Tom shook his head. In Kaizen's eyes, that expression was that Lockhart's flamboyant face was controlled by a restrained and calm soul. Now he was 100% sure that this Lockhart was definitely possessed. Classmate Tom listened to the professor in front of him humming without any expression. He just turned around and walked the long road again toward the office door. Kaysen, who was leaning on his chair, just watched with indifference. It wasn't until a few minutes later that he reached the door of the office that he suddenly reached out his hand. A gust of wind suddenly blew up in the huge office. With the darkness and the strange hurricane that was getting bigger and bigger, classmate Tom turned around in surprise. I saw Professor Kaysen sitting under the floor-to-ceiling window, still leaning lazily on his chair, just like when he first came in. What was different was the hand he stretched out. The palm of his hand seemed to be like the vortex of a huge star, and an unparalleled, huge attraction spread from it. Classmate Tom immediately did not dare to look back. Only then did he finally realize that this damn alchemy professor was a weak persimmon who was a little better than Lockhart. If he were a soft persimmon, Dumbledore's old friend would be an orange with the skin at best. But classmate Tom soon had no time to think about these brainstorms. He was now focused on heading towards the office door that was just around the corner, and even started running without any image. The moment he reached out and grasped the door handle, the slowly approaching vortex gravity finally caught him. The moment he was pulled back by the strange gravity of the vortex, Tom quickly took out his wand and turned around at almost 0 frame. Avada eats the big melon. This fatal curse was blocked by a piece of obsidian, but fortunately, the strange vortex gravity finally disappeared. He quickly cast 2 layers of iron armor spell on himself and looked at Kaysen, who slowly stood up. The latter took out his staff from his sleeve and started playing with it. I knew you were not Gilderoy Lockhart. That idiot couldn't use the death curse at all. Tom held the wand tightly. What if I didn't resist but were caught by you? Will you let me go? Not necessarily. Depending on my mood, I might plant you in a flower pot. Got it. Avada, choose the big melon. Another life-killing curse struck, but this time there was no obsidian that suddenly appeared to block it. Instead, the curse was allowed to hit the huge floor-to-ceiling window without causing even a decent crack. What's the matter? Are you a fool too? No. Strictly speaking, Lockhart is better than you. At least he still has his own body, and you a soul? A lonely ghost. The voice came from behind, and Tom quickly turned his head to see Kaysen standing behind him with his hands behind his back, and the strange chains that spread out from his body, made of regular hexagons embedded with triangles, were already unknown. Feelings surrounded him. Curse flame. From the bottom of his heart, Tom felt repulsed by this strange thing that he had never seen before and was not under his control. He immediately started to use fire to burn these strange chains. But what a coincidence! Contrary to the chaotic and disorderly Li Hua, this chain happened to be condensed from the order elements that Kaysen had previously extracted from the order crystal, and it immediately firmly imprisoned Li Hua. After controlling the flames, the water source cube appeared and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Li Hua, who had been showing off his teeth just now, didn't even have a shadow in the blink of an eye. Classmate Tom's face turned pale as he looked at the man in front of him, who had his hands behind his back and looked at him leisurely and swallowed his saliva rarely. This feeling was just like the distant memory of the moment when Dumbledore appeared in his room, waved his wand at will, and burned his cabinet. Although the expressiveness of the two is not the same, the weird feeling they create makes people unable to resist at all, as if the other person is standing there just because he wants to use his eyes to see the test object, or look at the pet's eyes to observe what you will do next. Can you tell me who you are now? Kaysen came over and asked. As long as I don't tell, no one will know. Tom said with a wicked smile. There will always be traces of what you have done. Let me guess, there is nothing strange in Lockhart's body. Did you possess him through some weird object as a medium? Kaysen asked. Classmate Tom said, while spinning around. You guess. It seems I was right. Is that thing on Lockhart now? We are all civilized people. If you just tell me, I won't take off this guy's clothes. Let's all be more decent. It's you and Lockhart who are dishonorable. What does it have to do with me? Kaysen nodded. Yes, that's right. Then crackling thunder and lightning slowly appeared in his hand. To be honest, I really regret that I don't know how to dig out the heart and bones. Just when the lightning in his hand was about to touch Lockhart's body, classmate Tom suddenly stuck out his tongue at Kaysen. I said, as long as I don't want to, no one will know who I am or where I come from. The next moment, Lockhart's body twitched, and in the blink of an eye, the weirdness and intelligence in his eyes disappeared, replaced by a burst of clarity and stupidity. He was looking at the gloomy-looking Kaysen in front of him and the interlaced light and dark lightning in his hand, and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. I think we may have a bit of a misunderstanding. Gilderoy Lockhart. Kaysen looked at him through his monocle. Human magic. The next moment, Kaysen waved his wand, and the violent magic tore apart everything on Lockhart's body. The monocle scanned it carefully over and over again, but found nothing. Stay here honestly, don't go out anywhere. Kaysen twitched the corner of his mouth. After taking away his wand, the iron cage instantly enveloped him, and then there was a buzzing sound, and the Ender teleported to the defense against the dark arts. Office. Then he saw Gilderoy in the portrait and let out a scream. Shut up. Kaysen waved his hand and took the portrait away. This guy is making a portrait of himself before he's even dead. He taunted this and started to turn the entire dark arts office into a mess. Not here. He teleported back to the office again, and before he could look at Lockhart in the cage, he noticed the crystal ball glowing red on the desk. Pressing it, the far door opened, revealing the 4 little wizards of Gryffindor. You came just in time to catch him. Let's repair his clothes and put them on for him. I'll go find Dumbledore. Kaysen shouted to the 4 little ones, and then disappeared directly. Only purple spots of light were left on the ground and slowly dissipated. I knew Professor Kaysen and Lockhart would have such a day. Ron's good eyes looked at the naked man in the cage in the distance. The figure sighed. I'm starting to believe that legend now. It's true. Harry agreed. On the other side, Kaysen, who suddenly appeared in the principal's office, appeared in front of Dumbledore and naturally took a piece of hazelnut cake from his hand. Stop eating and come to my office. Lockhart has just been possessed by a strange person. Dumbledore looked helplessly at the hazelnut cake that had been bitten and had no choice but to stand up and put a hand on Kaysen's shoulder. The next moment, the 2 of them appeared in the alchemy office. At the same time, the 4 little ones were still walking on the road, a considerable distance away from Lockhart in the cage. Children, would you mind helping me find Professor Snape? Dumbledore shouted to the 4 little ones. The 4 little wizards looked at each other and shook their heads subconsciously. How about you give it a try? Dumbledore looked at Kaysen vaguely. The latter shrugged. You, the principal, can't instruct them, so it's all in vain. Give it a try. Go find Severus. He is not a bad person. Kaysen said helplessly to the 4 little ones. Oh, okay. Times 4. Have you ever thought about becoming a principal? Not yet. Of course, if you are willing to abdicate and make way for someone better, I will be very happy to take up this responsibility. As they spoke, the 2 appeared in front of Lockhart. Dumbledore patted Kaysen, who also reached out and knocked on the iron railing in front of him, destroying it instantly. Put on your clothes, Lockhart. Dumbledore waved, and the clothes damaged by Kaysen were repaired in the blink of an eye and draped over Lockhart's body. Lockhart, on the other hand, was trembling all over like a doormat, looking pitifully at the abuser in front of him, and another abuser's backer who had an explosive relationship with the abuser. A feeling of wanting to cry without tears appeared in his chest. "Don't pretend to be pitiful. Do you still know how you showed up in my office?" Kaysen asked, holding his shoulders. "I can't come," Lockhart replied with a trembling voice. "Remember carefully, Lockhart, as many as you can recall," Dumbledore said softly. Lockhart shuddered. "I remember, when I left the principal's office, I picked up a book in a corner of the corridor. There was a memory in that book. I asked him if the curse of the defense against the dark arts professor and the alchemy professor at Hogwarts was real. He said it was, so I asked him how to break it. That memory made me kill Kaysen, but I definitely didn't think about it." Kaysen shrugged. "Thank you." "You're welcome, no. When I was about to close the book, he said there was another way. He asked me to pick up the book, and then injecting magic into the book, I finally appeared here as soon as I opened my eyes. Professor Heath beat me as soon as we met, like this, and even locked me in a cage. Lockhart was crying so hard it was quite disgusting. So, Lockhart, do you know whose notebook that is?" Dumbledore asked. "No, I don't remember. I don't remember anything. Is the owner of that notebook a man or a woman? Is he a Hogwarts wizard or an ancient wizard? What era is he roughly in, and what age group is he?" Dumbledore asked again. "I don't know. I can't remember anything. This doesn't seem to be an ordinary forgetfulness. He directly took away my memory instead of deleting it." Lockhart shivered for a long time, finally remembering his first dilemma at this time, and quickly put on all his clothes. "Are you telling the truth?" Kaysen said with strange eyes. "It's indeed true. What about you, Kaysen? What do you think?" Dumbledore looked at Kaysen again and asked. "I don't think he's too old. He's probably in the 6th or 7th grade. That person should be a man. He feels like an ordinary 6th grade kid to me. Wizard, just too mature. But after all, he doesn't have the corresponding experience. This kind of maturity seems a bit nondescript, like the maturity imitated by a child. Do you know about Chinibu? Illusion that I have a great responsibility from heaven. My own kind, adolescent wizards, all have that kind of situation. Furthermore, he may be a pure blood, or a noble from Muggle society. The temperament of that guy and the distant and restrained expression on his face remind me of Andrew Edward, an annoying party, and Lucius Malfoy. I think I know who that person is," Dumbledore said with a sigh of relief. Kaysen understood that it was a physical version of closed-ear plug listening. For example, a creeper head suddenly appeared in his hand and suddenly clicked on Lockhart's head. "Tom Riddle, you know him?" Dumbledore said helplessly. "No. Can he still die?" Dumbledore shook his head. "In short, we now know that Tom is now possessed by a book, and this book should be his work in 6th or 7th grade. It may contain a memory of his time, or it's a personality, like a portrait." "Wrong." Dumbledore looked at Kaysen. "It's not personality or memory, but soul," Kaysen said seriously. "How can I see it?" Dumbledore asked. Kaysen didn't know how to explain it for a moment, so he simply took off the monocle stuck in his eye socket, turned it around, and placed it in front of Dumbledore's eyes. "Human magic. What does MC mean?" Dumbledore saw Kaysen's essence through his monocle and asked with some confusion. "Don't worry about the details." Kaysen took the monocle back. "What I want to say is that when Voldemort possessed Lockhart, one of Lockhart's entries was soul." "Soul," Dumbledore murmured, and after a long time he sat on the chair. He didn't know whether he should be happy or sad. "A hopeless person," he said in a daze. "What?" Kaysen asked. "Tom is a hopeless person. It turns out that he was." "Please speak more clearly." Kaysen sat on his seat and poured Dumbledore a cup of black tea. "He killed a person. If the thing in Lockhart's body was really his soul, then he had already killed a person at that time. An innocent person. Using this cruel method, he split his soul and made horcruxes. This is the secret of his immortality and the secret of his gradual madness," Dumbledore said with a solemn face. "Horcrux," Dumbledore nodded. "By killing innocent people, split his soul, let the soul fragments attach to the object, and use ritual magic to protect the object, so that when his body is killed, because one of his souls, the fragment, cannot go to the world of the dead, so he will remain half dead and become a lonely ghost in the world. He relies on killing people to split his soul. Who did he kill back then? Kaizen asked. At that time, Myrtle, she was the only one. She is now a ghost in Hogwarts, in an abandoned bathroom on the second floor of the castle. Kaizen sat on his seat and took a sip of tea. You are right, that guy is really hopeless. The crystal ball on the desk flashed red, and after pressing it, the office door in the distance opened. Snape walked in and was a little surprised when he looked at this big and scary office. The next moment he used the flying spell and quickly came to the desk, pulled a chair for himself, and sat down, drinking tea. I was still interested in looking at Lockhart, who was dizzy not far away with a coolie's head stuck on his head. And the four little ones started a long movement. I should bring my broomstick next time, Harry whispered. I think that makes sense. What's the matter? You accidentally knocked Lockhart out and asked me to save him? Snape asked while sitting on the chair looking at Kaizen. Kaizen touched his chin and said little, while Dumbledore on the side looked slightly embarrassed. He called Snape here because he wanted Snape to give Lockhart some Veritaserum and then cooperate with his legitimacy body and soul dual search. But now that he has confirmed who that person is, in short, Snape is useless here. Don't tell me that I came here in vain. Snape looked at the silent Dumbledore and said, Of course not. Just now we went to the principal's office to talk. Just like that, the four panting cats finally approached the desk, and then Dumbledore operated away with Kaizen and Snape. Are they playing with us? Are they making fun of us? It was definitely Snape's idea. But I agree. The other side, the secret to Voldemort's immortality has been discovered. A very evil alchemy creation. A horcrux, Dumbledore said, sitting in his chair. I see. As long as we find the horcrux. Snape nodded. I don't think Tom will only want one horcrux. One horcrux is not enough to turn him into a human and a ghost. Dumbledore shook his head. Kaizen and Snape looked at each other, and then directed their speechless expressions at Dumbledore, obviously dissatisfied with the Riddler's behavior. Bridget Wenlock discovered a magic number, Dumbledore explained. 7? He made 7 horcruxes? Snape said, I can only say that it is possible. I judge this based on his character. If he chooses to make more than one horcrux, he probably will not choose to make it randomly. His arrogant and twisted character cannot accept anything that is not magic. Something. Dumbledore nodded. How many do you know now? One of them, one of his notebooks. Where? Kaizen shook his head. Lockhart picked up the notebook and was possessed by Voldemort. Until he was discovered by me and suppressed him in my office. Voldemort's soul should have suddenly left Lockhart. I've searched Lockhart's body and office, and I don't know where the notebook has gone. A horcrux, a soul fragment, which doesn't even have much magic power except to confuse people's hearts. How did it disappear? Snape frowned. That idiot Lockhart followed Voldemort's instructions and poured his magic into the notebook. Kaizen explained. A complete idiot indeed, Snape said sarcastically. After a long time, Kaizen left the principal's office and reappeared in the alchemy office. Lockhart, who was sitting in the corner, pulled out the creeper head from his head and sent him away. Next are the 4 little wizards. Well, surprisingly well-behaved, the 4 little wizards sat on the sofa, each holding a novel placed under the coffee table, and started reading. As Kaizen sat on his seat, the 4 little wizards finally turned on their phones. Neville was still sitting on the sofa with his old presents, while the other 3 little wizards all looked at Kaizen. What? Professor, I want to learn alchemy. Kaizen had no ink marks this time, and he didn't explain anything extra to them. Instead, he took out 3 red stones that were slightly larger than the one Neville had during the day and placed them on the desk. Light it up, and I'll consider you to have passed. Of course, it must be lit to a considerable extent. The 3 little wizards quickly picked up their own piece of red stone and poured magic power into it desperately. Neville watched helplessly as almost each of his 3 friends held a red stone slightly larger than himself, and the light shone brighter than his own. Then Professor Kaizen started to tell lies. Well, it's not very good. If you forcefully learn alchemy now, you will be easily injured but I'm still very happy to let you lay a solid foundation." As he spoke, he bent down and found several alchemy notebooks under the desk. "Have a look when you get back. If you plan to sign up for my class next year, I think you will need it." Kaysen gave one copy to each of the four little wizards. Even Neville, who went to class early, had it. "Professor, we just can't really do it now, right? What if we just listen in?" Hermione asked. "In fact, there's no need to audit, because I will not choose to use the lecture method for the time being, but use a more inhumane method." Inhumane? Hermione was confused. Then the four of them gained four more rune textbooks. Almost to the naked eye, this book was thicker than the Oxford Dictionary and bigger than the stools in their auditorium. What a fool. Ron looked at the big book in his hand in confusion, which could kill a person if he was cold. "Well," Kaizen looked at the watch on his wrist. "It's almost curfew time. Aren't you going back now?" The four little ones looked toward the office door in the distance. "Can we sleep here for the night?" Ron asked. "Well, of course not. I have to go out tonight." Kaysen shook his head. "Does it mean that professors also go out at night?" Kaysen tapped Harry's head with his knuckles. "How can the professor's matter be considered a night tour? I'm just patrolling the castle normally." "Oh," Harry suddenly realized. "If you were the one patrolling the castle tonight, you can give it a try. Maybe you can also try it with your invisibility cloak and see if I can catch you." "Oh, okay." Harry shrank his neck, and soon the four little ones walked towards the office door in the distance. Kaizen teleported directly to the abandoned bathroom on the second floor of the castle. He stretched out his hand and knocked on the door. "Hello, Myrtle, ma'am? Or maybe a classmate. Can I come in?" There was only the gurgling sound of the sewer inside. Kaysen knocked on the door again. "Who are you?" A sharp voice came from the bathroom. "Kezenshith, the alchemy professor at Hogwarts." "Oh, I know you. Come in." Kaysen pushed open the bathroom door and walked in. He looked at the translucent gray-white ghost sitting on a toilet in a daze. "Should I call you Ms. Myrtle or classmate Myrtle? Do I look old?" Myrtle's voice suddenly became sharp. "Of course not. I'm just expressing my respect." Kaysen quickly shook his head. "Oh, stop talking nonsense. No one in the whole school respects me. I don't deserve your respect. After all, I'm not outstanding, pretty, smart, no." "Why do you think so?" Kaysen asked. "Do I need to figure out myself? I just need to stand in front of a stranger, and the answers will come out of his harsh mouth." Myrtle floated towards Kaysen. "For example, you look at me. What kind of person do you think I am?" Kaysen raised his head slightly, as he always did when looking at others. "Magic Soul Death Void. A kind person." He spoke quickly. "Kind? Why do you think I'm kind?" Myrtle asked in surprise, as if she had never thought that this word would be used to describe herself. "Based on your description, the attitude of the young wizards at Hogwarts towards you should not be considered good, but I have rarely heard of you playing pranks or saying bad things to hurt others in Hogwarts. Although ordinary ghosts can't do the same mischief as Peeves, but they can still appear out of nowhere to scare people or chase and curse. But you endured those insults that you shouldn't have endured, but you didn't vent any anger. Maybe at most you just hid in this bathroom, quietly, waiting for your mood to calm down. How can this not be considered kindness?" There was a rare hint of flesh color on Myrtle's gray face. "Perhaps you are right. Can you tell me more?" "These are all easy to say. You just haven't discovered your own strengths, such as wisdom. You are a Ravenclaw chosen by the Sorting Hat and MS. Rowena Ravenclaw. You can be the person you want to be, instead of letting others find the advantages that you have overlooked." Kaysen comforted. "Oh, thank you. But I'm still ugly, I still wear glasses, and I'm still a crybaby." At that moment, Myrtle felt better, but soon she fell down again. Went down. Come on, isn't that what all adolescents do? At least from an adult's perspective like me, it doesn't look bad. Wearing glasses isn't shameful. I wear glasses too. It's normal to cry. I had a student last year named Carsley. Of course, she has graduated this year. She also loves to cry. She wrote to me some time ago and said that she had joined the Department of Magical Law Enforcement of the Ministry of Magic. Myrtle's eyes lit up as she looked at Kaysen. "I know her. She's a good person." Kaysen wiped the sweat from his head calmly. "It's really hard to deal with adolescent children. Fortunately, I still have some talent." You are such a gentle person. I almost want to live and take your class. Myrtle slowly retracted her body into the toilet, leaving only her head exposed. Thank you for trusting me, really. You're very polite, but why are you here looking for me? I don't believe anyone would visit a ghost without any trouble. The two braids rippled like water plants in the water. My question is a bit offensive. You may be angry when you hear it. For the sake of being so polite, I can forgive you once, just ask. Kaysen nodded. How did you die? Myrtle seemed relieved to hear this question, and Kaysen only heard a long-tailed tone. This question is not offensive. To me, death is like a second life, like a birthday, and it is worth celebrating. Then I'm pretty lucky. I picked this question pretty well. Well, when I died, an annoying guy laughed at me. I don't know where she is now. Maybe she married a troll, or maybe she was eating bagels that day. I'm choked to death. Anyway, I congratulate her on her well-being with a magical heart. I was crying here that day, in this bathroom, until I heard a boy's voice. It sounded pretty nice, deep, and magnetic. I thought the owner of that voice would be a handsome guy. It's a pity that the situation was not right. After all, this is the women's bathroom. I turned around to remind him, and then I died. Kaysen touched his chin. That's all. Myrtle nodded. That's all. Not all. At that time, I also saw two yellow-orange eyes like some huge creature. This clue is very useful. Also, how did you die that year? What did your body look like? Just like that, peaceful and scary like sleeping. I would rather I die ugly, because then I can scare that guy a little bit harder. If I die like Bloody Barrow or Sir Nick, I would die in a scary way. That guy will never be able to hold on. Myrtle said with some regret. That guy. That's what I was talking about in the first place. The annoying guy who laughed at me into this bathroom. That guy is... Kaizen asked curiously. I won't tell you her name. Maybe she died in an unknown corner a long time ago. Now I just hope that her name can completely disappear from this world. Myrtle said fiercely. Yeah, I can understand. Can I ask why you asked this? Myrtle asked again. In order to find out the truth about your murder, find the murderer, and protect the current little wizards. Kaizen explained. Well, you are a good person, and what you do deserves this face. Myrtle smiled, staring at Kaysen with her eyes. Said, oh, thank you for the compliment. You're welcome. It's just like you complimenting me. If you want to hear such naked praise, just come here. Thank you. I will do it if necessary. After getting the answer, Kaysen said goodbye to Myrtle politely and enthusiastically, which could be said to be a three-step farewell. Of course, apart from the farewell, he did not cast any extra eyes on any part of the bathroom. After all, the door sign outside the bathroom said female, so it was unreasonable for me to come in. I scanned every inch of the bathroom as carefully as if I were staring at a frame. It was a bit perverted. After returning to the office, Kaysen pulled a small mobile blackboard from the classroom downstairs and placed it in the corner of the office area. He wrote two important points on the front with chalk. One was the huge yellow eyes, and the other was intact. Undamaged remains. Draw these two key clues that can be determined on the blackboard, and other clues found later can be put on top like formulas. It is quite convenient, but the previous neighbor was full of disdain for this stupid method. If only that guy was a wizard. I'm still here staring at the damn blackboard. Kaysen leaned on the armchair on. A voice muttered from his lips. The next day, get out of class is over. After finishing speaking, Kaysen picked up some pieces of scratch paper on the podium, knocked down all four corners, then casually folded a thickened paper airplane and threw it into the trash can. After teleporting, the ender appeared directly at Hagrid's villa on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. If you're looking for someone at Hogwarts who knew the most about magical beasts, the first person who would come to mind would definitely be Professor Kettleburn, the professor of magical beasts. However, there's a quality about this professor that people cannot help but praise. 7 days a week, he completed 5 classes for 5 grades in one day and spent the remaining 6 days traveling around the world. So, can't be found. But it doesn't matter, Professor Kettleburn can't be found. There is a second person who knows about magical animals. Dong dong dong. After a while, Hagrid opened the door wearing an apron. I'm baking a small cake. Come in and try it. Of course, I will be happier if you can take some away. Hagrid quickly welcomed Kaizen in. Kaizen sitting on the sofa. Choo choo choo. Hagrid, do you know about tires? I know, what's wrong? A cake that tastes like tires, or a cake that tastes like tires. Which one do you prefer? Kaizen asked. Have you really started researching? After hearing this, Hagrid blushed and calmly took the cake away from the coffee table. Maybe something else, rock pie. I want more milk. Of course, I won't forget the milk. Soon, after changing a set of refreshments, Kaizen let out a long breath. He couldn't help but think of the three-headed dog last year. Maybe the big guy's teething toy was the cake made by Hagrid. Not to mention how it tastes. At least it tastes pretty good. Okay, the new year has begun again. To be honest, I think the sun is shining brighter on this black lake. Hagrid sighed while sitting on the sofa and looking through the window at the black lake in the distance. Well, Hagrid, do you know what kind of magical animal has a pair of huge yellow eyes and can kill people instantly without letting the body be destroyed? Kaizen strategically drank the black tea and said, Yellow eyes can kill people instantly without destroying the body. I know only two of them, the poisonous beast and the basilisk. They can kill people with their eyes. Of course, the victim must look directly into their eyes. Why do you ask? Hagrid scratched his head. Kaizen touched his chin and finally decided not to tell Hagrid about the return of one of Voldemort's horcruxes, but instead used another thing to explain it. I know that there is an abandoned bathroom on the second floor of the castle. The ghost, named Myrtle, I'm investigating the cause of her death. Oh, why did you suddenly start investigating her? I knew a little bit about this back then. You know how I get expelled from Hogwarts? Hagrid said in a moment of embarrassment. Let me tell you first, I definitely did not commit murder. I was falsely accused back then, and the person who falsely accused me he was a popular figure in the school back then. In short, he was a very famous person. Hagrid took a sip. Black tea warmed my body. He was the one who falsely accused me. Myrtle Warren died in that bathroom. The school launched an investigation, and the person reported to the school that it was my Aragog who did it, but it promised me it won't hurt anyone. Secondly, even if we step back 10,000 steps and it is really Aragog, Warren's body will never be that complete. Hagrid bit the rock cake fiercely and said, who is Aragog? It's an acromantula, and it's in the Forbidden Forest now. Kaizen took a sip of black tea and briefly recalled the specimen of an acromantula he had seen in Snape's office. Lord Voldemort made the school aware of the existence of acromantula, which may be the only good thing he did in his life. Then what? Go on. He continued to ask. The next thing is that's it. The idiots at the Ministry of Magic don't care about Warren's intact body. After all, the poor child is a muggle, and his parents just know there is just a place for magic. Naturally, the Ministry of Magic will not do its best to investigate. They just need to punish me as soon as possible and let this case be closed. At the same time, they will pretend to tell the wizards and wizards' parents that Hogwarts will be reopened under the Ministry of Magic's investigation. It's safe. Hagrid leaned on his chair and said dully, By the way, this matter has been going on for so many years. Why do you suddenly think of investigating? Hagrid asked. Originally, I just wanted to find the monster who killed Myrtle, but now I have another reason. Do you want to be accused of being a murderer all the time? Kaizen took out a small diamond pickaxe and put it into his hands. He broke off a piece of rock cake, soaked it in milk, and said, Oh, thank you, Kaizen. It's okay. Well, you mentioned the poisonous beast and the basilisk. Do you have specific information on them? Or do you know their information books? I'll compile a copy later and give it to you. Thank you very much. Hagrid leaned forward and patted Kaizen's shoulder gently with his palm-sized hand. It's me who should say thank you. You are completely helping me. I don't have as powerful magic as you, and my mind is not as fast as yours. I can't help you with anything else, but luckily I know enough about magical animals. You can't help me investigate the real culprit and clear my name in the castle, while I hide in this house eating rock biscuits and drinking hot coffee. Although I tend to mess up other things, I can do my best. Things are still possible. Okay. I'm not doing this for you. Or are you just doing it by the way? I'm doing it for Myrtle as the victim and the little wizards as potential victims. Kaizen wanted to pat Hagrid on the shoulder, but there was a large coffee table in the middle, so he had no choice but to pat Hagrid's big head, which was almost pressed against the coffee table. Um. Kaizen rarely heard a hint of vibrato in Hagrid's tone, so he simply said nothing and left quietly. After all, the boss still has to save some face. Back in the office, Kaizen picked up the chalk and wrote on the blackboard the venomous beast and the basilisk, and then stared at the blackboard. After a while, apart from making his eyes hurt from looking at it, he didn't have any extra results. Fortunately, I stopped reasoning for the time being. I put the chalk behind my ear and took out a bottle of grape juice fermented version from under the desk. Just as he was choosing a goblet from the cabinet, the red crystal ball on the desk suddenly lit up. Kaizen pressed it casually, and the office door in the distance opened. Neville was smarter this time. He rode a broomstick that looked like Harry's Nimbus 2000 and flew slowly over. Although Neville's skills in riding a broomstick are not as fast as those in the Quidditch student team, it is still much better than riding a broomstick on his legs. "Hello, Professor. Do you want to come to class? Or is there something else?" Kaizen subconsciously wanted to pour Neville a cup, but then suddenly realized something was wrong and quickly replaced it with a cup of black tea. Neville sat on his seat and took out a piece of parchment from his pocket and spread it on the desk. "I designed this for Harry. As a seeker, Harry has to wear goggles and glasses, which is very uncomfortable. So I wanted to make him something like this, which would protect his eyes from the wind and not get thrown away." Lost glasses. Kaizen took a look at the parchment. It was more of a concept drawing than a design drawing. After all, there was a picture of a pair of round-rimmed glasses plus a description of the effect. "It's a good idea. Have the matching materials and runes been designed?" "Professor in the back." Kaizen turned it over, took a look at it, and praised it. "Not bad. You learned well. Actually, I asked Professor Rune for advice." Neville said, a little embarrassed. Neville has been making glasses in the office until late at night this time, from polishing the crystals into lenses to pouring the glasses frames with mithril and finally assembling them. After all this is done, all that's left is to add power magic and deep enchantment to the lenses. It's really tiring. Neville carefully put the semi-finished glasses into a delicate glasses case and stretched his waist hard. "I'll take you back to the lounge. Don't let Mr. Filch take you away to do voluntary labor for a few days." Kaizen also slowly put on his coat until Neville slowly flew to the door of the office on a broomstick. He finally teleported and appeared next to Neville. "For the next gift, I suggest you redivide the rune symbols you wrote. It is best to enchant only once a day and only a small section at a time. Otherwise, it will be easy to overdraw the magic power. Although it's not a serious problem, let Hermione know that you can't walk around without eating." Kaizen said with a scared look on his face. "I think it should be okay. That situation is unique to you, Professor Kaizen." "It shouldn't be my turn yet," Neville said. "I'm not talking about how Hermione will ravage you, but I'm talking about trying to avoid overdrawing your magic power." "I know how to do it, Professor." The two of them were walking along the corridor, and suddenly 3 entries flashed across their monocle. "Magic Flesh Soul." Kaizen quickly grabbed the back of Neville's neck and pulled him behind him without any explanation. The staff appeared silently in his hand, and countless tiny fluorite covered the entire corridor. "Who? Come out." The bright corridor was empty. "Hide here. Close your eyes. They will protect you." Kaizen almost instantly generated 4 iron puppets around Neville, surrounding him tightly in the middle. "Close your eyes and don't look at anything. Maybe it's really those 2 things Hagrid said." After Kaizen finished speaking, he squinted his eyes and walked as quietly as possible towards the corner of the corridor in front of him. "Anyway, Hagrid said that the poisonous beast and the basilisk both need to look at each other before they can kill. I just need to be careful and don't look at it, and I should be able to kill it. But that entry about flesh and soul, Voldemort possessed one of the 2 monsters?" He muttered in his heart, lowering his eyes and trying to observe the empty corridor as much as possible, until he heard a scream. "Wardfa? What the hell is this? Close your eyes. Wait for me." Kaizen recognized that the voice belonged to the Weasley twins, but he didn't know which one it was, so he had to yell loudly and tell him to close his eyes. After all, being beaten to death by wild beasts or black magic is much better than being stared to death with one eye. He didn't have time to think about it, so he quickly teleported to the place where Scream appeared. One of the Weasley twins was already lying on the ground and turned into a stone statue, while the other one was hiding in the corner and covering it with one arm. Eyes, all kinds of curses kept popping out of his wand. "Weasley, stop," Kaysen said. "Professor Kaysen? What happened to George? Is he cast under a petrification spell?" Fred quickly breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Kaysen's voice and lowered his arms to reveal a face with exaggerated eyes. Then he saw George lying on the ground, turned into stone. Kaysen helped George up and found that he also wore exaggerated glasses on his face, but now was not the time to care about glasses. Through his monocle, he saw the entry belonging to George. "Human magic rock. It looks like he's still alive. Take George with you. Let's go find Neville first. He's here too." Okay. Fred was relieved to hear that George was still alive and quickly used a levitation spell to make him fly and followed Kaysen. Soon the three of them met with Neville, and after eliminating the Iron Golem, they walked directly towards the Gryffindor Tower. Now Kaysen was in no mood to give Neville extra lessons, and Neville tacitly agreed not to ask, and just walked quietly until several people greeted the fat lady who was sleeping in the picture frame and entered the Gryffindor common room one by one. "Neville, please go back to bed first. Don't talk about this until tomorrow morning." Neville nodded, seemingly wanting to say something, but in the end he didn't speak and moved step by step to the stairs of the boys' dormitory. "Who attacked you?" Kaysen put George on a sofa and asked Fred. "George should have seen it, but I didn't." "What is this thing you are wearing on your face?" Night vision glasses. It's easy to get caught by flashing fluorescent lights when you're out at night. Just wait for the points to be deducted." Kaysen rubbed his temples helplessly and disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving only some purple light spots. Fred looked confused, and soon there was another roar, and Kaysen reappeared in the common room with a sleepy Dumbledore. "Let's see if this is a petrification spell." Dumbledore took out the Elder Wand, chanted the counter curse of the petrification curse at George, and shook his head after a long time. "Strictly speaking, this is not a petrification spell, at least not one cast by a wizard." When Dumbledore said this, Fred couldn't sit still. Originally, he had thought of using the stone statue of George as a hook to hang the glasses he took off. At this time, he looked at Kaysen and Dumbledore with a look of fear. "Will he die?" "Don't worry, he's not dead yet. Madame Pomfrey will cure him." Dumbledore comforted. On the other side, Kaysen took out a glass of milk and was looking at the petrified George. It may have been that he suddenly petrified, but he didn't even have time to open his mouth. He laid George sideways on the sofa again and poured water into his brain hole, no, his ear hole. "Kaysen, what are you doing?" Dumbledore said in shock, but didn't understand. "This is the category of alchemy. If you don't understand, don't bother me yet," Kaysen said, and decided to modify the form of the milk in his hand. Soon, the liquid milk disappeared, leaving only a white light in his hand. He slowly placed the light into George's chest. The next moment, ahem, I'm still alive." George recovered instantly and said with a scared look on his face, "What did you see?" Dumbledore came over and asked directly, without waiting for Kaysen to explain the cause and effect to George. "A snake, a big snake." "Kaysen, you need to come with me." Dumbledore pushed his half-moon glasses that were slipping down a little and was about to reach out and pat Kaysen's shoulder. The latter was halfway through his words. "Gryffindor buckle." Before Kaysen could finish his words, Dumbledore's apparition was activated, and with a buzz, the two of them disappeared. "We won't lose points anymore," George, who had saved his life, said, touching his nose. "It appears, yes." Buzz. There was another roar. 100 points deducted from Gryffindor for the two of you hanging out at night. After deducting points, Professor Kaysen left the Gryffindor common room again. It was like he opened his lips and took away nothing but Gryffindor's 100 points. No, in addition to the 100 points, he also took away a pair of night vision glasses made by the twins. Clam. On the other side is the principal's office. It seems that you are very interested in this thing, but I still wonder where you got such a big blackboard. Dumbledore looked at Kaysen in surprise. The blackboard taken out from the ring. Kaysen had no intention of explaining. He couldn't just say, "My Office 2.0 has black technology." The entire third-floor office is a huge Enderbox. Although this was the case, he still had no intention of explaining it. Although after the office was upgraded to 2.0, not to mention using the ring to take a blackboard, if there's someone inside, he can use the ring to directly pull that person over. Don't worry about these details. We have 2 pieces of information now. I used a monocle to see the thing hidden in the dark in the corridor. It should be the so-called basilisk, and Voldemort should be attached to the basilisk, because at that time I saw a soul entry. Also, enchanted glasses can reduce the basilisk's magical power to a certain extent, which can kill anyone it glares at. However, ordinary myopic glasses cannot do that. Myrtle is an example. "You want to give all the young wizards glasses?" asked Dumbledore. "Then let the basilisk petrify the little wizards into stone, and then use the dragon's tail to smash their bodies to pieces? I told you wouldn't do that. It's stupid," Dumbledore said as a matter of course. On the other side, Kaysen, who had been rubbing his glasses for almost 5 seconds, rubbed the lenses with his hands somewhat awkwardly. "Didn't you say you were afraid that the basilisk would smash the little wizard to pieces with its dragon tail?" "Ahem, this is different. I designed a very interesting mechanism for it. Are the basilisk's eyes a condensed state of the element of death?" Kaysen asked. "It's different. The basilisk is not Medusa. If the basilisk has no hostility towards you, then it won't kill you directly when it looks at you. But the basilisk possessed by Tom is different. I was wondering why I didn't see the element of death at that time. But if my guess is correct, the basilisk's eyes will transmit the element of death to the victim." Dumbledore nodded. "That's right. In that case, we can do some interesting things with alchemy." Kaysen took out an enchanting table and quickly used runes to enchant the glasses with resistance to magic and delayed shattering. "Give a copy to make a double." Dumbledore took out his wand and clicked it, and the glasses changed from 1 to 2, 1 main body and 1 replica. Then Kaysen put the main glasses on the table, took out a box, and put the replica glasses in, and then put the comparator, redstone circuit, redstone torch, and piston. Because the comparator detects that there is an item in the box, the redstone signal output causes the redstone torch to go out and the piston cannot be started. Finally, Kaysen made a bubbling water with soul sand in front of the piston and threw an ender pearl into it. The pearl jumped in the bubbling water instantly. This is the element of death. It should be similar to the basilisk. To be on the safe side, I even took away Gemini's night vision glasses. If the 2 magics are superimposed, one of them will be useful. Kaysen held the glasses in one hand, and in the other hand appeared the death element he had synthesized from chaos and life, and introduced it to Dumbledore excitedly. Dumbledore, who looked confused and couldn't understand at all, still watched quietly in order to keep his face. "Okay, I know you don't understand. You can ask." Dumbledore, who had now seen through Kaysen, said bluntly, "What's the use of this?" "Good question." Kaysen put the main glasses on the table. "We used this death element to simulate the death stare of the basilisk." He waved his hand, and an element of death flew towards the glasses. The moment it passed through the glasses, most of the power was absorbed by the glasses. After about a second, the entire glasses instantly shattered. In the box on the other side, the replica glasses inside were broken into pieces because the main glasses were broken. The comparator could not detect that there was anything in the box, so it turned off the redstone signal output, and the connected redstone torch suddenly ignited and started the piston. The piston started, and the protruding piston plate landed directly on the bubbling water, pushing the bouncing ender pearl forward and crushing it. With a bang, Kaysen suddenly teleported to the place where the ender pearl was broken. "How is it? Do you understand?" Kaysen asked Dumbledore. "Nicholas Flamel told you rightly. I know the alchemy of farts," Dumbledore said in a daze. "How's it going?" Kaysen then asked. "You want to use such a device, plus the matching glasses, to make this kind of teleportation device. The basilisk's death gaze will be blocked by these glasses until only the petrification effect remains. Then the glasses shatter. Activate this device. Let this device crush the pearl and teleport the petrified little wizards to a safe place within a second. Dumbledore cleared his mind and said, "That's what I mean." Kaysen nodded. Dumbledore, who had confirmed his thoughts, sat on the chair and pushed up the glasses on the bridge of his nose. "I know shit about alchemy. Haven't you said this once before?" Kaysen asked. "I'm just expressing my surprise. Every time I see a talented person like you, I will sigh at the greatness of magic and life." Dumbledore said with a long breath. "Yeah, I agree." Dumbledore took a tactical sip of his cappuccino. "You are really honest. This is my advantage. The next problem is that this ender pearl is only useful to me. Others cannot use it." Dumbledore glanced at Kaysen. "You're not going to use me as an experiment, are you? Are you going to let me use the little wizard for experiments?" "All right." Dumbledore finally sighed helplessly. For the rest of the night, the two of them kept holding an ender pearl and trying various methods to change its teleportation judgment, including, but not limited to, enchantment, anvil, and curse, until finally Kaysen decided to copy the concept from an old fantasy novel with a tried attitude. Blood oath successful. So the two of us wasted a whole night in the office on such a simple thing. Dumbledore said helplessly, "What the hell? I don't think you should say this." Kaysen said unhappily as he poured recovery potion into his mouth. Dumbledore smiled and said, "Looking at you, maybe we need to add a lot of sponge mats in one of the rooms to prevent them from getting hurt. I can also shrink this device so that they can teleport directly to their beds, as long as their petrification movements are not too abstract," Kaysen reminded. "Then I'll trouble you. Please make a sample first. We need to demonstrate it to the little wizards. We also need to make glasses that are elegant and good-looking enough. As the headmaster, you don't usually come into contact with them. A little wizard who loves beauty will not wear ugly glasses that will reduce their charm, even if they are threatened with death." "Then this matter." Before Dumbledore finished speaking, Kaysen said, "I'll leave this to you. I hope you can use alchemy to make glasses they like. After all, glasses made with transformation magic can easily repel the later enchantment magic." No, I don't know shit about alchemy." "Dumbledore, do you have the heart to exploit a poor professor who has devoted all his efforts to education?" "Oh, okay." After getting Dumbledore's answer, Kaysen quickly teleported back to his office, and during the trip, he went to Professor McGonagall to get a student form. All the students plus the professors. To be honest, it's a bit inhumane to make so many teleportation devices. While he was thinking about it, he saw two mysterious puppets playing and fighting next to the desk. In the evening, Kaysen came to the castle hall staggeringly with an opaque thermos in his hand. Almost all the young wizards gathered there. Dumbledore, the only one in the castle who was an expert in alchemy besides Kaysen, was waving the tools on the alchemy table so that sparks were emitted. After making a pair of glasses, he quickly said, "Next." Kaysen stood slowly behind Dumbledore, admiring with Snape the sight of Dumbledore wishing he could grow a third hand. "This is a pretty good scene, isn't it? As a member of Hogwarts, I'm happy to see our great headmaster Dumbledore regain the energy of young people." Snape commented with a sneer. "Severus, if you really have nothing to do, could you please stop making sarcastic remarks? There are so many little wizards here that even the house elves can't get in. If possible, please get me something to drink," Dumbledore said while operating the alchemy table. "Oh yes." Snape looked at the thermos in Kaysen's hand. "Do you dislike him?" "Oh no." Kaysen subconsciously wanted to refuse, but soon he thought of something interesting and naturally handed the thermos to Snape. Snape handed it over to Dumbledore. Dumbledore unscrewed the lid and took a sip, then he was silent for a while. After a long time, he snapped his fingers, and the liquid in the thermos instantly burned with a light blue flame. He looked back and saw that it was true. "Come." "No, you may not believe it, but I just happen to look like Professor Kaysen. I am his younger brother, and I don't know alchemy at all." "Okay, I'll show the little wizards how to use the teleportation machine." Almost instantly, a pair of glasses was rubbed out by Kaysen's hands. After enchanting them with magic, he stood on the platform. Students, has Headmaster Dumbledore told you the purpose of your visit? A basilisk is lurking in the shadows of Hogwarts Castle, and this pair of glasses is an important item that will allow you to survive when you encounter the basilisk. There's also a small item that goes with it. He looked around at the young wizards below the stage and said, Mr. Morgan, come up and cooperate with me. Morgan quickly climbed up the platform. My pleasure, Professor. Come, I need a drop of your blood. Morgan nodded without taking out his wand, but just rubbed his fingers, and a subtle cutting spell cut a tiny wound. After smearing the blood on the ender pearl, he chanted a counter spell, and the wound healed in the blink of an eye. Be afraid, kids. Every one of you needs to take this step, unless you happen to have a nosebleed today. Kaysen placed the ender pearl that recognized Morgan as its master into the bubbling water, then took out the glasses he had rubbed with his hands before and handed them to Snape. Please make a double copy. Soon, a pair of original glasses and a copy of the glasses appeared in Kaysen's hands. He put the copy of the glasses into the box of the conveyor. This pair of glasses has a compound spell cast on it. This magic will absorb the basilisk's death gaze and reduce the magic of immediate death to a reversible petrification effect. Please applaud the Weasley twins. One of the magics was invented by them, although it is for night travel. The other magic is to make it absorb the black magic and then break. At the same time, the replica glasses in the box will break synchronously. This way, the machine will know that you are in danger and will smash the ender pearl that recognizes you as its master. Those of you who have been petrified will be teleported back by the broken ender pearls. Do you understand? The young wizards below the stage nodded in sync. Very good. Let's give it a try. Kaysen placed Morgan's machine casually in the corner and then cast a black magic directly on the glasses. Amount. Very good. It may hurt a little, but you should all be petrified at that time, so you can't feel it. Now, the little wizards who have finished making their own glasses, come to me. I will adjust the machine and enchant the glasses for you. After Kaysen finished speaking, he set up a small table in the auditorium and began his hard work. Kaysen quickly enchanted the glasses, then placed the ender pearl stain with the little wizard's blood into the miniature teleporter, and finally put the replica glasses that Snape had enchanted earlier into the box. Next, put the machine at the bedside in a safe place. You usually wear glasses, so don't take them off if you don't need to. Wait, I'll add a binding curse to it. Anyway, it's like you're not wearing anything. It won't affect you when you take a shower or sleep. It has a built-in cleaning spell, so you don't have to wipe your glasses. How convenient. He quickly cast a binding curse and handed it to the little wizard in front of him. Then, Professor, when can I take it down? After we kill that basilisk, next one. As time passed, Kaysen's movements changed from mechanical to numb, until a familiar person sat down in front of him. As one of the few wizards who wore glasses, he did not go to Dumbledore to customize his glasses, but instead gritted his teeth and gave Snape his own glasses, the same model as his father's. Snape clumsily cast a double spell on the glasses and returned them to Harry with such strength that it seemed as if he could crush a troll's head with his bare hands. These glasses are quite old. Do you have any idea to change them? Although Kaysen was speaking to Harry, his eyes were on Neville, who was standing in line several steps behind Harry. Neville noticed the gaze, hesitated for a moment, and then took out the glasses he had made for Harry. Seeing this, Kaysen waved. This is a gift I made for you. Of course it can't compare to what Professor Dumbledore made. Neville said in a low voice embarrassedly as he stood beside Harry. No, it's very precious. I don't want it to become a sacrifice. Harry took the glasses, transformed it into an exquisite glasses case, put the glasses in it, and put it away carefully. This, Kaysen looked at Neville, who was a little hesitant, and said to Harry, Okay, isn't it good that Neville's gift can save your life? But Harry touched the glasses in his pocket, looked at Neville again, and finally took out his glasses and once again walked towards Snape with gritted teeth. Neville breathed a sigh of relief and looked back at his previous cue position. The young wizards still left a seat for him, but thinking that he had wasted a lot of time standing in the front of the line, he walked to the end of the line. Snape was rarely anthropomorphic, and his movements were unusually gentle when he copied Harry's new glasses. After Harry got his glasses back, he looked back at Neville, who had already reached the end of the line. After thinking for a moment, he patted the shoulder of the little wizard behind him and also walked towards the end of the line. Wow! Ron, who was already wearing glasses, sat side by side with Hermione on the steps of the auditorium, each with a glass of lemonade, and there were 2 unopened glasses of lemonade under their feet. Now I know why Professor Kaysen asked Neville to do alchemy in advance. It turns out he wanted to make a gift for Harry. Ron said as he gulped down a sip of lemonade. We should have some too. What do you think Neville will give me? Maybe something you already have. Oh, how about I write a Christmas limited edition card for Neville this year? I can't. I can't give Neville anything good, so I won't write. I will be happy with anything Neville gives me. Oh my God, you'll hurt Neville's heart. Believe me, Neville also really wants to know what kind of gift you like. Otherwise, just think about how tiring it is to rack your brains to think of gifts every Christmas Eve. Hermione comforted. You're right. Do you think Neville would like a full set of chocolate frog cards? That's all I have. Ron put the lemonade on the ground and said with his chin supported by his hands. Neville is just like you. He will be happy if you give him anything. Believe me, that would be best. The time passed quickly. After Kaysen adjusted the teleportation machine of the last little wizard, he stretched his body vigorously. Next up are the professors. Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and Professor Flitwick already had glasses, and they quickly debugged the machine. The difference was that the professors' glasses were not cursed. After all, the professors had basic self-control abilities and were not so confused as to make a simple choice between beauty and comfort in life, which had more weight. After 2 or 3 more professors, Professor Sprout, who had already finished, came back again. This belongs to Lockhart. He didn't dare to come to see you, so he asked me to come, and here is his blood. Professor Sprout said helplessly. Oh my God, is he a child? Kaysen adjusted Lockhart's machine speechlessly. He also added a binding curse to his glasses. Although Lockhart is not very smart, has poor magical ability, is vain, greasy, and likes to take away the honor that belongs to others, he can still be considered a personification, and his crime is not punishable by death. Moreover, Lockhart has become much more obedient now. He is not so disruptive in class. When he sees Kaysen, he will take a detour. If he really can't get around him, he will put on a flattering smile on his face. More anthropomorphic than the one in Diagon Alley. Give this to him, and by the way, tell him a message for me. I'm not some man-eating devil, so I won't hide from me so much. Although I still have the urge to plant him in a flower pot and let him be neighbors with the mandrake. Kaysen handed the glasses and machine to Professor Sprout and said, I'll pass on the message. Next is Filch. It seems that Filch's glasses were not made by Dumbledore, or rather, the professor's glasses were not made by Dumbledore. Although they were not proficient in alchemy, making a pair of glasses was not a difficult task for them. This was a difficult task for Filch, as even the arms of the glasses he took out were glued on, with white scabs on them. Maybe he picked up some discarded glasses from some little wizard somewhere, and was too embarrassed to ask the professors to help him fix them, so he clumsily glued them back together himself. Kaysen looked at his glasses, then looked up at Filch, who looked a little embarrassed, and fortunately took out a piece of parchment and a quill from his pocket. Draw the glasses style you like, and I'll make you a pair. Filch picked up the quill awkwardly and uttered, thank you. Soon after Filch's teleportation device was completed, Kaysen was finally able to finish his work and return to the office. He took out his parchment and quill. It's time to design a new skin for myself. Oh, new glasses. The second-floor corridor of Hogwarts. A huge, sticky, and slippery snake monster crawled out through a gap in the pipe, and a long and thin tongue came out of its mouth. And Tom and his head quickly found a suitable prey. A little wizard jumping around in a wizard robe and jeans. He looks like a muggle wizard at first glance. Tom has made up his mind. Although the basilisk's death gaze failed on the glasses worn by a little wizard some time ago, that embarrassing situation will never happen again. Even if this little wizard is still alive and wearing glasses, it doesn't matter. At most, I can give him a tail and smash him into pieces and then use his pieces on the ground to show my return. Things happened almost exactly as he expected. The little muggle wizard was petrified. Just as Tom was about to use his tail to whip him up, he heard a loud, buzzing sound, and the petrified little wizard suddenly disappeared on the spot, without even leaving a speck of dust. Hiss, huh? Professor, where are your glasses? In the alchemy class, Fred asked Kaysen. Isn't it on top? It's stuck on the left eye socket. Kaysen replied, But Professor, didn't you say yesterday that between beauty and your own life, you must choose life? Meyer, who was the first to get the glasses yesterday and was hit with a binding curse, said with some resentment. Who said I didn't choose life? The next moment, a layer of light blue light suddenly appeared in front of Kaysen's eyes, but disappeared in the blink of an eye. Professor, why don't we have it? Come on, even Dumbledore doesn't get this treatment. Go on and show me the next question. But to make you a little happier, I promise that as long as you can get all E's in this monthly exam, I will give you, Jordan, go and close the back door. George, go and close the front door, and I will tell you something that makes it easy to get into Azkaban. Hearing what Kaysen said, all the little wizards in the classroom raised their heads excitedly, and the two little wizards who were named quickly stuck their heads out of the door and confirmed that no one was approaching the corridor before closing the door tightly. Professor, please tell us that we promised not to spread it. Fred said excitedly. Come on, my class hasn't been spread out. Now everyone stand up. Kaysen didn't believe a word these little wizards said. He personally began to confiscate items including, but not limited to magic cameras, crystal balls, and various items that could preserve images and audio. After finishing all this, Kaysen stood on the podium with a smile on his face. Have you mastered the use of the mysterious puppet? Next I'm going to show you something awesome. Everybody spread out. As he said this, he took out a bunch of bottles of milk and distributed them to everyone in the classroom. The next moment, the little wizard standing in the classroom saw a cube that kept wailing in the hands of Professor Kaysen, who was approachable, highly respected, tireless, kind, hard-working, and conscientious. He placed the blocks in a T shape in the open space in the middle of the classroom, and then placed 3 withered skulls on top. In an instant, the T-shaped structure formed by soul sand turned into a pitch-black skeleton with no limbs and only the spine and ribs. The 3 pitch-black skulls above had frighteningly large mouths, as if they were howling in sharp sounds that no one could hear. Kaysen quickly surrounded Withering with obsidian and iron fences, then turned to look at the little wizards. This thing is called Wither. Isn't it cool? Handsome. I won't give it to you, handsome. After all, this thing is too dangerous for you. Even though it is floating quietly in there now, it won't be long before it wakes up, and the first thing it does is to blow up all living things. But I'm not showing you this thing to turn you into a suicide truck or some shitty Pokemon trainer, but as a talisman. Professor, you mean this thing can be used as a talisman? Angelina asked with a shattered worldview, looking at the terrifying thing that kept howling in the cage behind Kaysen. Of course, I'm not asking you to use this original version to make amulets. I'm going to give you some small-sized raw materials so you can make small-sized witherings. Because the raw materials don't have enough energy, they won't wake up as complete forms. If you want to wake up, you can only choose to prey on various undead creatures, such as Inferi and Dementors. Ordinary ghosts are also within their diet, so I don't recommend you to release their restrictions. The screams they make are inaudible to humans, but to the undead creatures they are as painful as nails scratching glass. After Kaysen finished speaking, he tactically took a sip of the oolong tea in the thermos. And one last thing, do not even think about gathering all your raw materials together to create such a large, complete withering if you don't want me to go to Azkaban with all of you for team building. Professor, this big thing you made. George suddenly raised his hand and asked. So, I asked you to close the front and back doors. Only we know about this class, and no outsiders are allowed to see it. Well said, very well said. An old voice suddenly appeared behind Kaysen. Dumbledore slowly extended his hand and placed it on him. Kaysen, come out with me. Let's deal with this thing first. Oh, of course, do you want some tea? I don't mind yours. Kaysen turned his head stiffly and looked at Dumbledore. Let's deal with this first. Of course. Kaysen quickly made a cage with obsidian, and a series of end crystals flew into it in a line. Soon he reached in and took out a glowing nether star. Do you want it? Here's a gift for you. No. Thank you, you keep it. The two left the classroom, and before leaving, Kaysen took the time to tell the little wizards that the get-out of class was over. The two arrived at the principal's office in the blink of an eye. What happened? Oh, Colin Creevy. His roommates were playing wizard chess in the dormitory, and he was petrified and suddenly teleported to his bed. Dumbledore explained, and Kaysen was already holding the white light, slowly merging it into Colin Creevy's body. Soon Colin came back to life. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Kaysen in front of him instead of the scary big snake. The next moment, he quickly hugged Kaysen in front of him and started crying. Kaysen and Dumbledore coaxed him seriously for a long time, until Dumbledore called Colin's friends back. He calmed down a little, took the new glasses, and followed his friends back to Gryffindor Tower. Well, at least the situation is still within an acceptable range for now, Dumbledore said quietly as he sat in his seat. You are the headmaster, so you can sit still. Kaysen gave Dumbledore a thumbs up. I know you are mocking me. Please take that thumb away. Kaysen nodded, thought for a moment, and then gave a flash of his middle finger. I was recently looking up the history of Hogwarts. Wanted to find out where this basilisk that has existed for nearly 70 years in the school came from. Then I found out with regret that the history of this basilisk is even longer than that of Professor Binns, who teaches the history of magic. Dumbledore took out a piece of parchment he had written about the Hogwarts basilisk. It contains various information about the basilisk that he integrated from the history of Hogwarts, the history of magic, various unofficial histories, and miscellaneous legends. Kaysen took a closer look and found that the history was much longer than that of Professor Binns. It could be traced back to when the four giants of Hogwarts were still alive. Salazar Slytherin built a secret room in the castle. Legend has it that the heir of Slytherin would open the secret room and obtain the treasure inside to eliminate all impure bloodlines. Slytherin's house animal is the snake, so your reasoning is really possible. So when Voldemort possessed Lockhart, he asked Lockhart to put his notebook in the Chamber of Secrets in advance. After his soul left Lockhart, it was pulled back by the Horcrux notebook and happened to be attached to the body of the so-called Slytherin treasure, the basilisk. It makes sense. Kaysen nodded in agreement. All we need now is to find where Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets is. I have made a list of outstanding members of Slytherin who are still alive. Perhaps we can gain something by asking them. Dumbledore stood up and pulled out a piece of parchment from the bookshelf behind him and handed it to Kaysen. The latter took it and took a first look. Yes, I know them all, but I am just an acquaintance with them. If they really knew this secret, I don't think they would reveal it to me. After all, their nephews and nephews are not the prey of the Slytherin heir. Kaysen put the list on the table. He had seen all the names on the list before, starting with the oldest one, Scraffhorn. They had met once in the banquet hall of the Ministry of Magic, and Kaysen had received a bottle of elixir at that time. The younger one was Snape. Although he usually had a sour face, he was not the kind of person who did not take the lives of young wizards seriously. Moreover, last semester, Draco called Hermione a mudblood, but he reacted so strongly. It was unlikely that he had any hatred towards Muggle-born wizards. Tom has lost his mind and doesn't regard purebloods as prey. I remained silent about this. Kaysen touched his chin. Oh, the Weasleys are also pure blood? The mainstream view in the wizarding world is yes. It is said that the Weasley family is good at educating their children. If the pureblood families could teach their children half as well as the Weasleys, the wizarding world would have a bright future in the true sense. Dumbledore, who had not been a professor for many years, did not have the bad habit of going off topic like a professor. He naturally redirected the topic to the right direction. I asked Hagrid to buy a lot of roosters, which are the natural enemies of the basilisk. Do you know the Muggle phonograph? Although Hogwarts will interfere with electromagnetic signals, the old-fashioned record player should be okay. Kaysen said, You don't know how expensive firewood and rice are until you run a household. Buying a rooster will cost less. Okay, anything else? Not yet. And there's also the matter of teaching students to create those dangerous alchemical creatures. Dumbledore suddenly realized halfway through his speech that he had not yet settled the accounts with Kaysen and Wither. Goodbye. Kaysen, who had fled back to the alchemy office, breathed a sigh of relief, looked at the red glowing crystal ball button on the desk, and pressed it. Neville flew in slowly on his broomstick. The gift for Harry had already been delivered in advance. After all, we don't know how long the glasses will be bound this time. If we don't send them by then, we may never have the chance to send them again. This time, Neville brought a new topic. Ron's wand was picked up from his elders, and he has trouble using it. I want to give it to him. How should I help him? Kaysen sat on the sofa with his legs crossed. Not only Ron's, I noticed that your wand is also very old. However, the Longbottom family is much better off than the Weasley family. Do you mind telling me why? Neville tightened his grip on the wand. This is my father's wand. I don't want to lose it. My condolences. Neville shook his head awkwardly. He is not dead. He is just unconscious in St. Mungo's hospital. I can't comfort you about this kind of thing. Why are they doing this? Neville shook his head. I don't know. If you don't know, then don't know. If you can't remember, then forget it. If you want to make a wand that matches Ron, it's easy. A glowing book appeared in Kaysen's hands. The magic recorded in this enchantment book is loyalty. You just need to let Ron use this enchantment book to enchant his wand. Of course, you can do it for him. You just need to make some minor changes in the book. Neville was really tempted when he saw the enchanted book. Can I secretly take his wand at night? Boom. Ouch. Neville covered his head. Professor, why did you hit me? Just now, first-year student Colin Creevey was petrified by a basilisk in broad daylight. And now you still want to go out for a night stroll? Kaysen said angrily. Isn't this the life-saving teleportation you designed? Then you should pray that when he finds you, he kills you with his eyes instead of swallowing you with his bloody mouth. Kaysen said speechlessly. A small note from the author. There is a plot in this chapter that is related to grammar. I am using Wuxia grammar in Wuxia context, so please do not substitute English grammar. Professor, don't be angry. Neville is now much more confident than he was in the first grade. He smiled and shouted at Kaysen, begging for forgiveness. Okay, this is your lesson for today. Decipher the principle of this enchanted book. Why can this enchanted book make an object remain loyal to its owner? Remember to write me a paper. You can choose between 10 feet and 5,000 words and return it to me later. The enchanted book was given to Neville, who was asked to study and decipher it. Kaysen was still sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, and the red crystal ball on the desk, not far away, lit up again. He casually threw the book in his hand over there. The throw was very accurate, and the door of the office in the distance opened. Harry stood outside the door and looked at Neville studying in the office area far away and the leisurely Professor Kaysen. Then he remembered that he had lost his mind and lent Neville his broomstick just 10 minutes ago, and he wanted to die immediately. However, wanting to die is just verbal, and you can't really die. Even if the road is long, you still have to keep going. Kaysen finished reading a magazine, raised his head, and looked in Harry's direction. Halfway through, he thought for a while and took out another magazine. After reading half of this magazine, Harry, wearing the silver wire round-frame glasses made by Neville for him, finally appeared in front of him, wiping the sweat from his forehead. You're in good shape, worthy of being a seeker. Kaysen praised him and poured him a cup of tea. Thank you, Professor. I went to the library to return a book this morning. When I came back, I heard a strange sound. The sound seemed to come from the wall, or it could be said that it came from something inside the wall. Harry finished his tea in one breath, still panting. Don't be in a hurry and speak slowly. Neville, continue to learn yours and don't join in the fun. Kaysen put the magazine in his hand on the coffee table and said, Professor, I also heard the wall, or the thing inside the wall, speaking. What did that thing say? Harry took a deep breath and unconsciously tilted his head towards the sky. Let me think about it. He said a lot about you. Neville looked up and was hit on the head by a flying cube. Go on. What did the voice say? Why did it disappear? What is this? Space magic? Alchemy. Yes, this is alchemy. It's only been a few decades. I don't recognize alchemy. Damn alchemy. Damn Cassini's. It must be his doing. I can't quite remember the order in which the voice said it, and the sound wasn't particularly clear, so I just wrote down this much. Kaysen scratched his chin awkwardly and asked, "Where did you hear this strange sound?" Harry scratched his head. "The third-floor corridor of Hogwarts." "The corridor on the third floor? Which ghost is that?" "But I don't remember having any conflicts with that ghost. Normally, even Peeves would say hello to me when he sees me." Kaysen was also a little confused. Harry recalled again. "Oh, Professor Kaysen, the location of that sound is very strange. It often changes its location. Sometimes it is on the ceiling of the corridor on the third floor, sometimes it is on the wall of the corridor on the third floor, and sometimes it is under the floor of the corridor. To be honest, this is a bit beyond my knowledge, but I can still make some inferences. Why did it disappear? What is this?" These two sentences should be one and the same, but there is something missing like what is going on. But why would it disappear? None of the chain metal creations I made would disappear, and the iron golems were all sleeping there obediently. Wait, Kaysen suddenly discovered the key point. "Harry, when did you hear that sound? What was the approximate direction of that sound?" Harry thought for a moment. It was probably around 9 in the morning. The direction of the sound should have been from the corridor floor, the left wall of the corridor ceiling, the right wall of the corridor, and finally to the corridor floor, and finally disappeared. It was 9 o'clock, about 9:40. The sound first came from the corridor on the second floor. "Stay here and don't leave. I have something to do outside." Kaysen said this and teleported away. Neville looked up curiously and wanted to ask Harry what was going on. The next moment, Kaysen appeared behind him and brought him ruthless justice from heaven. "I knew you would be distracted. Study hard." After the end of Justice from Heaven, Kaysen teleported to the principal's office again. "Where are the people?" He was a little confused. The historical principals on the wall were all dozing off. Not a single one was awake. "Oh, no one can answer me. What a pity." Kaysen murmured and was about to walk to the cabinet in the corner to see if there were any of Dumbledore's personal collections in it. Then he heard a cough. He suddenly raised his head and looked around, but there was no living thing. He just thought he was hallucinating and continued to look for wine. Ahem. He looked up again and again found nothing. "I'm here." This time he finally heard the source of the voice. It was the sorting hat. "Oh, I thought you could only speak during the sorting," Kaysen said somewhat embarrassedly. "In fact, I have always been like this. Otherwise, who do you think composes the sorting song at the beginning of each school year at Hogwarts?" said the sorting hat. "Well, you're a talented hat. So, could you please keep a secret for me? Dumbledore is old, and drinking too much is not good for him, you know?" The sorting hat nodded. "I understand, but I don't think I need to keep it secret. What's the meaning?" "You can look back." Kaysen turned around and saw Dumbledore looking at him with a smile. "Oh." He put the wine he had found into his ring, closed the cabinet calmly, and asked Dumbledore, "When was Colin Creevey teleported back to his bed today?" 9:38. "That's true." Kaysen smiled a super-intelligent smile and quickly repeated to Dumbledore what Harry had told him, mixing in his own reasoning. In other words, the strange sound that Harry heard was actually made by the basilisk, as long as there is a pipe in the wall of Hogwarts that can accommodate the basilisk through. And not only the pipes, but also the time and the strange words Harry heard all matched. The so-called, "Why did he disappear?" refers to why Colin Creevey suddenly disappeared. But this Voldemort is really amazing. He can tell the difference between space magic and alchemy using the body of a snake. Dumbledore on the other side was eerily quiet. Just as Kaysen was about to ask, he was interrupted by the sorting hat on the cabinet. He should be thinking about something important right now. I suggest you don't disturb him. Oh, of course. About 30 seconds later, he stood up and took off the sorting hat. Would you sort people who didn't receive a Hogwarts acceptance letter?" "You would like me to sort you?" said the sorting hat. "Would you?" he asked. "You are an exception. Take me with you, kid." Kaysen nodded, sat on the sofa in the corner of the office, shook off the dust from the sorting hat, and put it on his head. The sorting hat murmured softly on Kaysen's head. The next moment, before it could say anything, it was pulled away by Dumbledore. Dumbledore put the hat back on the cabinet and looked at Kaysen with a smile in his eyes. I need a damn explanation. The Sorting Hat and I are on the same page. How can a monster like you object? Because you're not ready yet. Believe me, it will be quick. Let's get back to business. Are you asking if the sound Harry heard could be the sound made by the basilisk, or the sound made by Tom, who controls the basilisk? Kaysen looked at the Sorting Hat, which was put back on the cabinet with a hidden look in his eyes, and he made up his mind to take it away when Dumbledore was not around one day. However, he did not reveal a single thought, but said seriously, "Magic is so vast, this kind of situation should happen." Dumbledore nodded. "Indeed, such as parcel tongue. Can you understand snake speech? Not only that, but I can also speak the language of snakes and command them. Harry will probably be happy to hear that. After all, it's a special skill," said Kaysen. "Not really. Parcel tongue is one of the hallmarks of Salazar Slytherin. All parcel tongues since him have been extremely powerful dark wizards. It's best to explain it to him so that he can guard his secret. Isn't this pure survivor bias? It's a pity that no one in the wizarding world teaches mathematics." Kaysen curled his lips as he watched Dumbledore stand up, then stood up too. "I'm going to take a look at the corridor that Harry mentioned. Maybe I can find their hiding place through the pipes. If you don't have enough, you could take a few more bottles." Dumbledore pointed to the cabinet in the corner. "Really? Of course, as long as you accept my advance payment of your salary." "Amount?" After returning to the office, Kaysen stretched hard. Harry was leaning on the sofa, leisurely eating potato chips, while poor Neville lowered his head, with a runic dictionary in his left hand and a book of enchantment in his right hand. At this moment, he was wondering why this damn runic character was used like this. Is this a bug? Professor Kaysen's creation also has bugs? It's impossible. I must be wrong. I'm going through it again. If Kaysen knew about Neville's inner thoughts, it wouldn't matter. After all, strictly speaking, it's not a bug, but a feature. How can replicability not be considered a feature? "Professor, how's your question going?" Harry asked. "Oh, it's nothing serious. The voice you heard was probably the voice of the basilisk. In other words, you're a parcel tongue." Neville, who was checking calculations on a blank piece of parchment, was so careless with his hands that he almost dropped his quill from the parchment onto Harry's face. At this moment, he raised his head and looked at the confused Harry and the relaxed Kaysen. "Isn't that right? Harry's a parcel tongue." Kaysen nodded. "Well, at least according to what Harry said, yes." "What do you mean?" Harry asked confusedly. "Almost all the parcel tongues recorded from ancient times to the present are from famous dark wizards in Slytherin, from Salazar Slytherin to the most recent Voldemort. They are all." Kaysen pressed Neville, who had raised his head, back down. "Being a student, you should act like a student," while scaring Harry with a lot of evil intentions. Harry seemed as if his spine had been pulled out. He collapsed on the sofa, limp and powerless, with even the light in his eyes gone. "I'm a dark wizard. I'm a dark wizard. I'm a dark wizard. I wonder why the Sorting Hat wants to put me in Slytherin. I'm a dark wizard." "Who said you're a dark wizard? It's just that those other famous dark wizards happen to have the same nature as you." Kaysen scratched Harry's head with his hand in some surprise. "I'm a dark wizard. I am a dark wizard. I am a dark wizard. Woo! I don't want to be a dark wizard. I am a dark wizard." "Is he like this in the dormitory, too?" Kaysen asked Neville. "In fact, it's only with you. I think it might be like a child acting like a spoiled child to his father. Ron always interacts with his father like this when he is at home." Neville recalled and explained. "Thank you so much, Harry. You made me a pure boy. Well, become a father. I graduated from Manchester 5 years ago. Well, strictly speaking, I am no longer a big man." "Professor, what should I do?" Harry said to Kaysen as if he had suddenly turned on. "Don't tell anyone except your closest friends. If your close friends know about this, they will comfort you and do everything they can to make you feel better. But if you tell other people about this, then this is the reason they use to attack you." Harry nodded absent-mindedly. "But why do you look so strange, Professor?" Kaysen waved his hand. "It's okay. Didn't you say before that the Sorting Hat wanted to put you in Slytherin? It just so happens that I just remembered something bad." "What?" Harry and Neville, who was supposed to be doing the exercises and checking his calculations, raised their heads at the same time. I was in the headmaster's office just now, trying to get the sorting hat to sort me, but Dumbledore interrupted me. Old B, old helper, let's not talk about this anymore. Did you write down everything I told you? Kaysen looked at Harry and said. Harry nodded, not knowing whether he had written it down or not. Anyway, when he left, he forgot to ask Neville to ride his broom. Maybe his head was buzzing and he hadn't reacted yet. Professor, come and take a look at these two symbols. They seem a little off to me. After Harry left, Neville finally came back to his senses and asked Kaysen. Yes, Neville, this is why I asked you to study. There's a big difference between the runes in the dictionary and the runes actually used. Kaysen sat on the sofa, took out a magazine, and spoke in a rhythmic manner while reading it. Then this paper. The paper is still 10 feet or 5,000 words. If it is well written, it has a chance of being published in the European Alchemy Journal. Professor, I feel like dying. What nonsense. All in all, Harry was smart. He kept the secret of being a parcel tongue very secret. At least when Kaysen woke up the next day, he didn't hear any strange rumors. And our poor classmate Neville, the cruel study has made him start looking for Madame Pomfrey to get hair growth potion. But this kid is a Gryffindor, and he is very brave. For example, when he took the hair growth potion, he also took a bottle of life and death water and gave Ron the drug directly in the dormitory. Just like that, Neville came to the alchemy classroom quickly, holding Ron's old wand in his left hand and Harry's flying broom in his right hand. I originally wanted to save all their gifts for Christmas, but Harry's glasses were given away early. Secondly, Ron will feel uncomfortable if he always uses an inappropriate wand, so let's send it to him in advance. Neville stood on the enchantment table and carefully engraved the loyalty enchantment on Ron's wand. Well, what about Hermione? What are you going to give Hermione? In the working area of the office, Kaysen was building a magic ritual platform using arcane stone bricks and arcane steps made of stones and magic crystals. I've seen her Christmas card. She wants a pet, which is not something that could be achieved with alchemy. Actually, I originally wanted to make her a mysterious little puppet. It's the one that every third grader has, but I don't think Hermione would like it because it's so cold. Neville explained, when I have time, I can accompany you to Diagon Alley to buy a gift for Hermione. Kaysen pointed his staff at the ritual platform he had built. Almost instantly, the platform began to transform into a huge arcane magic infusion platform. In the center of the platform, there was a floating black cube that emitted light from the cracks. It's done. It's done. Kaysen and Neville spoke at the same time, but the latter looked in Kaysen's direction with some confusion. Oh my God, Merlin Professor, what is this? Neville looked at this unprecedented huge magic infusion platform with a confused look on his face. As for its use, I don't know yet. By the way, Neville, go to the element canning machine and help me get those full cans. Kaysen said as he took the enchanted Ron wand from Neville's hand. What kind of untold horror story has this wand endured? As he spoke, he hid his staff in his sleeve. After all, if his staff saw Ron's wand, it would be like a curious movie being seen by an innocent little white rabbit. It will scare it. Willowwood unicorn hair. I don't have Willowwood here. Neville, wait a moment, I'll go out for a while. With that said, Neville was the only one left in the office, facing what was conservatively estimated to be more than 30 element jars. This. On the other side, at the Whomping Willow, Kaysen tiptoed slowly and stealthily towards the Whomping Willow until he was next to it. Almost instantly, he used the diamond sword in his hand to cut off a very small willow branch and teleported back quickly. Wow, very efficient. He looked at the elemental jars that had been moved by Neville and was a little surprised. It would take several minutes to move 2 at a time using the levitation spell, but he didn't expect that they could be finished so quickly. Then Neville showed off his skill in wiping his butt with gauze. Neville waved his wand and chanted a spell, and more than 30 elemental jars flew up. Is this the level of magic you should have as a second-year student? Kaysen asked in confusion. I've been practicing for a long time, so I've become more skilled now. Neville said a little embarrassedly. Great, great. After Kaysen gave his sincere praise, he sent Neville to place candles under the magic infusion table. After all, There's a possibility of failure during the infusion process, and placing candles can increase the stability of the magic infusion table and reduce the possibility of failure. He himself disassembled the branches of the whomping willow into strips of wood fiber and began to repair Ron's old wand. By the way, Neville, where's your wand? Neville, who was placing candles under the glass floor below the magic infusion table, paused for a moment. I didn't enchant my own wand. I thought that maybe one day Mom and Dad would recover, and then I would return the wand to him. Are they at St. Mungo's? Kaysen asked. In the afternoon, Neville left the office in a hurry. Maybe he didn't control the dosage well when he gave Ron the drug, so he almost woke up. Kaysen took out a roll of black silk from the cabinet and placed it directly on the table of the magic infusion table, intending to use the magic infusion table to infuse magic power into the roll of silk and then make some clothes. Then the magic infusion table exploded. I thought so much about my fame that I forgot to light the candle. After setting up the magic infusion platform again, Kaysen smoothed his hair in embarrassment and took out a new roll of silk. In the evening, Kaysen left the office and walked towards the auditorium to have some dinner. All the little wizards he met along the way looked at him with strange smiles. What's going on? Garnier, is there something strange on my back? Kaysen pulled a little wizard over and asked. Garnier looked at Kaysen and shook his head. Without the professor, there is nothing. The latter obviously didn't believe it. He took off his wizard robe and looked at it carefully. Nothing at all. That's weird. Some kind of prank by the Weasley twins? What's so funny about that? Kaysen walked towards the auditorium, somewhat confused. After arriving at the auditorium, the atmosphere was still weird. Every little wizard, and even every professor, looked at him with a weird smile. Dumbledore, what's going on? Has the fact that I taught students to create the Wither been exposed? Will the Ministry of Magic come directly to Hogwarts to check the fireplace credentials and take me away to Azkaban? No, of course not. Dumbledore shook his head and remained silent. Soon, Professor McGonagall came with the sorting hat in her hand, and the Weasley twins followed behind her carrying a stool. What's going on? Does Hogwarts still accept transfer students? Kaysen asked again. You'll know in a moment. Soon Professor McGonagall instructed the Weasley twins to place the stools in the middle of the hall, and she took out a piece of parchment from her pocket. Branch ceremony now beginning. Professor McGonagall cleared her throat. Casenyes. Kaysen looked at Dumbledore in confusion. Dumbledore winked at him. I said we are not ready yet. Not that I won't let you be sorted. You clearly mean that I'm not ready yet. Kaysen whispered. They all mean the same thing. Go quickly. Dumbledore urged with a smile. Kaysen walked towards Professor McGonagall and whispered in his seat, You should have discussed this with me. This is quite embarrassing. Consider this a surprise. Professor McGonagall helped Kaysen put the sorting hat on his head. Hufflepuff, yelled the sorting hat. The entire auditorium erupted in frighteningly warm applause. Professor Sprout stood up from his seat leisurely, walked down from the professor's chair with his head held high, stood in front of Kaysen, and bowed twice gracefully to the young wizards from the 4 major colleges. Finally, they're my colleagues in the professorial chair. Kaysen stood up awkwardly, put the sorting hat back on the stool, and was about to leave. After all, this was a public execution. Professor Sprout pulled him back and took out an exquisite brooch made of obsidian and gold from his pocket. Come on, give it a try. Kaysen took it and put it on his chest. It looks very nice. As long as it looks good. Professor Sprout nodded, then turned to face the Hufflepuff table. Meet your new classmates. For some reason, Kaysen suddenly had a bad feeling. The next moment, all the Hufflepuff little wizards at the Hufflepuff table rushed towards him. It's not good to do it. Kaysen was about to slip away, but decided not to use Ender Teleport, but to use his long legs. Then he was directly grabbed by 2 red-haired Mr. Weasleys. Huh? Aren't you for Gryffindor? He said, a little confused. The twins looked at each other and shrugged. It doesn't matter. We are all Hufflepuffs tonight. As the twins said this, the young wizard from the other 3 academies seemed to have opened up a new world. The only difference was that Gryffindor and Ravenclaw joined the carnival with the mentality of everyone joining in the fun. As for Slytherin, only the young wizards who had chosen to take alchemy rushed towards Kaysen. Professor, do you know what's going to happen next? Cedric put his arm around Kaysen's shoulders and said softly, You guys aren't going to throw people into the air like you did after winning a game, are you? Cedric gave a standard 8-tooth smile. You wouldn't do that, would you? Oh, ho, ho, ho. Dumbledore, I'm at shit. What the hell? That's awesome. Snape, sitting in the professor's seat, looked at the mithril emerald brooch in his hand and put it back into his pocket with some embarrassment. Professor McGonagall held a gold and ruby brooch in her left hand and a lapis lazuli and silver brooch with bronze embellishments in her right hand. Severus, I remember you made a brooch as well. Snape shook his head. No, you probably remembered it wrongly. Come on, it's been all these years and you're still so shy. Professor Flitwick commented sharply and used a spell to take away the brooch that Snape had put into his pocket and handed it to Professor McGonagall. If Kaysen knew he didn't have a Slytherin brooch, he might think you had something against him, so I sent this to him. Professor McGonagall said, holding the Slytherin brooch. As you wish. Snape buried his head in eating. Well, this was the first time he enjoyed delicious food with all his heart since becoming a professor. Little wizards, please put your poor Professor Kaysen down. You still have delicious food to enjoy. Professor McGonagall said to the little wizards. After a while, Kaysen's feet finally landed on the ground. Thank you. Someone help me up. To be honest, I'm a little afraid of heights, of course, before I could fly. I don't have that fear when I ride a broom. As Kaysen spoke, a young Hufflepuff wizard took 2 steps at a time and came to Kaysen's side, helping him back to the professor's seat. This is for you. Professor McGonagall transformed into 3 small and exquisite gift boxes, placed the corresponding brooches inside, and handed them to Kaysen. Thank you so much. Can I take it down now? Certainly. Kaysen opened all 3 gift boxes, and soon there were 3 more brooches on his chest. I have collected all the 4 major colleges, but why is there no Hogwarts school emblem? He whispered in Dumbledore's ear. I'm just an old man over 100 years old. I know nothing about alchemy. How can I make a school badge brooch for you? Dumbledore said with his eyes downcast. You don't have to repeat it so many times, and Nicholas Flamel also said it. So, I gave you his Philosopher's Stone. My original plan was to return it to Nicholas Flamel and announce to the public that I had destroyed the Philosopher's Stone, Dumbledore explained. Okay. Kaysen shrugged and said, But I really can't tell that you are afraid of heights. Professor Flitwick, who was not far away, poked his head over and asked, That's about right. My fear of heights is very interesting. When I'm well prepared and when I'm riding a broom, I have no problems at all. But when I'm totally unprepared and still in the air, my heart rate speeds up to a scary rate. This is a normal reaction of the human body when it feels threatened by death. Strictly speaking, it is not acrophobia. Snape, who was eating elegantly, had time to say something. Well, maybe. Kaysen supported his chin with one hand. It was a pity that he still hadn't brushed out the elytra after such a long time. But flying? He was rarely in deep thought. The Mystic Era module he was currently studying didn't contain much serious magic, just fire, thunder, shining light, and the like. What he really used often were those elements. For example, after he thoroughly studied the fire element, he could directly use the magic of flame. Similarly, after studying the electricity element, he could use the magic of thunder. So if I combine the wind element and the movement element to synthesize the flying element, there's something to it. Professor, what we are asking is this thing really safe? Neville looked at Kaysen lying on the stone slab on the magic infusion table, and the surrounding display surfaces were filled with wind attribute crystal fragments. The cube floating in the air is still rotating quietly. Don't worry, I've done a lot of rituals to improve stability this time, so there will be absolutely no problem. Oh, and remember to close the door when you go out later. Kaysen was finally debugging the magic infusion platform. If this human magic infusion experiment was successful, he would have conquered the sky in a true sense, instead of relying on magic aircraft such as flying brooms and flying carpets. You have to know that the last person to conquer the sky was Voldemort, and Voldemort's flying spell has very high restrictions on the magic level of wizards. Anyway, according to Dumbledore, he has seen both Voldemort himself and Snape use it. Conservatively speaking, this technique of injecting flying magic power into the human body can be used to write more than 10 papers. Neville, on the other side, shook his head. Professor, I'm not talking about whether it is stable or not, but can this thing really be used on humans? I remember the last time you used it to make magic cloth. Theoretically, the enchanting table cannot be used either. No, Kaysen accidentally changed his words. What I said is that in theory, this thing is the same as the enchanting table. It can be used on objects and humans. You can leave now. Remember to close the door. Okay then. Neville nodded and walked towards the door. When he reached a huge machine, he nimbly hid behind it and quietly looked at the magic infusion table in the distance through the glass cover. That way, if there is real danger, he can send Professor Kaysen to the medical wing as quickly as possible. On the other side, Kaysen took out his staff and tapped the top cube. Almost instantly, azure light gushed out from the cracks in the cube, and then the elements in the elemental jars surrounding the magic infusion platform were also captured by the magic power of the magic infusion platform. The wind element and speed element in the element jar were attracted to the cube and merged into the flying element. At the same time, the wind attribute fragments on the surrounding surfaces began to melt and disappeared directly on the spot. Bang! Neville was horrified and immediately got on his broom, activated the speed of Nimbus 2000, and flew straight towards the infusion platform like a seeker's final dive. In just a moment, he arrived at the old site of the magic infusion platform that had exploded into ruins. Apart from the black remains of the buildings, not even a hair was left there. Professor Kaysen is dead. Neville's face wrinkled up almost instantly, and he lost his balance and was about to fall off the broom. I personally suggest that if you ride a broomstick, it's better to choose a broomstick that is not too fast. To be honest, riding a light wheel at full speed in the office is really something you can think of. Hearing this voice that sounded like comfort and ridicule, Neville covered his face and shook his head. Professors are all dead. He turned around and saw Kaysen sitting cross-legged in midair, one hand on his knee supporting his face, and the other hand grasping the back of his collar. About that, Professor, you can fly. What else do you think I was doing? And what's so strange about this? And how much do you despise me that you actually think I would die from such a small magic experiment? Kaysen smiled and lifted Neville's collar and put on the ground. I mean, Professor, you are too. I am. Forget it. If you can't say it, then don't say it. He waved his hand, indicating to Neville that he was fine and he could go back to the dormitory and sleep peacefully. And I had to repair the exploded infusion table, as well as my poor glass floor, candles, and the surrounding elemental jars. These are all the overtime I have to do tonight. Also, I have to get up early tomorrow and take Neville to Diagon Alley to buy a gift for Hermione. It's damn fulfilling. The next day, Professor, am I not late? Neville appeared at the door of the Alchemy office early with a bag of breakfast. Have you eaten? Kaysen asked this human-machine question after opening the door and looking at Neville, who was carrying a breakfast bag. Have eaten. Oh, come in. Kaysen took the breakfast very naturally and started eating at his seat in the office area. Neville, on the other hand, was calculating his remaining pocket money. This time I went to Diagon Alley not only to buy a gift for Hermione, but also to buy myself a flying broom. It was somewhat inappropriate to always borrow Harry's broom for such a long time, and Quidditch training became more frequent as the Quidditch match approached, so he was embarrassed to borrow it from Harry. Shall we leave now? Soon, Neville saw Kaysen finish breakfast and put on his coat and asked, Go earlier. Otherwise I'll have gotten up so early for nothing. As October approaches, the temperature in England has begun to drop noticeably. In addition to their coats, the two of them also put on a layer of windproof wizard robes. Professor, I don't understand why we don't use the fireplace flue. I accidentally broke the flue network when I was renovating my office. I really don't like those guys in the Ministry of Magic, so I never asked anyone to repair it. Of course, if you want to let Professor McGonagall know that you violated school rules and sneaked out on Saturday, and then lose 5 or 6 points, I would also be happy to accompany you to borrow Professor McGonagall's fireplace. No, no, flying is fine. Both of them pulled the drawstrings of their wizard robes as tight as possible, and Neville put on non-slip gloves and held the broom handle tightly. Let's go. Kaysen soared into air and flew out directly through the hollow window on the floor-to-ceiling window. Neville also followed suit and carefully rubbed his way out. Soon the two came out of a pet shop in Diagon Alley. This cat is not good-looking either. Look at its face. At first glance, it looks like it was hit by an anvil. Kaysen looked down at the big-faced cat quietly curled up in the cage. The big-faced cat lazily raised its eyelids and looked at Kaysen, then moved its head away, as if it was too lazy to answer Kaysen's impolite question and directly refused to communicate. Well, if she doesn't like it, I can take him home and let my grandmother help raise him, but I think Hermione will like it. I remember she likes small things with unique looks. Does it have a unique look? Kaysen touched his chin and looked up at the sky, but his eyes were secretly looking at the big-faced cat in the cage. It's very unique, I should say. Soon, the two of them walked towards the broom shop again. Although the Longbottom family was not short of money, a high-end chain gold item, like a flying broom that was comparable to a motorcycle, was naturally not something that Neville, a second-year wizard, could afford in full. Then you can only choose to buy secondhand. Advertising space for rent. Well, I found a new topic for you to learn. Kaysen, who walked out of the second-hand broom shop, looked at the 7-star sweeping sword in Neville's hand, and a light bulb suddenly popped up at a 45-degree angle above his head. Ah! Neville looked at Kaysen in confusion. What's the saying? Those who achieve great things must learn a lot. Besides, this flying broom really needs to be repaired. Of course, their morning trip to Diagon Alley was not just about pets and brooms. For example, Kaysen's next destination was Flourish and Blots. Sir, have I seen you somewhere before? A bookstore employee who was arranging books on the shelves suddenly stiffened for some reason. No, of course not. Anyway, I haven't seen you. Real. Kaysen nodded and went to the front desk to pay with a bag of books about the wild history of the wizarding world and some street literature about Hogwarts in his arms. The employee finally breathed a sigh of relief after the two of them left the bookstore. At the same time, a pitch-black anvil appeared on his head. Clang! You want to get away with offending the professor? That's not that easy. At noon, the two flew back to Hogwarts. Neville excitedly left the office carrying the big-faced cat, while Kaysen appeared directly at the door of Professor McGonagall's office. Professor McGonagall, do you know anything about Neville's parents? Professor McGonagall inserted the quill into the pen cap. Why do you think of asking these questions? Navito, you're here to help ask. Not really. I just happen to know that Neville's parents are still alive. But I heard that they're in St. Mungo's hospital, so I came to ask. Kaysen asked. Mr. and Mrs. Longbottom are also a pair of pitiful people. On the eve of Voldemort's death, all the Death Eaters began their final frenzy, and a large group of Death Eaters broke into the Longbottom couple's house. They cruelly tortured Mr. and Mrs. Longbottom with the Cruciatus Curse. Since then, Mr. and Mrs. Longbottom have become mentally ill and have been living in St. Mungo's hospital ever since. So, can I have a visit? Does St. Mungo's accept visitors? Professor McGonagall pursed her lips and said, Kaysen, you are just a professor. Those are not your responsibilities. There is no need for you to take on so many burdens. How old are you this year? Can you be 26? Have you celebrated your 26th birthday? You are just a child now. There is no need at all. Kaysen shook his head. No one has ever celebrated my birthday since I was a child. I have long forgotten the exact date. But no matter what, I am still a professor now. I will help not only Neville, but any little wizard who has any problems that cannot be solved. I may not be able to help, but having no ability is different from having no ideas. As I recall, it should be the Magical Injuries Department of St. Mungo's Hospital. Just go to the nurse's desk and ask for Mr. and Mrs. Longbottom. Professor McGonagall took off her glasses and pinched her nose tiredly. Until the sound of the end teleportation ended, Professor McGonagall looked at the office in front of her, which was empty except for herself, and smiled helplessly. Soon she took out her wand, and a cute silver kitten jumped out of it. Ask Dumbledore when Caesar's birthday is. He'll be able to find it out. The silvery white kitten jumped up nimbly, passed through the office wall, and ran straight towards the principal's office. On the other side, "Hello, sir, may I ask?" Professor Cason. A nurse at St. Mungo's nurse's station who was writing something raised her head tiredly and glanced at the person who came. Then the fatigue on her face disappeared in the blink of an eye, replaced by an expression of surprise. "Sarah, congratulations. You really become a doctor at St. Mungo's." Cason saw the nurse in front of him and said with some surprise, My medical license hasn't been issued yet, but I'm doing fine now, a glorious and great nurse." Sarah said, half embarrassed and half proudly. "All in all, it's good and has a bright future." Sarah nodded. "By the way, Professor, who are you looking for here? I'll check for you." "Mr. and Mrs. Longbottom, Neville Longbottom's parents. Those two are in Ward 49. I'll go with you." No. I should be able to find it myself. You just continue to stick to your post." "Well, take this visiting card. Professor, come in advance next time." I hope you don't need to come, except to visit patients." "Well, thank you for your kind words." Soon, Cason found Ward 49 according to the various signs of St. Mungo's. He could clearly hear various sounds inside. They did not sound like ordinary madness, but rather like unconscious whispers and trance. He knocked on the door, but there was no response. "Hold still, sir. Put your hands up." Cason was knocking on the door when he suddenly felt a magic wand pressing against his back. "Don't be impulsive, sir. I have a visiting card." Cason quickly showed the visiting card in his hand, then looked back and saw a man in a hospital gown pointing at him with an ordinary small wooden stick in his hand. Cason was a little embarrassed, and then he saw a figure in a white coat running towards him from the far end of the corridor. "I'm sorry, sir. This is the patient's condition. Please don't take it personally." It's okay, you are." Cason looked up and down at the figure in the white coat in front of him. At least he was dressed neatly, and there was a wand in his sleeve. He should not be another psychiatric patient. "You can call me Malphite, the psychiatrist at St. Mungo's, responsible for treating this, and the one inside, of course." Malphite waved his wand, and the furry and soft sleeping bag wrapped the man tightly. Slowly pushed it into the ward. "Oh, is this Mr. Longbottom?" Murphy nodded. "Yes, he is the one you are visiting." "Well, would you mind telling me, why did Mr. Longbottom become like this?" Cason said as he helped Moffat carry Mr. Longbottom back to the ward. "There are 2 beds in the ward and a simple bathroom. It is not big, but very clean, and you can tell that it has been cleaned almost every step of the way." After the 2 men carried Mr. Longbottom back to the bed, Cason had time to look at the woman sitting on the other bed, staring blankly at a piece of candy wrapper in her hand. This woman would be very beautiful if she wasn't so thin that she looked unrecognizable. "This is Mrs. Longbottom," Moffat explained as he stood next to Cason. "Well, I can see that. By the way, you haven't answered me yet. This matter is quite complicated. Are you sure you want to listen?" "Yes, please trust my patience, sir." "Well, it happens that it's rare for someone to ask me such professional questions." Murphite pulled over 2 visiting chairs from the corner of the ward. "Strictly speaking, the behavior of the Longbottoms cannot be considered a disease, but rather a self-defense function of the body. You should know what they have been through, right? The Cruciatus Curse." Murphy nodded. "Moreover, it was the Cruciatus Curse used by the vicious Death Eaters. The pain caused by this Cruciatus Curse is beyond the control of the hormones secreted by the human body itself." After he finished speaking, he glanced at Cason's weird expression. "Don't worry about the details. After I graduated from Hogwarts, I went to the Muggle University of Manchester to study medicine." "Oh, alumni. Don't make such a fuss. All the wizards in England are alumni. Wait. Yes, I mean the Manchester alumni." "Oh, nice to meet you. I never thought that you were studying civil engineering." The 2 of them exchanged some warm and pleasantries before getting back to business. This kind of painful memory can be said to be almost the kind that once the pain is recalled, the brain will empathize with the pain and recall it. The sequelae of war? Generally speaking, the victims will go in two directions. The more extreme ones may pull out their wands and start killing people, while the quieter ones are like the Longbottoms. Do they have any, physical problems? Moffat shook his head. The Cruciatus Curse will not harm the body, nor will it harm the soul, strictly speaking. It will only make the soul feel pain. That's why I don't think this is a disease. That's why I don't know how to start. In other words, the Longbottoms are like this only because of a horrible memory? Can this memory be deleted? Kaysen asked. Malphite took out his wand and drew a line out of thin air. Let me explain to you. Ordinary memories are physiological memories. They are only recorded in the brain. The pain caused by the Cruciatus Curse belongs to the memory of the soul. Think of this line as the patient's memory line. If it is physiological, then this memory will only leave a trace at one point on the memory line. As for the spiritual aspect, the entire memory line is covered with a thick haze. To be honest, for this level of memory problem, ordinary oblivion should be unable to solve it. To be honest, I doubt that Dumbledore's oblivion has achieved such a high level of attainment. Kaysen looked up at the ceiling. He thought a person he had looked down upon before, but at this moment, if a person can sense that he has been cast under the confusion spell, and use Obliviate to make himself forget the effect of the confusion spell on him, can he be competent for this difficult task? Moffat shook his head. Impossible. There is absolutely no one in this world who can use the Oblivion spell to that extent, and it is still unknown whether the Oblivion spell can be used in this way. Oh, not really. Hogwarts is a place with a lot of highs and lows. It's no exaggeration to say that it's a place with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. What do you mean? Kaysen shrugged, exchanged a few polite words with Moffat, and then disappeared. On the other side, Hogwarts. Defense against the Dark Arts office. Boom, boom, boom. Here it comes. Kaysen stood outside the door and heard the sound coming from far away. Soon the door opened and Lockhart's bright smile was reflected on Kaysen's monocle. Hello, he said with a smile. Lockhart also smiled politely. Well, a smile that was uglier than crying. Professor Kaysen, I remember that I have never offended you recently. What did I do wrong? You did nothing wrong. I'm here just to ask, did you really use Obliviate to free you from the influence of the confusion curse? Kaysen leaned against the door frame to prevent Lockhart from closing the door. The Oblivion spell? Professor Kaysen, I'm going to tell you honestly that many of the stories in my book are false, but the Oblivion spell is really true. It's the only spell I specialize in. Just tell me if you can do it. I can. Kaysen nodded. Now, there is a chance to save the little wizard's broken family. Will you come? Lockhart shook his head. Don't you like fame? You also said that your stories are all fake. What's the use of fake fame gained by making up stories? As long as your Oblivion charm works this time, I guarantee that your contribution this time will allow you to escape Azkaban once. What kind of activity, rescuing a young wizard, requires the use of a forgetfulness spell? I'm not an expert in this area, but I can assure you that there is absolutely no danger this time. If there is any danger, how about I help you deal with it? I think the danger closest to me, you can't deal with it, and you won't be able to deal with it. Lockhart looked at Kaysen and said quietly, If you help me this time, I promise I won't bother you again. I can't refuse. It's your freedom, Kaysen replied. But Lockhart heard something different from Kaysen's answer, such as that it was his freedom to refuse. And it is Kaysen's freedom to beat him up here. Let's go. In the evening, Kaysen, Lockhart, and Old Lady Longbottom returned to St. Mungo's. So, Professor Kaysen, if you have the enchanted book treatment, I will definitely let you try it yourself. If anything goes wrong, I will take responsibility for it. But him? This liar, Moffat said to Lockhart with disdain. Excuse me for asking. When did you know that I was Kaizenes? Don't you know how famous you are now? Ever since your enchanted book therapy came out, those former werewolves have gone crazy, printing your photos and praises on every corner of wizards' websites. On average, 2.5 wizards who speak rudely to you are beaten up by a mob every day. It's hard not to get to know each other in this situation. Malphite spread his hands and said, This was definitely not my idea. I didn't even know about it. Well, I understand that, but you still want to use this liar? Kaysen shrugged. Everyone has his own expertise. If it comes to the Oblivion spell, perhaps Dumbledore is not as good as him. It can't get any worse, said old Mrs. Longbottom. Moffat hesitated for a moment and nodded. Don't do anything unnecessary if you're not sure. I don't want to make the situation worse. Lockhart nodded and walked into the ward. Hogwarts Castle in the evening. Neville will have an unforgettable Christmas this year. Thank you, Professor Kaysen. Thank me for what? Maybe it'd show me another way. Lockhart replied. As for gifts, friends. Okay, get out of class is over. Remember to hand in all your papers later. By the way, do you still want to? Never mind. Let's talk about the Wither later, maybe when Dumbledore is no longer in Hogwarts. There's another good news. Your Professor Lockhart probably doesn't have time to teach you recently. He will be staying in his office for 2 weeks to study his thesis. So Snape will still be your substitute for the Defense Against the Dark Arts class for these 2 weeks. The school hasn't officially notified you about this matter yet. I just happen to know about it and told you all about it. So don't be late for the next Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Kaysen put away the books on the podium and walked directly back to his office through the stairs hidden behind the blackboard. After changing his clothes, he teleported out the door and walked towards the auditorium on the first floor. It is said that the house elves in the kitchen roasted more than 10 sheep today. So you must go and take a look. When they arrived at the auditorium, they saw several professors gathered there, chirping at something, until Hagrid looked up and saw Kaysen. He subconsciously walked towards Kaysen. Hey, Kaysen, let me ask you a question. Before Hagrid could finish his words, the quick-witted Professor Flitwick put him in a throat lock. Wow, HM. Professor Snape came over and took Hagrid back with a helpless look on his face. Kaysen looked back and forth in a daze. What you guys doing? It's nothing, it's nothing. Hagrid accidentally mixed wine into the potion and damaged his brain. It's okay. Come and have dinner. Professor Sprout pulled Kaysen back to the professor's seat, and the other professors also remained silent. Oh, what a weird atmosphere. Kaysen put a lamb chop on his plate and looked at Snape with some curiosity. With a stern face, you know without asking anything that you can't get any answers. Professor Sprout, an awkward but polite smile. Professors McGonagall and Flitwick buried their faces as far as they could into their plates. Hagrid! Hagrid raised his head and looked at Kaysen. What are you discussing? Hagrid scratched his head in embarrassment. Nothing. I can only tell you that it was a very ouch. Professor Flitwick picked up his fork again, as if he had done nothing. You guys are being so mysterious. I don't understand you guys. Kaysen touched his chin and immersed himself in eating again. At the door of the auditorium, Madame Huichi came in a hurry. It wasn't because she was really in a hurry, it was just her personality. She walked to the professor's seat and waved at Kaysen. Kaysen, I just rode my broom outside the French window of your office and didn't see you. I was wondering where you were. Madame Hooch sat down, took off her gloves, and began to eat. Well, why are you so anxious today? Kaysen asked. There will be a Quidditch match tomorrow, so I thought I'd ask you to check the Quidditch balls. I brought them all. Madame Hooch said. Well, I just finished eating. After wiping his hands, he picked up the large box containing Quidditch balls and placed it on the chair. Let me take a look. It's all normal wear and tear, nothing wrong. As he spoke, he took out the enchanting table and enchanted the balls again. Thank you so much, Kaysen. I promise to wait for you. Madame Hooch suddenly paused halfway through her words, and Professor Flitwick picked up his knife and fork and started eating again. Honestly, you all are pretty weird today, and so was Hagrid before. I just stubbed my toe by accident, that's all. All right. Kaysen scratched his head and returned to his office in confusion. The next day, at noon, almost all the wizards in the school gathered on the Quidditch field. Haven't you ever thought of using a weather spell to make the weather a little more normal? You know, you all have to wear glasses now. If it rains, just pray that your brooms don't pierce your classmates' bodies. Kaysen complained while re-enchanting the Quidditch players' brooms. Don't worry, Professor. Gryffindor is not afraid of danger. The lion's claws can skin and cramp even a slippery snake in any weather. What was helping Harry check his Quidditch gear? Hearing Cason's complaint, he quickly responded. I'm sorry, if you can catch up. Flint said with a sneer. If one of you curses a few more times, then we'll be even. This is a Quidditch match, not the UFC. We don't need to do fancy things before the match. What is UFC? Nothing, just keep on cursing. After checking all the brooms, Cason teleported back to the Quidditch stands. He took out a bunch of snacks from his ring and distributed them to the professors around him while they ate and watched. This candy tastes really good. Dumbledore took a bag of candy from Cason's arms, tore open the package, and said while eating. Cason rolled his eyes and gathered the snacks on his lap into his arms. Oh, Cason, let me eat some. It's my request. Dumbledore said with a smile. You can blame me for eating so fast. Besides, I bought these from the Muggle supermarket. They are not available in the wizarding world. Well, next time you go to the supermarket, would you mind taking me with you? Dumbledore asked. Have you any money? Well, although the principal's salary is not that high, I could still afford some snacks. Cason snapped his fingers and said, Great. If that's the case, I won't bring any money next time. Okay, but this is not your character, isn't it? Dumbledore was a little puzzled. How come Cason, who used to throw gallons around like coins, became unusually frugal? I can refine as much gold as I want myself, and the pounds are all the hard-earned money I earned from working hard to renovate the house. So of course they are different. You can go to Gringotts to exchange it. They can also exchange wizard coins for Muggle coins there. Hagrid reminded. I've exchanged them before, and then I found out that the goblins used the damn copying spell to copy the pounds. The supermarket cashier almost called the police when he saw me with a stack of pounds with the same denomination. Cason said through gritted teeth. So how did you solve it in the end? Run away. What else can we do? Sooner or later, they'll blow up Gringotts. What Hagrid said is absolutely right. Those goblins are not decent people. Cason said in a cold voice. Huh? What's that? Hagrid said suddenly, raising his head. What's wrong? Cason also looked in the direction where Hagrid pointed and saw an uprooted tree flying straight from the direction of the Forbidden Forest and towards everyone on the Quidditch field. Cason, Severus, go and see what it is. Dumbledore didn't even take out his wand, but just raised his hand, and the huge tree turned into powder. Then he spoke to the two most agile professors. Okay. In the blink of an eye, Cason teleported to the Forbidden Forest in the direction where the trees came from. Snape turned into a puff of black smoke and flew over. Any clues? Snape asked Cason while floating in the air with smoke covering his lower body. Not yet. Maybe it's the disillusionment charm. But uprooting a tree like that in an instant is not easy. Be careful. Cason looked around through his monocle and reminded. Don't worry. Snape nodded and flew a little higher. Cason continued to watch everything within his field of vision through his monocle. Wood, earth, water, earth, wind, life, magic, order, ? Cason discovered 3 discordant elements in a large forest. The next moment, he raised his hand, and almost instantly, the chain of order silently entangled the invisible object. Soon, he also revealed his true form, a house elf. Huh? You're not a house elf from Hogwarts, Cason said with a frown. Soon, Snape also flew over and frowned at the house elf entangled by the chains of order. It belongs to the Malfoy family. Can a house elf do that? Asked Cason. Of course, this should be it. Send it to the principal's office. The other side. Nice shot. Easy to catch. So aggressive. Have you eaten yet? Harry, who successfully caught the golden snitch, was surrounded by all kinds of praise from the entire Gryffindor. He wanted to control his expression as much as possible, so that he could appear a little shy, more serious, and not so carried away. Then Percy Weasley came running over. Harry, you need to go to the headmaster's office. Professor Dumbledore is calling you. Percy said, pulling Harry's hand without hesitation and walking towards the castle. What's wrong with him? Why is he so anxious? Wood asked with some confusion. You don't know him yet. As long as the superior asks him to do it, he will complete the task with utmost strictness. The Weasley twins said in unison. Who's asking about Percy? I'm asking about Harry. Wood said. I don't know about that. On the other side, the principal's office. Professor, Harry is here. Thank you, Mr. Weasley. Could you please close the door for me when you go out? Dumbledore said without raising his head as he leaned over the desk. Of course, Professor. Percy left Harry in the headmaster's office and left with the door. No, close the door. Professor Dumbledore, did I do something wrong? Harry said with a beating heart. Rather than saying that he didn't know what he had done wrong, it would be more appropriate to say that he didn't know that the wrong thing he had done had been discovered. No, Harry, you did nothing wrong, but there is something concerning you, and we need to go to the Alchemy office. Dumbledore raised his head and said with a smile, Oh, Professor Dumbledore, why don't we talk to Professor Kaysen? We can talk in the headmaster's office if there is anything. I didn't bring my broom, Harry said awkwardly. It's a good thing for young people to exercise more, but you have already exercised so much today. Dumbledore stood up and put his hand on Harry's shoulder. The next moment there was a roar, and the two appeared in the Alchemy office. The infusion table in the office's work area was infusing an ender pearl, emitting terrifying fluctuations of space magic. The house elf was locked in a cage and was unable to leave due to the interference of space fluctuations. Is that Dobby? Harry frowned and said in surprise. Do you know this house elf? Kaysen asked, sitting on the glass steps. Well, I met him during the holidays. At that time, he said he would stop me from coming to Hogwarts, and he also messed up my aunt and uncle's party. Although Harry was complaining, if he could control his expression a little, make his expression not so wanton, he might actually look a little sad. The house elf trapped in the cage said miserably, Dobby did this. Dobby did this to protect Harry Potter. Hogwarts is very dangerous. I can't let. Shut up. Snape nodded his wand, and Dobby's mouth was sealed instantly. Let it speak, Severus, but Dobby, please be brief. Dumbledore waved his hand to signal Snape to stop the spell on Dobby. Harry will die if he continues to stay here. I won't die if you're talking about a basilisk, because I have this now. Harry pointed to the silver-rimmed glasses on his face. These glasses are totally useless. You will die. In fact, these glasses help me much more than you do. Harry said disdainfully. Oh, poor Harry Potter, I can understand your admiration for your professor, but please take your own life to heart. You had a chance to escape from this dangerous vortex on September 1st. Dobby said with great sorrow. September 1st? Platform 9 and 3/4. Was it your doing? Harry asked, frowning. What are they talking about? Snape whispered as he approached Kaysen. On the first day of school, Harry and Ron drove to school in Mr. Arthur Weasley's alchemical car because Platform 9 and 3/4 was closed. That was the time I deducted 200 points from Gryffindor. Snape nodded. Oh, because of Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley's recklessness, Gryffindor will be deducted 200 points. They could have sought help from adult wizards or written to the professor. Harry and Dumbledore, who were in a passionate confrontation with Dobby, looked at Snape in confusion. Such a serious mistake should result in direct expulsion, but I only gave him a simple point deduction. Snape explained, It's all your fault. I lost another 200 points. Harry kicked the cage that held Dobby hard. In fact, the respected Mr. Harry Potter has been deducted 400 points. Dobby said timidly. Only 200, Harry said with a vicious expression. Oh, poor Harry Potter. He has lost his intelligence because he loves his professor. He can't even do arithmetic. Puff. Kaysen touched his chin awkwardly. I remembered something happy. Let's continue. Dumbledore finally walked over and patted Harry on the shoulder. Dobby, why did you let Harry leave Hogwarts? Because Hogwarts is very dangerous now. You can't imagine what kind of thing has entered Hogwarts. We know, isn't it that basilisk? The glasses Professor Kaysen gave us can resist the attacks of the basilisk. You stupid elf. Harry said, pointing to the glasses on his nose. No, it's not a basilisk. It's something much more terrifying. Dobby screamed. What is this more horrible thing? Asked Dumbledore. No, I can't say. Dobby cried and shook his head. Let me guess. Is it a pitch-black notebook? Dumbledore said quietly. What? How could you? No, Dobby can't tell. Kaysen and Snape, who were sitting on the glass steps and slacking off, looked at each other. It should be Voldemort's horcrux. I didn't expect the Malfoy family had such a thing. Kaysen said in a low voice. During the Dark Lord's heyday, the Malfoy family was almost inseparable from the Dark Lord. It can be said that they were very close. In this light, it is not difficult to understand why the Dark Lord's horcruxes are hidden in the Malfoy family. Snape explained. But shouldn't these horcruxes help the horcruxes to revive? Why did the Malfoys choose to send the horcruxes directly to Hogwarts? Isn't this pushing the horcruxes into the fire pit? If it weren't for your chainmetal glasses, it would be Hogwarts that would be pushed into the fire pit. Snape said concisely. Well, I'll take that as a compliment, Kaysen said. On the other side, Dumbledore stared at Dobby with his deep blue eyes for a long time before finally giving up. Kaysen, let him go. Are you not going to ask any more questions? Maybe it's a conspiracy of the Malfoy family. Harry's voice almost drowned out Kaysen for a moment. It was obvious that he had a lot of opinions about Dobby. Perhaps the Malfoy family has a conspiracy, but it has nothing to do with Dobby, and we almost know everything we should know. Dumbledore explained. Okay. He walked over, took down the Ender Pearl on the infusion table, and tapped it lightly with his hand. You can go now, he said. Thank you. Dobby said thank you politely, snapped his fingers, and disappeared. You may leave, Harry, Dumbledore said. Harry, on the other hand, looked at the office door far away in the horizon. He looked at Kaysen, then at Dumbledore, but fortunately he saw Snape through his hidden eyes and finally decided to walk. What an interesting little thing. It can also prevent house elves from operating. Dumbledore said as he looked at the Ender Pearl that Kaysen was playing with in his hand. The magic injection time is not enough, otherwise it can still stop the Phoenix. Kaysen said this and tapped the Ender Pearl again. In an instant, it emitted a burst of purple light, confining the nearby space. Then a ball of fire burned in his hand, burning the Ender Pearl to ashes. Dumbledore asked, not understanding. The infusion time is not enough. If I try hard, I can still make him stop the Phoenix's teleportation. Kaysen explained. You are not trying to stop me? Dumbledore said suddenly without any clue. Well, how could that be? You are my principal. Why would I blame you for everything? Don't worry, I won't do that. For some reason, Kaysen suddenly broke out in cold sweat on his forehead. That would be best. Dumbledore nodded. What about the Malfoys? Asked Snape, who was sitting on the glass steps. Let them be. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't know the secret of Tom's resurrection until now. Dumbledore waved his hand. Well, okay. Snape nodded and turned into a ball of black mist and flew towards the office door. I'm leaving too. By the way, Kaysen, the hall cooked beef ribs at noon today. You might like them. Dumbledore said and teleported away. Ribs? Just the right amount. Kaysen said as he teleported to the auditorium. After a long time, Kaysen returned to the office. When he opened the door, he happened to see Harry opening the door. Huh? You snuck in again? He asked. Harry felt like crying but couldn't. Professor, I haven't left yet. Kaysen touched his chin awkwardly. How would he explain this? He couldn't say that ever since he replaced his office with a large ender box, things had gotten out of control, and he had to expand it by several square meters every night before going to bed. What do you say I add a bus to my office? Harry smiled bitterly at Kaysen. Maybe, Professor, do you still remember what you said about the bad weather on the Quidditch field? Well, what do you remember? Maybe the next time we have a Quidditch match, if the weather is bad, we can play in this office, Harry complained mercilessly. Of course, I'm planning on playing polo in the office, but there's a vacancy right now. What's missing? It's not the venue. We're short of horses, balls, sticks, and people. Okay, Professor. I'm kind of in need of a break now, really. I'll have to grab my broomstick next time, too. See you next time. Harry stumbled as he walked out into the corridor and almost fell to the ground. Young people just need to exercise well. Kaysen hummed a little tune and teleported directly to the sofa. He took out the magic manual and began to prepare for a week of underwater classes. Family. Okay, students, the application of redstone ends at noon today. These two things are just like 1 + 1 = 2. They're just basic rules. But if you can use these rules to do some very cool things. You can leave now. After class, Kaysen stretched hard and walked out of the classroom, planning to go to the auditorium to get some French fries. Professor, why haven't I seen you in the castle these 2 days? Angelina trotted over to Kaysen and asked. I'm looking into the so-called Slytherin Chamber of Secrets. You should all know about this thing, the legend of Hogwarts. Professor, will you leave the castle today? Go to Black Lake or the Quidditch field? Angelina continued. Not really. I've been piecing together a lot of, useful clues from various unofficial histories lately. Will you be spending most of the next day in the office? After I finish my meal, yes. Okay, Professor, I wish you a nice day ahead. Angelina said as she ran quickly to the front where the Weasley twins and Cedric were waiting for her. Kaysen came to the auditorium and sat in his seat, chewing the French fries in his mouth monotonously. Why are there so few people in the auditorium today? Most of the young wizards are not here. Is there a weight loss trend in Hogwarts? Kaysen asked Professor Sprout, who was sitting next to him. As the most amiable professor, if you have any gossip about Hogwarts, you can basically just ask her. There is indeed a trend of losing weight. Didn't you see that the food today is a lot lighter? Professor Sprout nodded and said, Professor, is there a small stove in the kitchen so I can fill my stomach? When I get tired of eating fish and chips every day. Kaysen said with a bitter face. I'm sorry, Kaysen. Because of this weird weight loss trend, the Hogwarts kitchen now has basically no other meat except fish and chips. Sprout said with an unbreakable smile on his face. Okay, Professor. I might go out to find some food later. Do you need anything to bring? I could bring some back. Kaysen said. Professor Sprout's expression was a little awkward for a moment, and his eyes kept drifting towards Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick beside him. Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick also began to cough uncontrollably. What? You want to go out? No. Professor McGonagall said awkwardly halfway through, as if she was thinking about how to make up a lie. Kaysen, Hogwarts has been in turmoil recently. The young wizards and professors have been living under the shadow of the basilisk all the time. Hogwarts can't do without you now. Professor Flitwick was definitely a man of quick wit, and he came up with a plausible reason in almost an instant. It's okay. I can teleport here and there very quickly. Professor Flitwick took out a napkin and wiped his forehead. Kaysen, do you have anything else to do after leaving school? Except for cooking some small meals. That's all. If you need me to bring anything, just let me know. Kaysen replied. Oh. Professor Flitwick nodded and looked at Dumbledore with a hidden look. The latter quickly reacted to what Professor Flitwick meant, took out his wand and tapped it lightly, and a series of Phoenix patron uses flew out in all directions. Wow, Dumbledore, you have this skill too, pretty cool. Kaysen turned his head and looked at Dumbledore and exclaimed, Yes, if you are curious, I can teach you. Honestly, I think you will learn this very quickly. Dumbledore gave an awkward but polite smile. Well, I may not be able to learn it. To be honest, I don't have any talent for this kind of traditional magic. Of course, if you really want to teach me, I will be happy to do so, but you have to wait until I come back. Kaysen said. No. Kaysen, I guess you won't be able to eat this special meal today. You may not know that Old Tom's Tavern is closed today, and a lot of wizards who can't apparate can't enter Diagon Alley. Professor Flitwick said hurriedly. Yes, and I'm embarrassed to talk about the old goat in the Hog's Head bar. The food there is not something normal people can enjoy. Even if your milk could detoxify, I don't recommend you try it. After all, when you think about the horrible and chilling thing that has entered your mouth, I don't think you will even be able to sleep well. Dumbledore also echoed. And 3 brooms. Madame Rosmerta has gone to France to visit her niece. Professor McGonagall hastened to add. She has a niece? Yes. And she's very beautiful. I'll introduce her to you next time. No. That's not necessary. Love will only hinder my research on alchemy. Kaysen quickly shook his head and said, Anyway, just stay in Hogwarts and don't go out tonight. As for the food, it will be back to normal tomorrow morning. Dumbledore comforted. Severus, how was your meal? Kaysen understood Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall's pursuit of light diet and health, so he could only look at Snape standing aside. Although Snape's usually stern face was no different from that of an old scholar in his 70s or 80s, in terms of biological age, he was only a few years older than Kaysen. So it is understandable that Kaysen wants to eat meat, but cannot get it. It's good to eat light food occasionally, and I don't recommend you to go to the Muggle world to eat unhealthy fast food and junk food. Snape sat up a little straighter and explained to Kaysen seriously the benefits of eating vegetarian food occasionally and how eating too much at night is not good for the body. At the same time, two Slytherins sneakily took a long detour and walked behind the professor's seat. A whole roasted lamb was floating behind the person in front. Behind the person behind was a cake with more than 20 layers of material floating. Professor Flitwick pinched his nose speechlessly, then took out his wand and waved it. In the blink of an eye, two bubble spells enveloped the food behind the two little wizards. Then he saw more little wizards with piles of delicious food floating behind them, looking at him pitifully. Oh! Professor Flitwick looked around quietly and made sure that Kaysen was not noticing him before jumping off the chair. In the blink of an eye, he twitched his short legs and walked towards the team of young wizards. At this moment, he began to doubt his teaching ability. Not only do these little wizards not know how to use the bubble charm, they also can't use the disillusionment charm. How do they usually travel at night without getting caught? I think Muggle food is okay. Kaysen looked out the door at the end of the auditorium. It had darkened unknowingly. In fact, I have recently found several locations that may be the entrances to the Chamber of Secrets. I need you to accompany me to explore them. Dumbledore said. Okay. Kaysen felt a little sorry for his tongue and stomach, so he had to put another bite of fried fish into his mouth. After all, this is the only protein on the table. Soon Dumbledore took the half-full Kaysen out of the hall. The latter could foresee how hungry he would be after running a marathon with Dumbledore in the castle for half a night. Hopefully there will still be restaurants open in the Muggle world by then. Of course, it's okay not to open the door. At worst, you can go to a country in the other hemisphere where it's daybreak to eat something. It's much better than sneaking into the Hogwarts kitchen to eat grass. The place I'm taking you to is what I think is the most magical room in Hogwarts. Perhaps we can go directly to Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets, the Basilisk, and Tom through this room. Dumbledore, who was walking in front in the stairwell, said, I understand, but I'm more curious about how long it will take us to get there. Kaysen said, panting as he followed behind Dumbledore. Oh, it's not good for a young person to have such a poor health. You built your office so big, but don't you jog around the office in the morning? Dumbledore complained. I used it to install my alchemical machine, not to torture myself, Kaysen said. But I remember you saw Harry, Neville, and the others having a lot of fun running a marathon in your office. Dumbledore said dimly, when I said you won't torture me, it doesn't mean you won't torture them. It's good for young people to exercise, but I'm not a young man anymore. Our ages can't be considered friends regardless of age. Kaysen said, holding the handrail. Yes, one is over 100 years old, and the other is 26 years old. Aren't they friends regardless of age? Dumbledore said with a smile. You're right. I won't walk with you anymore. Just tell me the exact address. Kaysen said, no. OUB ******* D. Just think of it as me training with you. Not bad, right? I hope you can let me have a full meal before you have any sudden thoughts next time. To be honest, if we go to fight the basilisk like this, I'm really afraid that I will starve to death. Kaysen complained. Believe in your magical abilities. I trust my blood sugar level more than that. If I have low blood sugar and fall into the secret room, will you bring me back? Well, it depends on my mood. Dumbledore, I'm a very polite person. I will never curse unless it is a special situation. But you have gone beyond the category of ordinary people. You are a bit anthropomorphic now. Okay, here we are. The two of them walked all the way from the first floor hall to the 8th floor before Dumbledore uttered these human words. Come with me. Dumbledore said this and took Kaysen to a corridor, and they walked to a tapestry. Has this tapestry been here since the days of the Big Four? It should be. I've been reading a book these days which says that Hogwarts Castle is the property of Salazar Slytherin. Kaysen asked. That's right. I think the Slytherin house emblem is quite design-oriented. Why is this tapestry so abstract? Why did Slytherin allow such an ugly one to be hung in his castle? If it knew what you were thinking, it might get angry, Dumbledore said with a smile. Well, now you have no respect for the Big Four at all. Kaysen complained. Dumbledore shook his head. I'm not talking about Slytherin, I'm talking about it. So, you're saying this tapestry has consciousness? I didn't know it yet. This is a magical room. Anything you wish for will come true, Dumbledore explained. Oh, so you brought me here just to make a wish here. Can you make this room into a room that leads directly to the secret room? Why not? You can give it a try. Just walk back and forth here 3 times and think of the room you need in your head. For example, you can imagine that I need a room that leads directly to Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets. Dumbledore said with a smile. I see. You have the strength to climb from the 1st floor to the 8th floor in one breath, but you don't have the strength to walk back and forth 3 times in front of this tapestry. Don't be so powerful, Dumbledore comforted. You only need to take a look to know. You have seen the deformed face caused by black magic erosion and magic deformation. Dumbledore said calmly. The mysterious man died 11 years ago. He was killed by the child in Godric's Hollow and defeated by Harry Potter. He was just an ordinary dark wizard, and this dark wizard, Quirrell, as a dark wizard, will be cursed with a life-threatening curse. Fudge swallowed and paused. I will not kill him with the death curse, nor will it be a kiss from a Dementor. An ordinary dark wizard can be locked up in Azkaban. He can't escape. He is not a mysterious man. He is just an ordinary dark wizard. A brave dark wizard who dares to stand under your nose. An ordinary dark wizard. Dumbledore sighed. He was unspeakably disappointed with Fudge at this time. If Fudge could really get the Aurors to give Voldemort a death curse, he wouldn't have done so, because that meant that although Fudge was afraid of Voldemort, he was still afraid of him. At least I still believe in the fact that Voldemort is alive. At this moment, Dumbledore could see from Fudge's trembling expression that although Fudge believed in the fact that Voldemort was resurrected for the sake of his position as Minister of Magic, he actually pretended to be blind and sent Voldemort to Azkaban. The difference between that and letting him go directly is only 1 or 2 steps to increase or decrease. You can take a look at his face. Dumbledore finally asked with even a little hope in his heart. I've seen it, and I know this face. This is Quirrell Quillo, Dumbledore. You old fool. Fudge quickly shook his head, turned around, and was about to leave behind him. The 2 Aurors dragged Quirrell away from the ground. Kaysen frowned and looked at Dumbledore, who nodded helplessly. The next moment, a withered skull flew directly towards Quirrell, but this time it did not explode, but merged into Quirrell's flesh and blood. Quickly, Quirrell's body began to collapse. Like a piece of charcoal from beginning to end, it turns into crumbs with just the slightest touch. Then a line of black smoke floated out from Quirrell's body and slowly dissipated in the air. Kaysen No, Professor Kaysen, seeing as you killed a dark wizard this time, the Ministry of Magic won't care. Fudge's face, there was a hint of joy on his face, but he still said it firmly. You'd better call me Mr. Heath. Fudge's face darkened, but he still didn't say anything and quickly left Hogwarts with the 2 Aurors. This Fudge? Kaysen asked from the window, looking at the 3 people from the Ministry of Magic leaving Hogwarts territory. He wasn't like this many years ago. Although he can't be called brave, at least forget it. Dumbledore sat on the chair. You did a good job. Even if you don't take action, I still have to arrange for someone to do it. Quirrell in Azkaban. Only a fool would do something to let an enemy escape from under his nose, let alone 2. Kaysen said quietly. By the way, last time I went to France, I met Nicole Flamel. Dumbledore still nodded, but in fact he had already thought of a reason to run away later. He said to give me the magic stone after you have finished using it. Oh, did he say anything else? He also said, Ahem, what does Dumbledore know about alchemy, and what use can the philosopher's stone be in his hands? Dumbledore couldn't help but blush. He took off his glasses with some embarrassment and wiped them with a velvet cloth. Wait until the end of this semester. You still owe me. Let me do the math. The annual salary of the last alchemy professor was... It's here, take it. Dumbledore took out an irregular red gem from his pocket and placed it on the desk. Kaysen picked up the magic stone. What was different from the last time was that he somehow felt the magic power of the magic stone begin to flow towards him. Huh? Can you feel this kind of magic power fluctuation? Dumbledore looked over and pushed up his glasses on the bridge of his nose. There's no harm in it. Just let it go. It seems I have to study this so-called magic stone. Kaizen murmured. That's all for later. What you need most now is another thing. Did you forget about the final exam? Dumbledore reminded. I'll go to the hospital wing first to see those 4 naughty kids. After arriving at the hospital wing, Kaysen found Madame Pomfrey and was relieved to learn that Ron had woken up. It's a pity that I came in a hurry and didn't bring any fruit basket, but there were still carnations. He rubbed his fingers, picked out 4 carnations, and walked in. Congratulations to you 4. You successfully survived under the Dark Wizard's wand. Harry smiled. It seemed that the physical injuries Quirrell had inflicted on him did not cause any serious problems to him. By the way, Professor, the one behind Quirrell's head. You guessed it right, it's that person. Kaysen nodded. Harry and Neville's originally calm faces suddenly fell. But now he is dead, although not necessarily dead. Not necessarily dead. Wait, Harry, what are you talking about? Ron asked. Well, just say it, although others may not believe it. Kaysen shrugged and said to Harry. Harry also took a breath. Voldemort is not dead. He is growing on the back of Quirrell's head. There was some silence in the ward for a moment. Really? Ron and Hermione both looked at Kaysen. It's true. Although he died this time, it doesn't necessarily mean that he is completely dead. He might be just like what happened 11 years ago. But please don't spread this matter to others, as it may cause panic. But Professor, why? Such a big devil is still alive. If you were the Minister of Magic or a senior official, I would be very happy to let you publicize it. But unfortunately, you are not. In fact, Dumbledore did not want to tell Fudge that Voldemort was not dead just to cause panic in the wizarding world, but organized manpower to kill him. Did Fugue agree? Ron asked. Kaysen gave him a speechless expression. Okay. The 4 little wizards all lowered their heads. Oh, by the way, there's one more thing. You didn't take what I said into your heart. You didn't choose the right one between a magic stone and 4 living lives, so Gryffindor deducts 40 points. If you okay, I'll make it up in just 2 classes. Kaysen hurriedly poked his head back when he was about to leave the hospital wing. Kaysen left with his merit and fame hidden behind him. As for why he was only deducted 40 points symbolically, hey, I've already been mentally prepared for it, so I just deducted a few points to make sense, as if I deducted too much and they could change it. After returning to the office, he took out the magic stone. At this time, he felt that its light was a little dimmer than when Dumbledore had just given it to him, although the dimness was limited. If this continues, this magic stone won't turn into powder in my place, right? Will Nicolim come after me? Sighing, he put the magic stone into his pocket, took out another pile of parchment, and began to write out the questions for this final exam. Time flies by quickly, and as the holidays approach, the entire Hogwarts is experiencing a kind of conflicting emotions. The little wizards are looking forward to the holiday and dreading the final exam. But for the final exam, although I say I am afraid, it is actually not too scary. He even saw Lockhart at the outermost edge, holding a flat-looking gift box. He just hoped that it wasn't his self-portrait. Kaysen pinched his nose with his eyes closed and rubbed the corner of his eye without making a sound. You guys are so boring, really. Dumbledore handed over a velvet handkerchief. Kaysen took it and wiped the corner of his eye that had accidentally gotten into bedrock due to the wind. Look behind you, Kaysen. Hagrid finally couldn't help but say. Kaysen nodded and looked back towards the floor-to-ceiling window facing the Black Lake. Somehow, a huge screen made of redstone lamps was floating quietly above the Black Lake, and countless little wizards on flying brooms were flying around the huge screen. The next moment, The redstone lamp lit up instantly, and one pixel after another formed a stickman with a square head and a wizard hat. The stickman embraces the sky with his hands, surrounded by many blocks that Kaysen had used before and an enchantment table. The screen, composed of redstone lamps, can also be carved into the shape of an enchantment table, which is also difficult for young wizards. Kaysen raised his hand and waved it, and instantly the huge floor-to-ceiling window in front of him shattered, and the fragments disappeared before they even hit the ground. Because of the redstone screen you made, all I can say is that for the final exams for grades 3 through 7, I'm going to give you a grade you can't refuse. Long live Professor Kaysen. Professor Kaysen, we love you. The little wizards dancing around the screen instantly rushed towards the broken floor-to-ceiling window of the alchemy classroom. What does it feel like? Snape walked to Kaysen and took out a small bottle of golden liquid from his arms. Not bad. Well, this is the first time someone celebrates my birthday for me. It feels so damn good. Kaysen took the small bottle, and the system that had been shut down for almost half the semester suddenly came back to life. Obtained a friendship potion and lucky block module. Unlocked successfully. Happy birthday, said Snape. Kaysen nodded, and lucky cubes appeared in his hands continuously. Happy birthday. To be honest, I think my painting is pretty good. Look at the composition, the posture, and the action, doghead. Ron jumped up and took a lucky cube thrown by Kaysen. He looked at the small golden cube with a question mark in his hand and subconsciously looked at Kaysen. Smash it, Kaysen shouted. Ron was also an honest man, and he punched the lucky cube directly. Bang! Handfuls of silver sickles exploded along with a few gold galleons. In an instant, almost all the little wizards in the office were excited. Some of the quick-witted ones followed suit and smashed the lucky cubes in their hands, and countless new and precious little things poured out of them. Some little wizards who were a little slower in reaction picked up the blocks on the ground and opened all kinds of good things. Kaysen looked at the small bottle of elixir in his hand and saw that it was empty. This was also within his expectations. He would not dare to distribute the lucky cube, a module that was half heaven and half hell, to the little wizards without discrimination. It's okay if good things come out, and even if elite monsters come out, it's not unbearable. The professors of Hogwarts are all present, and ordinary elite monsters really can't cause any trouble. I'm just afraid that a magma cage will be opened directly, and these pure red days will become white days. So it makes sense that you need a lucky potion to make a 100% positive lucky cube. It's just a pity for the Felicis, and Kaysen was looking at Snape a little embarrassedly at this moment. Do these small yellow cubes require the use of Felicis? Snape looked at the small cubes in his hand and tapped them lightly with his knuckles. A potion bottle flashing purple light was opened. He opened the lid and sniffed it gently. Is this something that alchemy can do? He said with a somewhat broken expression. Alchemy is omnipotent, especially my alchemy. It is omnipotent, Kaysen said arrogantly with his hands on his hips. Oh, Kaysen, I want to ask, do you still have this small yellow cube? Dumbledore walked over and asked with a smile. Kaysen was silent for a while. He had run out of the lucky spirit. He didn't know where he had thrown the lucky spirit that Scrahorn had given him before. So now making the lucky cube by himself was really just a matter of luck. But Dumbledore, well, he is the #1 white wizard in the magic world, so there should be nothing wrong with him. Wait. Kaysen took out the workbench, took out the gold and the launcher, and tinkered with them. After a while, he made a lucky block. I personally suggest you hold on to the wand. Whether it's a reward or a trap depends entirely on your luck. Dumbledore happily took the lucky cube and said, but they didn't open the trap. That's because I dried a bottle of Felicis before I made that batch. Okay. Dumbledore agreed readily, but it seemed that he still didn't take Kaysen's words to heart. With a snap, he smashed the lucky cube in his hand. In an instant, the magic of the shattered lucky cube transformed into a cage that was just big enough to trap Dumbledore alone. Kaysen subconsciously looked up at the top of Dumbledore's head, which was the ceiling of the office. Under Newton's operation, the two anvils flew towards Dumbledore's head. Dumbledore looked at Kaysen and subconsciously raised his eyes to the ceiling. In just a moment, the falling anvil escaped Newton's control, and under the influence of Merlin, it slowly floated to the corner of the office and landed steadily there. This thing is really too dangerous. Dumbledore used his wand to force open the cage, then patted his chest as if he was a little scared. The other little wizards and professors in the office who were obsessed with opening the lucky cube also stopped in disappointment. After all, they don't have the same powerful magic and reaction as Dumbledore. Your lucky cube is fine. You should open it. It will definitely give you something good, Kaysen explained. Oh, that's good. Draco in the corner breathed a sigh of relief and continued to direct Crabbe and Goyle to open the lucky cubes. He planned to pack up the things that were opened as his first gift to his parents. Oh, I hope you don't feel any pain, Mr. Glasswall. Kaysen only saw a residual image passing by his eyes, and then the residual image hit a glass wall that was guarding a machine not far from him. Only then did he see clearly that it was a little Ravenclaw, witch with light blonde hair, who was kneeling on the ground, covering her forehead and apologizing to the glass wall. Why should I go far away? Finding criminals and finding secret rooms should be done by professional detectives. Kaysen suddenly realized that he still had his genius neighbor, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. I don't need to study the map. Going to extremes. No, I got the map after climbing to the 8th floor with Dumbledore on an empty stomach. I still need to make use of it. For example, after finding someone to crack it, I can use the data to make a 3D version of the Hogwarts map. If I add name tracking magic, it can also be used as a surveillance device. As for the location of the secret room, Sherlock Holmes can directly deduce it. England has been relatively quiet in recent years, and this peaceful life is probably enough to make him bored. You just need to change the nouns, such as changing Hogwarts into an ordinary castle, the basilisk into a pistol, Voldemort into a murderer, Myrtle into an ordinary dead person, and the Chamber of Secrets into the murderer's stronghold. Searching for the secret room means looking for clues in the murderer's base. As long as all the magic-related words are explained into words that Holmes can understand, wouldn't the secret room be revealed? Having been a neighbor of Sherlock Holmes for so many years, I have absolute confidence in his reasoning ability. After all, that level of reasoning is basically equivalent to Dumbledore's talent in magic. It can be said that in this era, there is no one before and perhaps no one after. And Sherlock Holmes' style of thinking that everything can be solved by reasoning. To be honest, when he first came here, he thought this was a world with reasoning as its theme. After all, if your friend is Sherlock Holmes, no one would have thought that there's a Hogwarts in this world. After deciding to hand over the task at hand to his lovely neighbor, Kaysen suddenly found himself with nothing to do. Kaysen's life at Hogwarts afterwards can be described as extremely boring. As usual, I went to get out of class, ate, and slept. Occasionally, I taught Neville alchemy lessons and went to the Hogwarts kitchen to have private lessons with the young Hufflepuff wizards. Time passed day by day, and Merlin finally put on his white lace tights. The Christmas holiday is here, it's snowing in Hogwarts, and the Hogwarts Express Magic Train at Hogsmeade Station once again cosplays as a steam train and enters the station. Kaysen stood in front of the French window in the alchemy office and looked towards the station in the distance. Originally, Neville was planning to stay at school this time, but he was called back by a letter from Old Lady Longbottom. Originally, Neville had invited Kaysen, but was rejected again. And this time there are some real legitimate reasons, such as going to find Lupin or to crack the specific location of the Chamber of Secrets. All in all, this Christmas is free again. Next, I just need to find a reason to postpone next year's Christmas. Well, maybe I don't even need to find a reason. Under Dumbledore's governance, Hogwarts has produced many talented people. Last year, Quirrell appeared, and this year, a basilisk appeared. It would be absolutely unacceptable if something didn't appear tomorrow. You don't even have to look for reasons specifically, just wait and see, and the reasons will come to you. After watching the Hogwarts Express leave the platform, Kaysen put on his coat and walked towards Dumbledore's office. Because he had been idle for several weeks, it was only now that he remembered that when Dumbledore asked him to find Lupin, he forgot to give him Lupin's address. Although England cannot be said to be big, is not a place that can be measured by one's own feet. A roach pile. The gatekeeper stepped aside, and Kaysen walked up the stairs to the door of Dumbledore's office and knocked politely. No one. He was a little confused and teleported directly into Dumbledore's office and went straight to the wine cabinet in the corner. After taking a few bottles of fine red wine and putting them into his ring, he sat directly on Dumbledore's chair. Ah, so comfortable. Is this the principal's privilege? You could say that, said one of the portraits hanging on the wall of the principal's office. Was this the chair you used when you were the principal? Or did you purchase it from somewhere? Kaysen asked with his eyes closed. This is covered with Madame Hufflepuff's magic, so it's definitely not comparable to the chairs outside. Can I move out? Kaysen said venomously. Unfortunately, no, said one of the principals. All right. Although he said this, he still stood up from the chair and moved the chair from behind. The chair left the ground smoothly, and then there was a buzzing sound. Kaysen disappeared, but the chair remained where it was, with a bang. Well, I thought you were talking about some exaggerated grammar or something, but I didn't expect it really couldn't be taken away. He returned to the principal's office and sat in the principal's chair. This chair is bound to the headmaster's office with magic and cannot leave the headmaster's office. Of course, perhaps you can apply to Dumbledore for the position of the next headmaster, and he might give it to you. A portrait came up with a suggestion out of curiosity. It's a pity. If I really have this idea, then I should go to the next headmaster, McGonagall. Then you'll probably have to wait a long time. By the way, where did Dumbledore go? Do you know? Kaysen asked. We won't tell you. We can only say that he disappears for a day or two every Christmas, said the portraits. Okay. He showed the watch on his wrist. It's time for me to leave, too. Goodbye, headmasters and history books. Kaysen said as he teleported back to his home on Baker Street. I hope they're not investigating a case now, but are just at home with nothing to do. Kaysen said as he took out a big bag from some corner, put 2 bottles of wine in it, and walked towards the next door. Boom, boom, boom. Sherlock, open the door. Please give me a gift. Please urge me to update. Sherlock Holmes, open the door, ask for gifts, ask for updates. From our first meeting, when I asked you to renovate my home, although you bought a full set of building materials in great detail and made all those building materials disappear after the renovation was completed, I still found clues. Since then, I have always been suspicious of what is going on with you, so I started investigating you. You were born an orphan, went to the community primary school and community middle school with social welfare, and went to the civil engineering department of Manchester University with the investment and scholarship brought by excellent grades. It seems very reasonable, and then I met the werewolf. To be honest, I hate him. I hate that werewolf. Before I can unravel your secret, that damn werewolf directly spoils the answer that I haven't found yet. Damn illogical magic. Sherlock said angrily. I'm really sorry. Kaysen said sarcastically with some embarrassment. But you guys who play magic, do you have math classes in the wizarding world? They may not have taken it, but you should have taken math classes. Why don't you react? Sherlock looked at Kaysen inquiringly and said, What should I react to? From the time you knocked on the door to the time I revealed the answer just now, I almost told you all the things that I already knew about your identity. Sherlock, how many times do I have to tell you that ordinary people's brains are different from yours? From the time you knocked on the door instead of using the doorbell, I diss you for not even using the doorbell after leaving the Technological Society. And for what I told you, no normal person would let a wizard who can do magic into their home. The third one is the 2 bottles of wine you gave me. I doubt whether your so-called magic world has an industrialized production process. I would rather drink the blended wine you mixed for me with 0 natural additives than drink the wine you brought back from the magic world. Maybe they're still using the technique of stomping grapes with girls' feet. Also, I am very resistant to the cases involving magic you mentioned. For example, I finally solved the murder case in a locked room by relying on reasoning wisdom and clues, and then the damn magic told me that I had found the wrong murderer, and the real murderer was a wizard who could teleport. A normal detective would not like magic. Sherlock said frantically, Well, I understand that very well. But since you already know all this so-called magic, I don't need to go to Manchester again. I could just ask you for help directly. When you are at home with no cases to deal with, you can probably play with geometric figure decryption or something like that. After all, I can't stop you from shooting at the wall, but if you shoot at my house, I have to stop you. Kaysen took out the magic manual, spread it out, and the disrupted map of Hogwarts floated out. What is this? Sherlock said confusedly. Oh, yes, logically you shouldn't be able to see this thing. Kaysen quickly took off the monocle from his eye socket and handed it to Sherlock. The latter can instantly see the graphics on the magic manual after sticking it on the eye socket. When he subconsciously raised his head and looked at Kaysen, I understand both humans and magic. What does MC mean? Sherlock asked. I'm sorry, I don't understand this either. I just hope you don't care about these details. Kaysen said slowly. I really don't know, but maybe you can think of this as my special talent, like alchemy. These glasses are my masterpiece. Do you want me to give you one? Sherlock shook his head. No need. Giving me such a cheating little part is an insult to the dignity of a great detective who constantly challenges the limits of human intelligence. Okay, but I really don't mean that. Kaysen said. Yes, you never think before you act or speak. If you were not kind and gentle by nature and could not say anything unpleasant, you would have been put in a sack and thrown into the Thames countless times. Haha, you sound like you're not thinking. Kaysen said, rolling his eyes. By the way, let me ask you, do you know the name of the werewolf you were tracking down before? Kaysen said, his name is Remus Lupin. Kaysen pinched the bridge of his nose. He had previously thought that perhaps Lupin had met Sherlock because of another case, or perhaps Sherlock had become interested in Lupin because he knew there were werewolves in the world, so he tracked him down. But now after hearing Sherlock's testimony, Remus actually escaped from the laboratory. Where's that lab? That private laboratory has private armed guards, Holmes said without looking up. So, Sherlock pulled out a cell phone from his pocket without even looking up, and the address was soon sent to Kaysen's phone. Okay. The next moment, Kaysen teleported back to his home, leaving Sherlock sitting on a chair and puzzled over the map. I hate magic the most. After returning home, Kaysen took out the Z9 broom that he had modified from the ring. After adding invisibility to both himself and the broom, he staggered out of the house through the skylight. When the broom climbed to a considerable height, its performance was fully utilized and it left Baker Street in almost the blink of an eye. Kaysen, riding on a broom, looked at the city passing by and felt a little annoyed. First of all, he is my friend. I should say he is a friend. Anyway, I treat Lupin as a friend, but I don't know what Lupin is thinking. Anyway, Lupin had been taken to a laboratory, and who knows what kind of essay in destroying human experiments he had undergone. Secondly, this laboratory actually still exists. I don't know what Lupin was thinking. When he deleted his beast entry, I remember not deleting his brain. As a result, he actually forgot about this matter so blatantly and didn't even tell Dumbledore. The test subjects in a laboratory are usually isolated separately. Lupin may not know that there are other people in the laboratory besides him, but Kaysen, who grew up in the Muggle world, knows it too well. Lupin managed to escape from the laboratory, but who knows how many other werewolves were captured and tortured to death. Thinking of this, Kaysen squeezed the speed controller again, and the tail of the broom began to emit bursts of sonic booms. Maybe the clothes and broom he was wearing were added with materials. Otherwise, this supersonic speed would have taken him directly to C-Notch. Soon he saw the laboratory located in the valley mentioned in the address Sherlock gave him. He directly controlled the broom and landed in the laboratory yard. He first confirmed that there was only one building in the entire laboratory, and there were no miscellaneous secret rooms before he felt relieved. It is always much easier to rescue people in one building than in multiple buildings. Kaysen put away the broom, cast an invisibility spell on himself, and walked directly towards the wide-open door. Soon, he checked the entire floor of the building from beginning to end. All that remains is the underground buildings. Sir, at the entrance to the basement, a security guard in charge of checking people entering saluted a man who looked very distinguished by the electronic name tag on his chest. The next moment, he noticed the red window under his eyelids. After clicking it, The thermal imaging surveillance of the entire corridor was in full view, and a fiery red figure swaggered through the corridor. "What's wrong?" The prominent man looked over. The security guard watched the fiery red figure leave before whispering, "Magic rabbit nest. Wizard invasion. Give the order. The sentry has detected an unmarked thermal imaging signal. Sniper rifles are free to fire. One team is searching," said the prominent man. "Sir, is this enough? He's just a wizard. Those who were captured here are not wizards. They can't cause any trouble." "Yes." On the other side, Kaysen walked in the winding corridors of the laboratory. The bloody laboratories that were being cleaned up and the operating tables were horrifying to him. But until now, he still had not seen the wizards who were imprisoned. He could be said to be a combination of contradictions now. After he rescues these werewolf wizards who were captured and tortured by muggles, it is almost natural for them to become anti-muggle. A few extreme ones might even become Death Eater reserves. But no matter what, they still have to be saved. If one just relies on so-called inferences to believe that these wizards who are suffering now will all become dark wizards in the future, it is not a pity that they die, and there is no need to save them. If that is really the case, then my death is truly not worth a pity. Those with less power should contribute less or not at all. Those with greater power can contribute more. The failed Uncle Manta said that ability and responsibility are proportional. And if Kaysen doesn't brag and is a little more modest, he can be said to have a little bit of power. And now is the time to use this power to make a contribution. As for what will become of these poor wizards after they are rescued, that is a headache for those with greater power. For example, Dumbledore. As he went down the floors, he saw more and more traces of wizards. Most of them were werewolf wizards, and a few were ordinary wizards. They were all locked up in large glass cages like hamsters. Kaysen recorded every location carefully, and once he found the locations of all the wizards, he would be able to rescue them all in a short time. Not giving these wizards the opportunity to become hostages is the most advantageous form for ourselves. And not only do they need to rescue these wizards, but all the information in this laboratory must also be destroyed. These wizards being captured here will definitely allow this private laboratory to have a deep understanding of wizards, such as Hogwarts, Diagon Alley, Hogsmeade, little wizards, and villages where wizards live. These all need to be destroyed. Fortunately, I had seen the servers of this laboratory when I was in the computer room before. They were all local servers and used the local area network. In this case, all we have to do is blow up the entire laboratory. No, it's not a complete job. The boss behind this laboratory must also be found out. As for why? Because of that classic line, "You know too much." The deeper Kaysen went into the laboratory, the more shocking he saw. Bloody laboratory tables and the bodies of wizards who had been tortured to death were laid out before him. The thought of blowing up this G lab became more and more intense in his mind. It was not until he had explored the entire laboratory and investigated the locations of all the wizards that he finally discovered something unusual. At this moment, he had unknowingly arrived at a fairly spacious venue. The laboratory security guard around him, who were armed with guns and were originally just standing there in a daze or chatting, were now looking at him with a smile while wearing things like night vision goggles or thermal imaging devices. In the distance, armed men, also armed with live ammunition, were gradually approaching. "So, I've been discovered. I still have to find a way to lower my body temperature, or just make myself invisible." Kaysen was sure that these people had really discovered him, so he simply lifted his invisibility. At the same time, behind him, a skeleton with 3 skulls and only the upper body suddenly appeared flying in the air. I can only say that this is indeed the most just episode of the Wither against you. Kaysen held the staff in one hand and raised the other hand with his middle finger raised. "Family members, please give me gifts. Please urge me to update." What the hell is this? A security guard holding an assault rifle took off his thermal imaging glasses in confusion and looked at the black skull that was approaching him rapidly. Almost in an instant, the security guard was blown into pieces by the flying withered skull. His flesh and blood spilled on the ground, and turned into black powder almost instantly. "Shoot! Shoot!" The man who looked like the commander shouted loudly. Kaysen moved almost subconsciously as he watched the bullets pouring towards him in the blink of an eye. A buzzing sound could be heard in the entire basement, and they saw Kaysen standing in the same place, as if he was shaking or stuck. Countless bullets pierced his body, but there was not even a single bloodstain on the floor. Bang! Fighting! The sniper in the watchtower listened to the noise without signal in the headset, turned down the volume of the headset in annoyance, and searched for any unnecessary figures in the sniper scope. Buzz! Blood coagulation instantly. Lupin squatted down, took off the headset from the sniper's ear, and put it on his own ear. After turning up the volume, he heard a harsh noise. The signal is interrupted, or... Lupin quickly took off his headset and rubbed his aching eardrum. Bang! A deafening sound came from the bottom of the laboratory, causing Lupin to unconsciously quicken his pace. If the Muggles hadn't brought their bombs here, this terrible sound should have been a large-scale killing spell. He was the wizard who knew best how terrifying the Muggles' firepower was, so he now had only one idea: to rush in and rescue the wizard who had come out of nowhere or who had managed to get the wand. If I were a little later, the laboratory might need another experimental subject in a few minutes. Then he saw a somewhat unreal scene. A familiar figure walked out of the experimental building with more than a dozen wizards supporting each other. "So, shouldn't you be in Hogwarts now?" Lupin asked in confusion. "Can I take a break?" Kaysen also saw Lupin, who appeared here for some unknown reason. He handed the wizards he brought out to Lupin, and then went straight to the computer room and various offices. Soon, Lupin, who had settled the wizards, trotted over and subconsciously waved his wand to blow the place up. "Wow, what are you doing?" Kaysen quickly stopped him. "Blow this place up? Do we really want to keep it here?" Lupin said subconsciously, "We have to blow it up, but it's too early. I decided to collect some evidence to show to the Ministry of Magic and Dumbledore. This laboratory may not be official in England, but I absolutely don't believe them if they don't know anything about it." As Kaysen said this, he took Lupin to search through the drawers and boxes in each office and found various paper versions of experimental materials. He destroyed all the physical data of the wizards and the information about the magical world, leaving only those bloody photos. Keep looking. Keep photos and materials like this, and destroy those involving wizard secrets. Kaysen handed the photos in his hand to Lupin and walked towards the computer room. After a while, Lupin collected all the information and left the building. He found a place to sit among the crowd, and then heard a series of explosions. Bang! 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 He turned around and looked at Kaysen, who was adjusting his hat, and asked, "Why are you here?" "No, you actually survived and succeeded." "Sherlock, this is my neighbor, the detective who tracked you down and finally let you go. He told me that there's a laboratory here that uses wizards for human experiments, so I came here. And am I a loser in your eyes?" Kaysen said as he pulled up the wizards one by one. "If you're a werewolf, please step forward." About 9 of the more than 10 wizards took a step forward, somewhat at a loss. "Now, there's a way to completely cure wolfsbane. Do you want to get rid of your werewolf identity?" Kaysen asked. The 9 people looked at each other and nodded numbly. "Lupin, take them to St. Mungo's. I'll be there soon," Kaysen said as he took out the enchantment book and began to activate the magic in the book. "Not to Hogwarts. Unfortunately, Madame Pomfrey is on leave." Like a hard-working little bee, Lupin sent numb wizards one by one to St. Mungo's. Every time Kaysen cured one, he sent another one away. In the end, the 2 of them arrived at St. Mungo's almost one after the other. "What's next?" Lupin asked. "You take them here to treat them, and I will go and harass Dumbledore." As Kaysen spoke, he teleported directly to the principal's office at Hogwarts. Dumbledore had returned to the headmaster's office and was writing something on parchment with a quill. "Look at this." Kaysen placed the envelope he had packed on the desk, then naturally picked up the teapot and poured himself a cup of tea to moisten his throat. Dumbledore was very dissatisfied with Kaysen's reckless behavior. He subconsciously opened the envelope and took out a photo to look at it. For a moment, Dumbledore's hand trembled, and he threw the envelope back onto the desk. The two were silent for a moment, and Dumbledore picked up the envelope again, frowning as he looked at the photo inside. This laboratory. It exploded, Kaysen responded. Where are the survivors? There are 12 more. Lupin took them to St. Mungo's. They should be receiving treatment now. Come with me to the Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore stood up, grabbed a handful of flue powder, and threw it into the fireplace. Ministry of Magic, England. Boom. Kaysen also grabbed a handful of powder and threw it in. Soon the two of them arrived at the fireplace hall of the Ministry of Magic and went straight to the office of Fudge, the Minister of Magic. I've made up my mind. If Fudge doesn't do anything, I'm going to go talk to the Prime Minister in person about this human experiment. Kaysen said in a low voice as they walked along the road. I agree with your opinion, but, well, we can only hope that Fudge can pick up his wisdom as a politician when it comes to things that have nothing to do with Tom. Dumbledore commented sharply. The two arrived at Fudge's office and were about to knock on the door when a fat body quickly appeared in front of them and blocked the door. Kaysen looked down at the pink woman whose eyes were bulging like a toad, and a question mark slowly popped up above her head. Oh, Headmaster Dumbledore, Professor Kaysen, do you have an appointment? I'm sorry to stop you, but this is my job. I can't let some irrelevant people and things disturb the minister's work. The pink woman said with a greasy smile. Our business is of great importance, Umbridge. Oh, who knows, said Umbridge, shrinking her neck. Who is this woman? Kaysen looked at Dumbledore and made a sharp comment without any hesitation, not caring about the volume of his voice and the fact that the person was right in front of him. Dolores Umbridge, Under Minister for Magic, sir. Umbridge introduced herself. Oh, the Ministry of Magic is sorry to have an employee like you. Umbridge's forehead wrinkled involuntarily, although her face was not smooth to begin with. Kaysen stretched out his hand and pushed it aside, about to open the door of the office, but Umbridge's face turned pale. This is the sacred and inviolable Ministry of Magic, not your office in Hogwarts. Oh, Kaysen said, oh, and opened the door of the minister's office directly. Oh, Professor Kaysen and Dumbledore, what brings you here? Fudge, who was sitting in a chair and studying a cigar, looked at Kaysen and smiled in just 1 second. Minister, these two guys broke into your office without an appointment or even knocking. You should let the Aurors. Umbridge, please close the door when you go out. Fudge interrupted. What? I said, close the door when you go out. Open the door. Oh, of course at your request, Minister. Umbridge was a little surprised at first, then immediately put on a flattering smile and closed the door. Look at this, Fudge. Dumbledore sat down on the chair and placed the envelope in front of Fudge. The latter opened the envelope, took a quick look at the photo, and nearly fell under his desk. After finally finishing reading, I asked with a chill, what are these? There's a private Muggle laboratory that is secretly conducting human experiments on wizards. What about the laboratory? And were any wizards rescued? Asked Fudge. I blew up the laboratory, and there are still 12 survivors. They are now in St. Mungo's. Kaysen responded, oh, since the laboratory was bombed, I think they should pay the price they deserve. Otherwise, this matter would. Fudge was halfway through his words when Dumbledore sat up a little straighter. Fudge looked at Dumbledore helplessly. This is asking for trouble, Dumbledore. You and I both know what the Statute of Secrecy is. We even specifically noted in the textbooks that the Statute of Secrecy is for the protection of wizards. These wizards did not abide by the Statute of Secrecy and were caught by Muggles. In a sense, this can be considered a punishment for not abiding by the rules. Fudge said with a bitter face, if you continue to do nothing, we will have to bypass you and go directly to the Muggle Prime Minister for a talk. Dumbledore said with his eyes downcast. Interview. How can you have an interview with him? Do you think I was joking when I said I would humiliate myself? Your long life has made you clearly see the destructive power of Muggles. Grindelwald's Fiendfire is so powerful that it can destroy the whole of Paris, but that is Grindelwald. And the Muggles have a lot of weapons like that in their warehouses. Even the powerful Hogwarts Big Four could only avoid the Muggles with pitchforks and bows and arrows and hide to build Hogwarts. What about now? Is the you-know-who's killing curse any match for a brass bullet that the Muggles buy for 20 pence each? I'm sorry my voice was a little loud. To be honest, what I'm worried about now is that the Muggles will find out that one of their laboratories was blown up by wizards. Dumbledore, you don't understand politics. Fudge said irritably. So, are you not going to take care of this matter? Kaysen said, hugging his shoulders as he sat on the sofa. Professor Kaysen, you live in the Muggle world. Dumbledore is old and confused, so he doesn't know, but you should know what kind of people Muggles are. Don't look at them wearing suits and ties now. They look like civilized people at first glance, but if a war really breaks out between Muggles and wizards, they will immediately turn into beasts. You-know-who. A terrifying person like you-know-who is as ridiculous as a rookie in the face of the Muggles' fratricidal war. You may think that I'm a stupid politician, but I've never dared to slack off on my research on Muggles for so many years. Even Babaji from Hogwarts can't compare to me. Fudge said very quickly. Is that your answer? Kaysen said. The establishment of the statute of wizarding secrecy is not easy. Throughout history, so many powerful wizards have wanted to overthrow the statute of secrecy. Until they failed, we still didn't know whether they were defeated by a savior. Fudge said and looked at Dumbledore, where they have seen clearly the terror of Muggles, and after weighing the pros and cons, they have accepted the statute of secrecy. Fudge's 3 consecutive discussions on the past and present, plus a psychological analysis, completely tore apart the wizard's fig leaf. The two left the Ministry of Magic and came to the Muggle Street. The weather in early winter was a bit cold, but Kaysen still felt a little hot, so he simply unbuttoned the top button of his shirt. Fudge's route was blocked, and although he had expected this, he still felt a little chilly. Are you still going? Asked Dumbledore. Why? You're not going. Don't worry, I want to have a milkshake first. Dumbledore looked at the nearby milk tea shop. Dumbledore, at a time like this, I won't be happy even if you do something crap like this. You should find a suitable time to show your sense of humor. Kaysen complained speechlessly. But the necessary sugar is definitely needed by the human body. Dumbledore bought 2 hot milkshakes with pounds and handed one to Kaysen. What idea? If the politician's way doesn't work, we can only use the wizard's way. As Kaysen walked on the road, he listened to Dumbledore talking about the origin of the statute of wizarding secrecy. In the 17th century, the wizard's magic was completely defeated by a group of Muggles armed with pitchforks, steel knives, and single-shot muskets, and the statute of secrecy was officially implemented. And this situation has continued into modern society. What's even more exaggerated is that the development of wizards gradually slowed down, while Muggles began a technological explosion, and the gap between the two became larger and larger. Although the wizards could have fought a protracted war with Muggles at the beginning, they chose to escape because they were afraid of casualties. Now all that's left is the fear of Muggles, except for a few who are turning a blind eye to the real thing, and those pure-blood wizards whose brains have become abnormal due to inbreeding, who still hold the idea that wizards are the best in the world and Muggles are nothing. However, even such pure-blood wizards only dare to bully the unarmed Muggles in the wizarding world. I've never seen them go to the military camp to bully Muggles, because bullets can really penetrate the wizard's armor and let them go to see Merlin. Of course, some quick-thinking wizards came up with 2 methods. One was the Muggle repelling charm, which could remind Muggles of very important things when they approached. But if all Muggles really knew about the existence of the magical world, then the most important thing for Muggles should be to insert a beacon to Hogwarts to guide the bullet. Some wizards also thought that the Imperius Curse could be used to control Muggle leaders. Dumbledore was amazed at the ingenuity of this method, but also pointed out its drawbacks. 2 plus F8F. Firstly, although the so-called unforgivable curse's restrictions are like a sieve, you can find it as long as you want to, but it is still very difficult to use. And nowadays, the main fighting force of wizards are the so-called purebloods and Muggle wizards. The combat power of pureblood wizards is improved by the encouragement of their families, but they have an arrogant attitude towards Muggle society, and most importantly, they are generally not very smart. For Muggle wizards, magic is basically equivalent to fairy tales in their worldview. Because through this filter, it can be said that the hobby controls the brain and the magic wand controls thinking, so they are generally more serious about learning magic. But he is a Muggle wizard, his parents are Muggles, his neighbors are Muggles, and his parents and neighbors treat him as a treasure at home. Why should he help the wizarding world to attack his parents and neighbors, and continue to be a second-class citizen after the wizarding world wins? There are also wizard families and half-bloods that are not so crazy. This type of young wizards basically regard magic as the third arm they're born with. Viewing Hogwarts knowledge is basically the same as lifting weights, doing math problems in the gym, and learning to do housework. Without the encouragement of a pure-blood wizard family and the filters that Muggle wizards have in their hearts, the magic level of this type of wizard is generally quite poor, which is basically equivalent to being an unknown person in Hogwarts for 7 years. After graduation, those with better skills and who can speak will become employees in the Ministry of Magic, while those with slightly worse skills will buy tickets on the bus or push a snack cart on the train. The magic that I use most often is the unlocking spell used to do housework and to automatically pick up things when I go to other people's homes with dirty hands and feet. The rest of the time is basically equivalent to using a flashlight and helping to carry heavy objects. This is also the average level of the Ministry of Magic except for professors, Aurors, and Striker. Even Neville's levitation charm can make them fall to the ground. Strictly speaking, they are not as good as Lockhart. Lockhart is a true expert in the Oblivion charm, and he has made great use of it. And strictly speaking, the second method has actually been practiced before. The first wizard foolishly went to Buckingham Palace, but England had already been a constitutional monarchy at that time. Fortunately, the royal family knew about the existence of wizards. In addition, Elizabeth was drunk and confused that day, so the first wizard failed. The second wizard had prepared a strategy in advance. He went to 10 Downing Street, the office of the Prime Minister of England, to find the Prime Minister. Then the Prime Minister's secretary heard what the Prime Minister said about bows and arrows, muskets and knights, and immediately knew what was going on. He did not tell the Ministry of Magic, but asked for help from the Muggle wizards who were quietly recruited by the Muggle government, and killed the second wizard in a few moves. The third wizard once again prepared strategy. After taking the soul, he would directly use all kinds of terms such as nuclear bombs, missiles, mobile forces, and the army to attack France. What did France do wrong? It's just a feud. You misinterpreted it. Then the order went through layers of approval, and the cabinet elders believed that the Prime Minister had been possessed again. The Muggle wizards came out again, and the third wizard died. After these 3 wizards, basically no wizard wanted to do this kind of thing. After all, it is not enough to just manipulate the Prime Minister. If one really wants to control the government, even bringing all those pure-blood wizards together would not be enough. Fortunately, they're just giving up. It's not like they can't survive. Until the struggler Grindelwald and the madman Voldemort appeared. What do you think after listening to it? Dumbledore asked. The confidentiality law is very harmful. Cason replied. Dumbledore, who was walking beside him, turned a little pale. Well, that's not true. The statute of secrecy has indeed preserved the flames of wizards. Otherwise, there would only be more than 3,000 wizards recorded and officially registered in the 17th century. As for overthrowing the statute of secrecy now, it is even more impossible. In the 17th century, wizards were united because of the common thread of Muggles. But now, Muggle wizards are the apple of their parents' eyes and the grass on the side of Hogwarts. If the statute of secrecy is overturned at this time, the wizards will be divided, and the final result will almost be a dead end. Dumbledore said all this in a hurry, trying to dispel Cason's dangerous thoughts. If I let the spark of magic bloom in everyone's soul. Cason said suddenly. Dumbledore suddenly stopped, and Cason looked at him with some confusion. This requires a process. If you restore the sight of a person born blind, he will not feel the beauty of vision, but fear. Dumbledore reacted quickly and explained. Process. Cason murmured. Don't think about it. We're at Downing Street, the Prime Minister's office. Let's go in. Dumbledore took Kaysen to an alley, and in the blink of an eye they arrived at the Prime Minister's office at 10 Downing Street. I don't think Fudge made an appointment with me. Please take a seat. The Prime Minister looked at the two people who suddenly appeared, put down his pen with some embarrassment, and pointed to the seat opposite the desk. You didn't like the middle finger in the last picture, so I'll give you a heart this time. Smith Marseille, dear readers, these chapters are a small side story. Originally, it was supposed to be a big plot throughout the third grade, but because the author's level was not good enough, it was shortened to a short side story of chapters 118 to 127. Here, the author apologizes to all the readers. Please bear with me. Azkaban, Sirius Black. A voice suddenly awakened a skinny figure who was leaning against the wall in a daze. Oris, you actually went so deep. Sirius was too lazy to lift his eyelids and muttered incoherently. Look at this. The owner of the voice pulled a crumpled newspaper from his pocket and threw it at Sirius. The latter picked up the newspaper lazily. After all, a normal person needs to receive information, and Sirius in Azkaban obviously has no channel to receive information. A piece of newspaper may be very worn out, but it is still much better than counting the gaps between the bricks on the opposite wall. Until he picked up the newspaper and looked at the date, 1993. He couldn't help laughing after just looking at the year. He would draw a mark on the wall every day. Although it was not accurate, it roughly recorded the time from when he entered Azkaban to now, which should be 1992. Where did you get this newspaper from the future? Sirius said with a wicked smile. Look at what's in there, sir. Sirius shrugged. He would have read it without being reminded. The man seemed to be worried that the light was too dim, so he threw two small glowing cubes over. Thank you. Sirius changed into a comfortable position and began to read the newspaper leisurely until he saw a piece of information worthy of his attention. The Weasley family took a group photo after winning the Grand Galleon Award and traveling to Egypt. In that photo, there was a little thing that he was so familiar with. He suddenly looked at the figure outside the cell. You guessed right. In short, I came back to stop a mistake and kill a person. I need a helper who is online at the same level, said the figure. Sirius clutched the newspaper and looked at the figure in front of him. If I could, would you help me? Uh-huh. If you help me do what I need, then I will help you catch this mouse. What is the mistake you're trying to stop? Who is it you're trying to kill? The figure came closer and squatted down, the fluorite light shining on his face with the lower half of the mask. Sirius rubbed his eyes at the reflection from his monocle. I can't tell you what that mistake is, but the person I want to kill is Kseni's. Open the insurance. Put, blow, blow, blow. There was a series of gunshots in the shooting range. Kaysen was standing behind the second-floor window of a building not far away. This was an explanation given to them by the Prime Minister. It seems that the Prime Minister is sensible. Dumbledore smiled as he looked at the Prime Minister who was standing next to him and making a phone call. Well, wizards are not only found in England. There are almost 20,000 wizards in France, Germany, America, and even in the mysterious country across the ocean. Am I using English wizards for human experiments at this time? Am I a fool? The Prime Minister shrugged. In fact, Mr. Prime Minister, you have missed the point. Of course, the point is that you have perfectly resolved the incident and prevented it from further escalating. Kaysen said, leaning against the window, Mr. Professor, I remember that you used to do custom-made products. I even asked you to make a bracelet for my wife. The Prime Minister looked at Kaysen's highly recognizable handsome face and said with some surprise. Obviously, he didn't expect that he would be a wizard. You're a professor too? Do you like to change the subject too? Oh, sorry, you said. Thanks to your active handling, Mr. Prime Minister, the relationship between ordinary people and wizards has avoided sliding to a worse freezing point, so I can talk about my true opinion. If you ignore the so-called war between ordinary people and wizards, the first information I saw about that laboratory was not that ordinary people used wizards for human experiments, but human experiments, Kaysen said. The Prime Minister handed the phone to the mass secretary beside him and pursed his lips awkwardly. You mean the human experiment you really felt the atmosphere of? not something that ordinary people do to wizards. He said this and pointed to the envelope on the table. Well, both of these behaviors are infuriating, but if I had seen wizards torturing ordinary people and conducting human experiments on them, I would still make the same choice. Kaysen nodded and said, "Oh, you are really honest, wizard." The Prime Minister stretched out his hand and shook hands with Kaysen. "Sir, your phone number." The secretary wearing a mask came over with the phone, handed it to the Prime Minister, then lowered his head and left quickly. Kaysen looked at the secretary with some doubt, and the next moment he suddenly shouted, "Lime!" The secretary was a little embarrassed and subconsciously looked at the Prime Minister. After seeing the Prime Minister nod, he turned back and took off his mask, scratching his head in embarrassment. Kaysen pointed at him and the Prime Minister. Lime thought for a moment and then responded, "Mr. Prime Minister knows my identity. At first I thought you would go to the Ministry of Magic, but I think your future is much brighter now." Kaysen patted Lime's shoulder with relief at this time, remembering that he had reminded him during the exam when he graduated from 7th grade last year. As a Muggle-born wizard, it is best to stay away from purebloods. I didn't expect that he would do it so thoroughly and stay away from the wizarding world. "But why are you wearing a mask?" Lime said awkwardly. "I'm afraid you'll be angry." Kaysen was confused. "Why should I be angry?" "But I am curious." He lowered his voice a little. "It's only been a year since you graduated from Hogwarts. Logically speaking, your Muggle education is only elementary school." Lime showed a smile that only a top student could show. "Well, I studied on my own while I was at Hogwarts and then took a day or two off to take exams, so my current education level is strictly speaking a senior high school degree. When you go to university, if you don't know where to apply, I recommend Manchester, where the civil engineering is first-rate." Dumbledore gritted his teeth and watched Kaysen recruit people to his alma mater, then angrily dragged him away. When leaving, he did not forget to say goodbye to the Prime Minister and Lime. "Remember, Manchester!" Kaysen shouted. "I think I need to give you a Hogwarts diploma so that next time you can say, 'Remember Hogwarts.'" Dumbledore said sourly, and his weird tone clearly showed that he had a deep opinion of that Manchester. After leaving this secret base located in the wilderness, the two of them teleported to a place with beautiful mountains and rivers. Dumbledore was very thoughtful and had already started researching picnics. Is the Prime Minister telling the truth? Kaysen didn't understand why they had to have a picnic in the middle of winter, so he built a bonfire on the ground and spoke while warming himself by the fire. "It's true. He really doesn't know the existence of that laboratory." Dumbledore nodded. "It's much better than I expected. At least it represents the thoughts of some rare lunatics, not the thoughts of the entire Muggle government in England. Better than expected. Let me see who else could join us for this little picnic. Remus is at St. Mungo's now." A light bulb suddenly popped up in Dumbledore's head. Well, if nothing unexpected happens, but it's possible that something unexpected might happen, for example, he goes after that. Greyback again. "I hope nothing unexpected happens," Dumbledore said as he apparat to St. Mungo's, and soon brought Lupin here. "How did you resolve the problem?" Lupin asked as he sat down and picked up a piece of bread. "The range used nearly 2 boxes of bullets," Kaysen explained. "Oh, is Fudge so powerful this time?" Lupin said in surprise. "Bullshit, that guy was still thinking about keeping things quiet. Dumbledore and I went to Downing Street to find the Prime Minister. I also found out that the Prime Minister's secretary was my student. Isn't that a coincidence?" Lupin scratched his nose awkwardly. "So the Prime Minister of England has begun to secretly accept wizards?" "That's not the case. The young wizards who graduate from Hogwarts are free to find any kind of job they want," Dumbledore explained while sitting on the ground. Okay. Where are those poor wizards?" Dumbledore took out a white porcelain teapot from somewhere and asked while pouring tea. "That Lockhart somehow got to St. Mungo's. He was pretty good at using the Oblivion Charm. Anyway, the psychological trauma on them should be gone." Kaysen and Dumbledore looked at each other. "It seems he did a good job. Well, although his book is a matter of opinion, and I don't think it is based on his personal experience, his forgetfulness spell is indeed quite powerful. By the way, Kaysen, do you know? The Longbottom family is looking for you all over the world. I just found out that the Longbottoms were cured by Lockhart. Then when I went to deliver the victims, I saw Neville Longbottom and Old Lady Longbottom asking where you were. There was a young nurse at the nurse's station. She looked like she was your student before. She was almost scared to tears by Old Lady Longbottom. Luckily I'm not in Hogwarts. Otherwise they would drag me to Longbottom Manor by force. Kaysen said with some fear. Yeah, indeed. Wait, Kaysen. Get out of the way, Kaysen. Lupin grabbed Kaysen's collar, then subconsciously pushed the ground with his feet, and in the blink of an eye pulled Kaysen behind him. The place where Kaysen was sitting just now had already been hit by a bright red beam of light, creating a bottomless pit. The Elder Wand appeared in Dumbledore's hand almost instantly, and he instantly found the two figures on the cliff who had attacked Kaysen with magic. Who is that? Kaysen took out his wand, then took out a spare monocle from his pocket and stuck it on his eye socket, instantly locking onto the two figures. Human magic! Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Why is this? He was muttering, amazed that the revealing monocle could not see through the essence of the strange figure. The next moment he saw a scene that made him doubt the true level of magic in this world. The figure whose true nature could not be seen casually raised the magic wand. It was December and it was supposed to snow, but lightning and thunder started almost instantly, and raindrops as big as beans fell on the ground, as if ignoring the temperature. Almost at the same time, the entire sky was covered by a series of orange-yellow magic circles that looked like a precision mechanical watch, and a jet-black beam of light penetrated through the magic circles. Dumbledore frowned, and a phoenix instantly appeared above his head, and golden-red flames instantly enveloped the three of them. By the time the three of them left, the small valley where they had just planned to have a meal had turned into a terrifying giant pit. There's Remus down there. And Dumbledore, didn't you say you would only kill the one named Kesenhith? Above the valley, Sirius grabbed the masked man by the collar and roared. They are not dead. Phoenix took them away. The masked man said calmly, but if you succeed, they will really die. Sirius said fearfully, then I will kill Voldemort for them. He is not a difficult person to kill. It's no big deal. Which one are you talking about? Asked Sirius. Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. I've got a task for you. Turn into a dog and run into Kaysen. Ask him to take you back to Hogwarts as a pet. Also, to prevent him from seeing your true nature, wear this. The masked man threw a ring to Sirius. What's the use of this thing? And how can you be sure that Kaizenes will take me as a pet? This ring will allow him to only see the word beast when he looks at you with his monocle. As for the second question, I'm sure he has always liked a big black dog. But you have to hide from Lupin. He will be the professor of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts next year. The masked man shrugged and said casually, Harry Potter goes to his office every other day. I agree to this mission, Sirius said instantly. But Harry keeps going to his office every few days. Is he in danger? The masked man shook his head. He's not a bad guy. He's just an idiot. How stupid? Asked Sirius. As stupid as you can be. After the masked man said that, he put his hand directly on Sirius' shoulder. There was a buzzing sound, and the two disappeared on the spot, leaving only wisps of purple light. Hogwarts. What is that? Should it be the level of magic in this world? Kaysen said in confusion as he poured green tea down his throat. Can you see what that figure is through your glasses? Dumbledore asked calmly. Two people. One is a wizard, the other is also a wizard, but his true nature has been concealed. I don't know how. Kaysen responded. Boom. The golden-red flames of the phoenix appeared again, and Lupin appeared in the office holding a big turkey. The big phoenix appeared in the office. Look at this. He took out a photo, which was the photo he had just taken in the valley. What was originally a beautiful place with green mountains and clear waters now looked like a huge sinkhole. Looking at the photo, Kaysen had no doubt that the unknown wizard was contributing to the diversity of England's landscape. After all, if it rained for a few years, this pit could become a lake. Seriously, coming to this world, my world, Sherlock Holmes, Hogwarts, looking at the two figures above the valley today. He was really afraid that another Camartage would appear in a few days because of the magic circle that covered the sky and the sun. Why would they suddenly attack us? Lupin said, stroking his chin in confusion. Maybe it was a coincidence? After all, the valley is so high, and I had to use a monocle to really see the two figures. Besides, we were under the tree, so it's possible that they didn't see clearly. Kaysen said tentatively. The first laser was almost aimed at your head. Can you be more careful, Kaysen? Lupin grabbed Kaysen's shoulders and shook him. Well, you certainly don't value your own life very much, Dumbledore commented sharply. Well, even if that's the case, what can I do? That kind of destructive power, even though I could do it, but Shuinfa, Voldemort is nothing compared to that guy. Kaysen began to change the subject abruptly. Dumbledore and Lupin looked at each other, both knowing that he probably didn't want to dwell on this topic for too long. They both sighed in sync. Before the holiday, you said you were going to look for clues about the basilisk. Dumbledore followed Kaysen's meaning and talked about another thing. Well, it is solved. Kaysen took off the monocle from his eye socket. Although this pair of glasses was almost identical to the previous one, it was not as comfortable to wear as the previous one. Wait a moment. I'm going to go out for a while, and we'll be back soon. Then we can study the secret room again, he said and teleported out of the office. At this time, only Dumbledore and Lupin were left. The two looked at each other, and the former directly took out a magic contract. Next year's defense against the dark arts professor, said Dumbledore. Am I at that level? Lupin hesitated. Compared to Quirrell and Lockhart, your level is more than adequate, said Dumbledore. You can continue to be Kaysen's bodyguard for another year. Dumbledore said, he's at Hogwarts. Why does he need a bodyguard? Lupin asked puzzledly. Dumbledore shrugged helplessly. If Kaysen were to be sorted, what house would it be? Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, although I hope he's Gryffindor, said Lupin. He really has Gryffindor qualities. Do you know his special teleportation method? Well, he seemed to have mentioned before, using the enchanting table. Lupin recalled their conversation in Brazil and nodded. From the time he enchanted the magic of the Ender Pearl into his own body, I understood what kind of person Kaysen is. He loves life, but only the lives of others, not his own. Dumbledore said quietly. Is there? The first time he used the enchanting table to enchant himself, he said the success rate was 24%. Do you remember when he used the enchanting table to cure you of wolfsbane? He even called me along at that time. But he has been doing it himself since his first human enchantment. If Neville hadn't told me about the most recent one, I wouldn't have known about it. Lupin nodded. Oh, you want me to watch him so that he doesn't do any dangerous experiments on himself? Can I watch him? Dumbledore shrugged his shoulders and said, why not? What was your score in alchemy when you graduated? Oh, that's right. Kaysen needs a like-minded, chain gold assistant. I think you are very qualified for this responsibility. Me? Lupin pointed at himself in confusion. But Kaysen's alchemy. Look at all the things in his room. Is there anything I can understand? Compared with him, what alchemy do I know? Lupin said helplessly. Actually, I think it's best for you to do this. Since you became the principal, you have nothing to do. You spend all day napping and drinking milkshakes in the office. You are more suitable. Lupin rarely started to make jokes. Dumbledore curled his lips and said, he despises me. He said, Dumbledore knows nothing about alchemy. He even wrote this sentence in his paper. Then I am the same, right? Then Kaysen will also say, Lupin knows nothing about alchemy. It's different, Remus. You're still young. You mean, I'm young and I can still learn, but you're old and your learning ability isn't as strong? That's why you let me go. Lupin asked. Dumbledore shook his head. That's not the case. What I mean is that you're still young and thick-skinned, so you can just say whatever you want when you're scolded. But I am different. I am old, and I still have to have some dignity to avoid losing my reputation in my later years. Lupin couldn't help but give Dumbledore a thumbs up, as expected of you. Thank you for the compliment. By the way, Professor, how is Harry now? Lupin was silent for a long time before he finally said this. I was supposed to be at Hogwarts, but I seem to have been invited to spend Christmas at Longbottom Manor. Want to go? Lupin quickly shook his head. No, Professor, I won't do that for now. I don't have the face to do that. It's not your fault. Dumbledore shook his head and sighed. Buzz. Kaysen returned to the office, holding his magic manual in his hand again, with his original lens stuck in his eye socket. All right, gentlemen, the place we're going to isn't supposed to be where we should be, but we still have to go. Where? The girls' bathroom. The three of them looked at each other, and then Dumbledore and Lupin looked at Kaysen in surprise. How do you know? Have you examined it carefully? Kaysen looked at the two people with strange expressions. It's the abandoned bathroom where Myrtle lived. And I swear on my character that it has absolutely nothing to do with me. It was deduced by Holmes. And compared to this, shouldn't you think that Slytherin's secret room is in the women's bathroom? It seems that he is the biggest pervert. We are merely making a hypothesis, Dumbledore explained. It's better this way. The three of them strolled out of the Alchemy office, and just as Kaysen was about to step out of the door, he seemed to pass through a layer of water film. This is really another me in the world. He looked at the blue sky and white clouds in front of him, as well as the empty island under his feet in confusion. He didn't know where the clear spring water came from, and he didn't know where it was going to. A Kaysen who looked slightly older than him appeared in front of him. I know you have something to say, but don't say it yet. I am you about 10 years later when Neville was in 7th grade. That is, in 1998, you realized the crazy idea in your head. That is, you successfully made everyone in the world gain magic. Oh, don't interrupt. Then the Magic World War broke out. I tell you, that war probably killed 1 billion people. So now I advise you to quickly give up that crazy idea of yours. Because if you don't give up, I am a civil official now, and I'm talking to you reasonably. But in 9 years, I will be a military general and will come to hunt you down. Future Kaysen kept talking. Wow, Kaysen was a little confused. He touched his forehead. Is this heaven? The portal to heaven made of fluorite and water. That's not the point. The point is that you have to give up this idea. Kaysen shook his head frantically. In fact, I have already given up the idea. After all, 1 billion deaths in the world is really too extreme. Future Kaysen gave him a long look. Really? What else? Don't even mention 1 billion people. I can't even accept 100 people. Or maybe I'm not Slytherin material. I'm not born with the sacrificial trait. Future Kaysen nodded. Are you sure you have given up that idea now? Yeah, sure. But why? I have given up this idea now. In other words, there will be no magic war in the future. But if that were the case, you would not have told me this information. Isn't this a time paradox? Because this is heaven, it is an independent little world isolated from the real world. So the information we have here will not be affected by the timeline of the real world. This is also the only way I can find to avoid the time paradox. As Future Kaysen spoke, he took out a command block and held it in his hand as if he was looking up some information. Soon, he had a bitter face. I am you 10 years later, a reasonable civil official. Now in this timeline, there should be another you 9 years later, a military general. He should have looked for you by now. Probably. He just used some really awesome magic and almost killed me if it wasn't for Dumbledore. Future Kaysen sighed. I'm still a step too late. That guy has turned into a time ghost. Are you talking about Angra? Why don't I understand? Kaysen said in confusion. I'll explain. The way he came here was different from mine. He used the Time Flow Pocket Watch in the equivalent exchange module that can manipulate time to come back here. It was a time travel instead of a time travel. So strictly speaking, he was not affected by the time paradox. I don't understand. Kaysen scratched his chin and said, what it means is that you gave up the idea and everything in the future will not happen. So the timeline that belongs to us is gone. Normally, if I use the time converter to travel through time like I do, I rely on the time rules of this world itself. So when my timeline disappears, I will disappear relatively speaking. That's why I'm still in heaven. So I haven't disappeared yet. But the General Kaysen who is chasing you, that is, Kaysen 9 years later, will not disappear and is not subject to the timeline. He is trapped in this time and space and cannot go back. If what happens in the future will not happen, then he has no reason to kill me. Kaysen thought about it and realized that this was the case. But if there are two Kaysens in the real world for a long time, the timeline will collapse. After all, we are so awesome. It is already tiring for one timeline to carry one, let alone two. The civil official Kaysen said arrogantly. So this timeline only needs one Kaysen? You want me to kill myself? It should be deleted. Now General Kaysen is like a bug in the timeline. He must disappear. The problem now is that the thoughts of the time ghost will be frozen at the moment when the timeline disappears. So now General Kaysen is no longer a time program that can communicate. His thoughts are wandering between killing you immediately and waiting a while before killing you. His priority in killing you is proportional to the probability that you will create a future of war. The most important question now is, how should you make him disappear? You can't kill him. He now has a command block. Although I banned it, he still has the magician module. You can't defeat him head-on. I'll give you a plan. You create a magic seed that can turn everyone in the world into a wizard and deceive the timeline to restore the timeline of the future war. After we are dragged back to our timeline, you destroy the device. In this way, we who do not belong to this timeline will disappear along with the error in that future. But the problem is that the further your magic seed grows, the stronger his killing intent towards you will be. Then won't you die too? Kaysen ignored the general's murderous intent and asked directly, "What's the big deal? It was my fault in the first place, so it's normal for me to pay the price." As he spoke, the future Kaysen reached into his pocket and pulled out a golden little man. "Oh my God, you still have the undying totem?" "Oh, it's just so, just basic operations." Future Kaysen rummaged around and pulled out a gorgeously bound book. "New magic arts. Don't study that mysterious era if you have nothing to do. It's too dangerous. Also, don't study the future command blocks and equivalent exchange blindly." The future Kaysen gave the present Kaysen the undead totem, the new magic art manual, and the knowledge of magic seeds that would allow everyone to gain magic. Obtain the new magic art manual and new magic art module. Unlocked successfully. Okay, now you have some basic self-defense skills. You can walk the rest of the way on your own. The next moment, Kaysen heard a buzzing in his ears and returned to his office. "Kaysen, what's wrong with you?" Lupin turned around and asked. Kaysen looked at the undead totem and the new magic art manual in his hand and shook his head in confusion. He already roughly understood what his future self in heaven said. Maybe the principle is unknown, but the result is very clear. As long as I make a magic seed, the future Kaysen timeline that is chasing me will be derived. And when that future Kaysen finds his timeline, he will be captured by his timeline and the time rules of the world, and then disappear along with the destruction of the magic seed. But the only thing that made him feel uncomfortable was that his mistakes would implicate a billion people. "What's wrong with you?" Dumbledore turned around and asked. Kaysen pursed his lips. "I made a mistake, and now I'm trying my best to make up for it." "You didn't. Let's go and deal with that basilisk first." Kaysen shook his head, rejected Dumbledore's comfort, and walked directly towards Myrtle's bathroom. The three of them came to the bathroom, and Myrtle shyly hid in the toilet, obviously having no intention of coming out. Kaysen, on the other hand, carefully examined every inch of the bathroom through his monocle. Finally found a tiny difference on a faucet. Metal magic. This. Kaysen walked over and looked at one of the brass faucets, which had an exquisite little snake engraved on it. Dumbledore also looked over. "Let me think. You said before that Harry was a parcel tongue, right?" Kaysen nodded, while Lupin on the side was a little confused. What's parcel tongue?" "Harry, that is true." Dumbledore nodded. Parcel tongue is generally passed down through blood, but it can also be said to be passed down through the soul. Harry may have an ancestor who was a parcel tongue, and the gift of parcel tongue did not manifest until a generation. But this explanation is a bit far-fetched. After all, the Potter family is quite famous in the wizarding world, and I have never heard of any ancestor of the Potter family having the talent of parcel tongue. Even if they really did, it is unlikely that they would reveal it now. If this talent is not passed down from the bloodline, then it can only be acquired later, such as being infected by an external soul, and passively learning parcel tongue. Soul-tainted, soul-torn, horcruxes, Voldemort. Horcruxes. If Harry's parcel tongue came from Voldemort, then it proves that Voldemort also speaks parcel tongue, and a chain metal object that he can't tell the depth of with his magical attainments can only be a case of a blind spot in his knowledge. Boom, boom. Dumbledore looked at Kaysen in confusion as he unceremoniously drilled 2 holes in the wall. I discovered a huge pipe. You are destroying the wall of Hogwarts. He sighed. Not only was the wall destroyed, but also Kaysen shamelessly interrupted his thoughts. In short, he seems useless. Dumbledore stood with his hands on his hips in anger. Forgive me for not finding the pictures. The ones I found all have subtitles. Okay, go and wait, Lupin, put this on. Just as Kaysen was about to jump, he took out a pair of glasses from his pocket and handed them to Lupin. What is this thing good for? It can save your life when you face off against a basilisk. Thank you very much. Lupin also put on his glasses, and the 2 of them jumped into the pipe one after the other. Dumbledore poked his head out, obviously disgusted by the dirty pipes, and directly used apparition. So who can answer me? Why are you all still so graceful? Only I. Lupin looked at Kaysen and Dumbledore, who were still well-dressed in the Slytherin Chamber's secrets, and then looked at himself, who was in a messy state. Oh, I can fly, Dumbledore can teleport, but you are really playing on the slide. There's nothing I can do. Kaysen shrugged and said. Dumbledore looked up at the huge secret room and said, as expected, this is Slytherin's secret room. We just need to wait and see. Sit back and wait. What do you think of this plan? Lupin asked in a low voice beside Kaysen. You want me to tell you? I think Dumbledore is getting old and confused. Ahem. The person that Kaysen was commenting on coughed twice in embarrassment. What? Wow. Dumbledore, do you want to look back at that awesome-looking thing behind you? Dumbledore shook his head. If you really want to murder the headmaster, I suggest you start with Minerva. Why don't you run away? Kaysen said as he took out his staff. The element of death gathered on the tip of his wand. On the other side, Lupin didn't even have the slightest bit of foreplay. He started from 0 frame and cast an eye disease curse directly towards the basilisk. Almost instantly, the basilisk's originally round eyeballs shrank, without any luster at all. On the other side, the death element accumulated in Kaysen's staff also hit the basilisk's huge head at the right time. It took no more than 15 seconds from the appearance of the basilisk to its death. 0.5, the culprit that had brought terror to Hogwarts for most of the semester, was lying on the ground. Severus will be very happy with the corpse of this giant basilisk. Dumbledore said happily with his hands on his hips. Yes, I have no doubt about it. But could our headmaster condescend to come and help us find Lord Voldemort's notebook? Lupin looked at Dumbledore in confusion after hearing Kaysen's shocking words. What Voldemort? Kaysen came over at the right time, put his arm around Lupin's shoulders, walked to the corner, and started whispering. That's right. Dumbledore, don't you know? He just has this habit. Yeah. Or, I say, there's something to be said about the rank of defense against the dark arts position. Dumbledore looked speechlessly at the 2 people who were plotting loudly in the corner. He took off his glasses helplessly and pinched the bridge of his nose. Originally, Kaysen had little respect for him. Well, although it was partly his own fault, he originally wanted to recruit Lupin, who admired him, to neutralize the situation. Unexpectedly, Lupin was assimilated by Kaysen. This means that next semester he will have to face 2 professors who have little respect for him. When Dumbledore thought of this, he felt that his future was bleak. He probably wouldn't be able to get much good sleep next semester. Dumbledore reluctantly took out the Elder Wand and moved it over the basilisk's body. Soon the basilisk's body was like a rolling wave. A dark notebook emerged from it. Tom, Dumbledore sighed and bent down to pick up the notebook. Wow, this little thing is really unique. Let him look at me, and I'll study him. Seeing this, Kaysen quickly teleported over, stood beside Dumbledore, looked at the notebook in Dumbledore's hand, and scratched the cover of the book with a sense of mischief. He's not moving. Lupin also came over and said, Of course, where's my pen? Kaysen felt in his pocket, took out a feather pen, opened the cover, and wrote in a wry way, "Hello, Mr. Riddle." "Oh, it turns out to be our great Professor Kaysen. Actually, I don't think we need to communicate through paper, right? What do you want?" Kaysen waved his hand, and the magic manual suddenly appeared in his hand. He turned it to a blank page, and after completely blocking the starry sky on this page, he put the magic manual and the black magic notebook together face to face. Almost instantly, a ray of light from the black notebook was absorbed into the magic manual, and then the notebook was thrown to the ground like garbage. Kaysen looked at Tom Riddle in the magic manual with a smile on his face. "I think we can talk face to face now." "Oh, how many years have passed? I didn't know alchemy has advanced to this level." Tom Riddle looked at the space where he existed at this moment, raised his head to look at the small skylight above the space, and said sarcastically, "Of course." Kaysen casually put the magic manual in the air, bent down to pick up the black notebook that had been thrown on the ground, and tore off a page from it. "I thought this so-called horcrux of yours was some powerful protective device. You only need to take a look to know. You have seen the deformed phase caused by black magic erosion and magic deformation." Dumbledore said calmly, "The mysterious man died 11 years ago. He was killed by the child in Godric's Hollow and defeated by Harry Potter. He was just an ordinary dark wizard, and this dark wizard, Quirrell, as a dark wizard, will be cursed with a life-threatening curse." Fudge swallowed and paused. "I will not kill him with the death curse, nor will it be a kiss from a Dementor. An ordinary dark wizard can be locked up in Azkaban. He can't escape. He is not a mysterious man. He is just an ordinary dark wizard. A brave dark wizard who dares to stand under your nose. An ordinary dark wizard." Dumbledore sighed. He was unspeakably disappointed with Fudge at this time. If Fudge could really get the Aurors to give Voldemort a death curse, he wouldn't have done so, because that meant that although Fudge was afraid of Voldemort, he was still afraid of him. "At least I still believe in the fact that Voldemort is alive." At this moment, Dumbledore could see from Fudge's trembling expression that although Fudge believed in the fact that Voldemort was resurrected for the sake of his position as Minister of Magic, he actually pretended to be blind and sent Voldemort to Azkaban. The difference between that and letting him go directly is only 1 or 2 steps to increase or decrease. You can take a look at his face. Dumbledore finally asked with even a little hope in his heart. "I've seen it, and I know this face. This is Quirinaz Quillo, Dumbledore. You old fool." Fudge quickly shook his head, turned around, and was about to leave behind him. The 2 Aurors dragged Quirrell away from the ground. Kaysen frowned and looked at Dumbledore, who nodded helplessly. The next moment, a withered skull flew directly towards Quirrell, but this time it did not explode, but merged into Quirrell's flesh and blood. Quickly, Quirrell's body began to collapse. Like a piece of charcoal from beginning to end, it turns into crumbs with just the slightest touch. Then a line of black smoke floated out from Quirrell's body and slowly dissipated in the air. "Kaysen No, Professor Kaysen, seeing as you killed a dark wizard this time, the Ministry of Magic won't care." Fudge's face, there was a hint of joy on his face, but he still said it firmly. "You'd better call me Mr. Heath." Fudge's face darkened, but he still didn't say anything and quickly left Hogwarts with the 2 Aurors. "This Fudge?" Kaysen asked from the window, looking at the 3 people from the Ministry of Magic leaving Hogwarts territory. "He wasn't like this many years ago. Although he can't be called brave, at least forget it." Dumbledore sat on the chair. "You did a good job. Even if you don't take action, I still have to arrange for someone to do it. Quirrell in Azkaban. Only a fool would do something to let an enemy escape from under his nose, let alone 2. Kaysen said quietly, By the way, last time I went to France, I met Nicole Flamel." Dumbledore still nodded, but in fact he had already thought of a reason to run away later. "He said to give me the magic stone after you have finished using it." "Oh, did he say anything else?" "He also said, what does Dumbledore know about alchemy, and what use can the philosopher's stone be in his hands?" Dumbledore couldn't help but blush. He took off his glasses with some embarrassment and wiped them with a velvet cloth. "Wait until the end of this semester. You still owe me. Let me do the math. The annual salary of the last alchemy professor was... It's here, take it. Dumbledore took out an irregular red gem from his pocket and placed it on the desk. Kaysen picked up the magic stone. What was different from the last time was that he somehow felt the magic power of the magic stone begin to flow towards him. Huh? Can you feel this kind of magic power fluctuation? Dumbledore looked over and pushed up his glasses on the bridge of his nose. There's no harm in it. Just let it go. It seems I have to study this so-called magic stone. Kaizen murmured, That's all for later. What you need most now is another thing. Did you forget about the final exam? Dumbledore reminded. I'll go to the hospital wing first to see those 4 naughty kids. After arriving at the hospital wing, Kaysen found Madame Pomfrey and was relieved to learn that Ron had woken up. It's a pity that I came in a hurry and didn't bring any fruit basket, but there were still carnations. He rubbed his fingers, picked out 4 carnations, and walked in. Congratulations to you 4. You successfully survived under the Dark Wizard's wand. Harry smiled. It seemed that the physical injuries Quirrell had inflicted on him did not cause any serious problems to him. By the way, Professor, the one behind Quirrell's head. You guessed it right. It's that person. Kaysen nodded. Harry and Neville's originally calm faces suddenly fell. But now he is dead, although not necessarily dead. Not necessarily dead. Wait, Harry, what are you talking about? Ron asked. Well, just say it, although others may not believe it. Kaysen shrugged and said to Harry. Harry also took a breath. Voldemort is not dead. He is growing on the back of Quirrell's head. There was some silence in the ward for a moment. Really? Ron and Hermione both looked at Kaysen. It's true. Although he died this time, it doesn't necessarily mean that he is completely dead. He might be just like what happened 11 years ago. But please don't spread this matter to others, as it may cause panic. But Professor, why? Such a big devil is still alive. If you were the Minister of Magic or a senior official, I would be very happy to let you publicize it. But unfortunately, you are not. In fact, Dumbledore did not want to tell Fudge that Voldemort was not dead just to cause panic in the wizarding world, but organized manpower to kill him. Did Fuguay agree? Ron asked. Kaysen gave him a speechless expression. Okay. The 4 little wizards all lowered their heads. Oh, by the way, there's one more thing. You didn't take what I said into your heart. You didn't choose the right one between a magic stone and 4 living lives, so Gryffindor deducts 40 points. If you okay, I'll make it up in just 2 classes. Kaysen hurriedly poked his head back when he was about to leave the hospital wing. Kaysen left with his merit and fame hidden behind him. As for why he was only deducted 40 points symbolically, hey, I've already been mentally prepared for it, so I just deducted a few points to make sense, as if I deducted too much and they could change it. After returning to the office, he took out the magic stone. At this time, he felt that its light was a little dimmer than when Dumbledore had just given it to him, although the dimness was limited. If this continues, this magic stone won't turn into powder in my place, right? Will Nicolim come after me? Sighing, he put the magic stone into his pocket, took out another pile of parchment, and began to write out the questions for this final exam. Time flies by quickly, and as the holidays approach, the entire Hogwarts is experiencing a kind of conflicting emotions. The little wizards are looking forward to the holiday and dreading the final exam. But for the final exam, although I say I am afraid, it is actually not too scary. You only need to take a look to know. You have seen the deformed face caused by black magic erosion and magic deformation. Dumbledore said calmly. The mysterious man died 11 years ago. He was killed by the child in Godric's Hollow and defeated by Harry Potter. He was just an ordinary dark wizard, and this dark wizard, Quirrell, as a dark wizard, will be cursed with a life-threatening curse. Fudge swallowed and paused. I will not kill him with the death curse, nor will it be a kiss from a Dementor. An ordinary dark wizard can be locked up in Azkaban. He can't escape. He is not a mysterious man. He is just an ordinary dark wizard. A brave dark wizard who dares to stand under your nose. An ordinary dark wizard. Dumbledore sighed. He was unspeakably disappointed with Fudge at this time. If Fudge could really get the Aurors to give Voldemort a death curse, he wouldn't have done so, because that meant that although Fudge was afraid of Voldemort, he was still afraid of him. At least I still believe in the fact that Voldemort is alive. At this moment, Dumbledore could see from Fudge's trembling expression that although Fudge believed in the fact that Voldemort was resurrected for the sake of his position as Minister of Magic, he actually pretended to be blind and sent Voldemort to Azkaban. The difference between that and letting him go directly is only 1 or 2 steps to increase or decrease. You could take a look at his face. Dumbledore finally asked with even a little hope in his heart. I've seen it, and I know this face. This is Quirrell, Dumbledore. You old fool. Fudge quickly shook his head, turned around, and was about to leave behind him. The 2 Aurors dragged Quirrell away from the ground. Cason frowned and looked at Dumbledore, who nodded helplessly. The next moment, a withered skull flew directly towards Quirrell, but this time it did not explode, but merged into Quirrell's flesh and blood. Quickly, Quirrell's body began to collapse. Like a piece of charcoal from beginning to end, it turns into crumbs with just the slightest touch. Then a line of black smoke floated out from Quirrell's body and slowly dissipated in the air. No, Professor Kessin, seeing as you killed a dark wizard this time, the Ministry of Magic won't care. Fudge's face, there was a hint of joy on his face, but he still said it firmly. You'd better call me Mr. Heath. Fudge's face darkened, but he still didn't say anything and quickly left Hogwarts with the 2 Aurors. This Fudge? Cason asked from the window, looking at the 3 people from the Ministry of Magic leaving Hogwarts territory. He wasn't like this many years ago. Although he can't be called brave, at least forget it. Dumbledore sat on the chair. You did a good job. Even if you don't take action, I still have to arrange for someone to do it. Quirrell in Azkaban. Only a fool would do something to let an enemy escape from under his nose, let alone 2. Cason said quietly, by the way, last time I went to France, I met Nicole Flamel. Dumbledore still nodded, but in fact he had already thought of a reason to run away later. He said to give me the magic stone after you have finished using it. Oh, did he say anything else? He also said, what does Dumbledore know about alchemy, and what use can the philosopher's stone be in his hands? Dumbledore couldn't help but blush. He took off his glasses with some embarrassment and wiped them with a velvet cloth. Wait until the end of this semester. You still owe me. Let me do the math. The annual salary of the last alchemy professor was... It's here, take it. Dumbledore took out an irregular red gem from his pocket and placed it on the desk. Cason picked up the magic stone. What was different from the last time was that he somehow felt the magic power of the magic stone begin to flow towards him. Can you feel this kind of magic power fluctuation? Dumbledore looked over and pushed up his glasses on the bridge of his nose. There's no harm in it, just let it go. It seems I have to study this so-called magic stone. Kaizen murmured, that's all for later. What you need most now is another thing. Did you forget about the final exam? Dumbledore reminded. I'll go to the hospital wing first to see those 4 naughty kids. After arriving at the hospital wing, Cason found Madame Pomfrey and was relieved to learn that Ron had woken up. It's a pity that I came in a hurry and didn't bring any fruit basket, but there were still carnations. He rubbed his fingers, picked out 4 carnations, and walked in. Congratulations to you 4. You successfully survived under the Dark Wizard's wand. Harry smiled. It seemed that the physical injuries Quirrell had inflicted on him did not cause any serious problems to him. By the way, Professor, the one behind Quirrell's head. You guessed it right, it's that person. Cason nodded. Harry and Neville's originally calm faces suddenly fell. But now he is dead, although not necessarily dead. Not necessarily dead. Wait, Harry, what are you talking about? Ron asked. Well, just say it, although others may not believe it. Cason shrugged and said to Harry. Harry also took a breath. Voldemort is not dead. He is growing on the back of Quirrell's head. There was some silence in the ward for a moment. Really? Ron and Hermione both looked at Cason. It's true. Although he died this time, it doesn't necessarily mean that he is completely dead. He might be just like what happened 11 years ago. But please don't spread this matter to others, as it may cause panic. But Professor, why? Such a big devil is still alive. If you were the Minister of Magic or a senior official, I would be very happy to let you publicize it. But unfortunately, you are not. In fact, Dumbledore did not want to tell Fudge that Voldemort was not dead just to cause panic in the wizarding world, but organize manpower to kill him. Did Fugue agree? Ron asked. Uh-huh. Kaysen gave him a speechless expression. Okay. The four little wizards all lowered their heads. Oh, by the way, there's one more thing. You didn't take what I said into your heart. You didn't choose the right one between a magic stone and 4 living lives, so Gryffindor deducts 40 points. If you okay, I'll make it up in just 2 classes. Kaysen hurriedly poked his head back when he was about to leave the hospital wing. Kaysen left with his merit and fame hidden behind him. As for why he was only deducted 40 points symbolically, hey, I've already been mentally prepared for it, so I just deducted a few points to make sense, as if I deducted too much and they could change it. After returning to the office, he took out the magic stone. At this time, he felt that its light was a little dimmer than when Dumbledore had just given it to him, although the dimness was limited. If this continues, this magic stone won't turn into powder in my place, right? Will Nicolim come after me? Sighing, he put the magic stone into his pocket, took out another pile of parchment, and began to write out the questions for this final exam. Time flies by quickly, and as the holidays approach, the entire Hogwarts is experiencing a kind of conflicting emotions. The little wizards are looking forward to the holiday and dreading the final exam. But for the final exam, although I say I am afraid, it is actually not too scary. Now he could only wait for Kaysen to come to the auditorium. He could then hand the bread to Professor Kaysen at lightning speed, and at the same time establish himself as a good principal who cared for the professor and helped him spread butter on the bread. Soon, just as he expected, with a humming sound, Kaysen appeared in the professor's seat. He glanced at the dry meal on the table with some disgust and left the table without saying a word. Dumbledore, who was delivering the bread, had his hands frozen in mid-air. It was not right to call Kaysen back, nor was it right to take it back and eat it himself. Fortunately, his hand was in mid-air at this moment, so his hand holding the bread trembled slightly, and the bread fell to the ground. He watched as the bread that he had shaken off and was about to fall to the ground was grabbed by Kaysen, who had returned, and put back on Dumbledore's plate. Don't waste food, and you're welcome. Kaysen drank the pumpkin juice in front of his seat, patted Dumbledore on the shoulder, and walked towards the Hogwarts kitchen. After all, as a genuine Hufflepuff stamped by the Sorting Hat and confirmed by Professor Sprout, it would be no problem for him to have some special meals in the cafeteria. Buzz, Sirius, who was figuring out how to put 2 pillows together into a fairly comfortable sleeping mat, heard the sound of teleportation behind him. He almost turned around in a hurry and looked at Kaysen carrying a large bag of food with a confused look on his face. The latter also figured out what Sirius was going to do, and snatched his poor pillow back like snatching food from Tiger's mouth, and casually placed a wool cube on the ground, leaving Sirius to cook it himself. He took out a wooden bowl that was resistant to falling or hitting, put Sirius' food into the bowl, and then poured him a bowl of water. Only then did he finally sit down in the chair and start to eat his breakfast at the desk. While eating breakfast, he looked helplessly at Sirius, who was tearing a wool block not far away, and finally sighed helplessly that drinking was the real culprit. Originally, he didn't want to have a pet. After all, he was too lazy. Sometimes he was too lazy to keep one and could only lie on the bed waiting for Neville or Harry to come to the office and find him and feed him. And now there is one more pet to feed. After sucking in the last fried chicken leg, he returned to the office on the 3rd floor helplessly. After finishing his meal and waking up, he finally started his main mission. In fact, the main task yesterday was to help Lupin kill Greyback, but after drinking, the two of them couldn't help but come to the leaky cauldron. There, Lupin was trying to force Kaysen to go back to Hogwarts. After all, the main line of his life, which had been wasted for nearly 30 years, had finally been corrected, and he did not want to rely on others for everything. His glorious future of becoming a professor at Hogwarts next year had not yet arrived, but this year at least allowed him to personally avenge more than half of his enemies in his life. This is something you always need to do yourself. Lupin's grudge had to be resolved by himself, while Kaysen was feeling a bit overwhelmed as he recalled the knowledge about magic seeds that Van Kaysen had given him. In fact, the knowledge itself is not difficult. It is nothing more than an enchanted book that modifies human nature and adds magic to human entries. This question is very simple. You just need to follow the knowledge in your head. The only difficulty is to extract the magic power of the enchanted book and spread it to the whole world. The civil official Kaysen said that what he had done would be realized 10 years later, which meant that the magic seed must be designed according to the population 10 years later. In 10 years, the world's population will be approximately 6.2 billion. I can't believe how someone as lazy as me managed to make that thing. Kaysen murmured as he made the first enchanted book. This enchanted book can only add magical entries to humans, but it is still unknown whether humans can use magic power. In other words, this behavior is exactly like simulating the birth of a wizard baby. Magic is definitely there, but whether it can be used is unknown. Just like a normal wizard family may also give birth to a squib, this may also be one of the reasons for the outbreak of a magic war in the future. Why will my future self be so crazy? I don't prepare anything and just act rashly. Damn it. Kaysen cursed himself as he struggled to peel the magic power out of the enchantment book. Soon, a stream of magic power was completely stripped out by Kaysen and put into the elemental jar. Next, we need to use the power of the mysterious age to try to split this magic into the most basic elemental symbols. For example, if the full mana is 3, use the mystic age to break it down into 1 plus 1 plus 1 is equal to 3. Then you just need to use automation to slowly increase it to 6 billion. 6 billion. How F asterisk 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 G funny. Kaysen laughed speechlessly. In the process of dismantling magic in the mysterious era, Kaysen directly took out an ender pearl and put it into the infusion table, infusing the ender pearl with magic at maximum power. This step is to prevent the general Kaysen from suddenly teleporting over. Although he didn't know what abilities he would have acquired 10 years later, theoretically, the only long-distance teleportation should be the command block and ender teleport, and he had never set up any signposts in Hogwarts, so it was unlikely that he would be able to bypass the spatial restriction of the ender pearl. Then he took out his staff, and the protective magic power continued to flow out from his staff, from the floor and wall tiles, gradually spreading to every corner of Hogwarts. Dumbledore, who was sitting in the office reading a newspaper and drinking a milkshake, also noticed this. Without thinking, he took out the Elder Wand, and the protective magic power like a flood swept across the entire Hogwarts. As for whether he needs to go to the source of the protective magic power, although he believes that Kaysen should have his own thoughts in his mind, he may not have a role to play if he goes there rashly. But after all, he was the professor whom I had tricked back with great difficulty, and I couldn't get rid of him so easily. He subconsciously wanted to use apparition to leave the office, but he was still in the office for half a day. Similarly, his phoenix felt uncomfortable because of the power that confined the space. This time he has bad intentions. Dumbledore took out his most valuable flying broom and rode it out of the window all the way up to the sky. On the other hand, the military commander Kaysen, who is hiding in a corner of the world, has lost himself because the source of his timeline was broken and only has the will to kill Kaysen himself. At this moment, he truly became the program of time, the puppet of time, just as he used the time-torn pocket watch to play with time. Perhaps he had escaped the constraints of the timeline, but he lost his protection. With only the last thought left after the timeline was broken, he suddenly opened his eyes and dazzling white light shone from his eyes. He stood up and took a step forward, and when he reappeared, he was already above the forbidden forest of Hogwarts. He subconsciously looked up at Dumbledore riding on his broomstick in the sky, but did not make any unnecessary movements. Instead, he flew straight towards the floor-to-ceiling window of the Alchemy office. Dumbledore sighed helplessly upon seeing this. This was a thorny issue that he really didn't want to see, but he quickly followed on his broom. 10 minutes ago, Kaysen, who had just used shrinking blocks to build an automatic element synthesis machine with tens of millions of cores per second, looked at another self who suddenly appeared outside the window and took out his staff helplessly. Although my current self is facing myself 9 years later, he definitely couldn't win by fighting him, but he could delay time. After another minute, when a magic seed was truly filled with 6.2 billion units of magic power, the so-called General Kaysen in front of him would disappear. The current question is how to delay this minute. The military commander Kaysen did not have so many inner thoughts. He simply took out his staff, and an orange-yellow magic circle lit up under his feet and in the sky. Dumbledore sighed helplessly, waved the Elder Wand, and violently used magic to pull all the people outside Hogwarts Castle into the castle, temporarily depriving them of their light. After doing all this, he waved his magic wand, and 2 golden-red fire dragons appeared and flew straight towards General Kaysen. The scorching flames burning on General Kaysen seemed to have no effect at all. He was still accumulating magic power, waiting to give Hogwarts a severe blow. And this so-called ruthless attack is only aimed at the Alchemy office, and the aftermath of the battle probably will not affect other locations and lives. Kaysen in the office felt a little ashamed looking at the magic circle that could cover the sky. His only wish at this moment was that the General Kaysen in the sky drank the fire-resistant potion, because the next moment he cast a white milk magic that flew quickly towards General Kaysen. The milk magic merged into the body of General Kaysen, and instantly Dumbledore's 2 fire dragons caused tons of damage to him. However, at this moment, General Kaysen no longer had the fear that ordinary humans had. He ignored the disintegration of his body due to the flames. The next moment, the magic circle took shape, and black lasers fell from the sky, breaking the defense of Hogwarts with just 1 strike. All that's left is 1 more strike to wipe out the magic seeds and Kaysen in the Alchemy office. The orange-yellow magic circle took shape again, and after a humming sound, the black laser shot out again. Boom! In an instant, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked, and the azure flames almost instantly enveloped the entire Hogwarts, blocking the terrifying laser. Dumbledore looked at the thin figure standing on the top of Hogwarts Castle with some surprise. Why is he here? Okay, this small time-space branch will be completely ended tomorrow. Because of the revelation of the monocle, the 3rd grade Sirius and Peter Pettigrew will most likely be killed the moment they show their heads. Originally, I wanted to write the General Kaysen as the big boss of the 3rd grade. However, because your response to this kind of plot was very negative, it was compressed into a side story. However, this plot also has its advantages, because the General Kaysen covered up Sirius's entry, so the 3rd grade can return to the main storyline normally. Well, this is indeed good news. And yesterday's stick figure is added today. In heaven, I'm awesome Kaysen. Kaysen, who is asking for gifts and urging for updates. Honestly, I think my drawing skills have improved a lot.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.